Hey, welcome, buddy. It is our second annual election night coverage. Yes, we did it 4 years ago, and it was fun. It was long. It was arduous. By the way, hashtag Steve was right. I was correct on it. I did predict Trump was going to win. Again, this year, my predictions are completely different. My thumbnail is my prediction, so I can't change it after the fact. I'm not going to do any revisionism here. So either I'm completely hosed and people can mock me for the next 4 years, or they can say that I was semi-right. And by the way, completely independent, I have the amazing and the wonderful and the genius Landon Curt Noll here, who actually came up with pretty much the exact same numbers. And that was pretty independent. I mean, we kind of adjust a little bit, but we're in the same ballpark there,
and,
right?
And good morning.
Oh, by the way, he's on a weird connection, so he might drop off. Yeah, it's not annual. It's for every 4 years. So what is that? Quattro annual? What would you call something every 4 years? Biannual would be every 2 years.
Quattro annual.
Quattro. We'll call it quattro annual. Yeah.
So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, given your time zone, latitude, and electoral college status.
I don't know. Have you ever met an electoral delegate? Have you ever met one?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Ray Taliaferro was an elector
for
California.
Yeah, I know it's not annual. Okay, thank you very much, live chat. Just this is how it's going to go. They're going to be like pointing out everything I get wrong in this stream, and that's perfectly fine. I'm okay with that. Again, politics is second to what I generally talk about on my channel, which is science and philosophy. But
we are happy to be corrected.
Yeah, we've dived into politics, obviously, because I do Over and Under with Chris Attlee, atheist pastor. It's a fun show. We're late. Well, he's actually an actual politician. But all right, so we got a super chat already. Oh wow, and this could be a long stream. So we appreciate it very much. Resist the Idiocracy, $5. With 0% of the districts reporting in, we can call that the winner for DFOTY is Kyle Curtis. There's a heavy competition there. Heavy competition, but we're going to say that for another stream.
That's we have a different type of drama this time.
Yeah, we have we have the greatest drama right now. We've got the president of the United States on the line. By the way, this is all coffee. That's like legit all coffee. This is my green screen cup. And so, yeah, we've got some people coming in later. I do think I have Jacob Herder, who might join us, and I might have Jensel O'Connor might join us. But Landon has been following this intricately. I've been following it very closely. I've got my sources here. He's got his sources. We're going to kind of compare throughout the night as the Electoral College tablets come. It doesn't send, right? These are just polling results, right? When does it actually send to Washington, these results, Landon?
Well, the electors meet. Was it the third? Isn't it the third Wednesday in December? And it gets transmitted to the National Archives.
Yeah, I think it's a couple weeks after, or a month, or is it a month and a half after the actual election? It's quite some time.
The real election is not until later.
So, since you're an expert in politics, because people may remember you were a politician. Hate to out you, but you were actually a politician.
I was a member, as it was elected official, and I had the pleasure of serving the people of Sunnyvale, and I have it was an honor to be there. And when I left office, I had an 87% approval rating, which is pretty good.
87. Who was the 13 that didn't like you? I'll find them. Let me know who they are. Yeah, we'll have words with those people. Another super chat goes to Recon 499. Much love, Steve. We disagree on politics, but you're still my dude. People really don't disagree with me that much on politics. I don't know. I'm kind of a centrist, so I can kind of get along with everybody, or I guess disagree with everybody, depending on how you look at it. Right? It can go either way. By the way, big shout out to Benjamin Potts out there. Hope you're doing well, my friend. We got RNG Gaming. We've got Justin Franks. Wow, we have a lot of people coming out. I know people are watching the Voss stream, and I know I think Joe Rogan is actually having a stream. Maybe I shouldn't probably be promoting him, but I like Joe Rogan. But hey, if you got to tune over here and watch this for bits and pieces, that's great. Landon, but for the people that don't understand how the Electoral College works, which is not my audience, they're all educated. They all know what it is. But for people who watch this later, can you kind of explain how the republic works in America, how our voting system actually kind of works?
Well, so here's the deal: is that what's happening today is that people are meeting in 51 independent races, right? We have 50 states and the DC, and people are coming to select whose slate of electors is going to be for the state. So let's say you're a resident of Washington. In the state of Washington, you have a number of people that are on the ballot. Actually, what it is that you're telling Washington which 12 state electors should be allowed to vote for president and vice president. Every state has an elector for every member of Congress and every senator. Since states always have 2 senators and at least 1 member of Congress, the minimum that a state has, a place like Wyoming and Montana, is 3. But you have states that are more populous, like for example, Texas is 38, California is 55. So when you go, what's happening today is that people are going to the polls to tell essentially their respective Secretary of State whose slate of electors should meet and they will meet on the first Monday after the second Wednesday in December. So this vote is to see who's going to be the electors. The first Monday after the second Wednesday in December is when those electors cast a vote for president and vice president. Those votes are sent to the National Archives, and they are brought over in a joint meeting of the House and Senate, which is presided over by the vice president of the Senate, and that's going to be tabulated on the first week of January. So the real election count is going to be in the first week of January. What's happening now is we're trying to decide who has it. So if you want to run for president, you don't file at the national level. You go to 50 states and a DC and you file papers saying, hey, I want to be on the ballot. And you have to collect signatures. Amongst the things you do is you go to the state and say, and if I win, here are the people I want to be members of the Electoral College. And that, an example, if you, in order to be a candidate on the ballot in Nevada, you have to file under Nevada's rules. Nevada has 6 electors because they have 2 senators and 4 members of Congress. And so part of your papers in filing to run for president was to say, and if I win, these are the 6 people I want to be electors. Mm-hmm. Those electors will, so what happens today is people are selecting electors. The first Monday after the second Wednesday in December, those electors will vote for president and vice president. The Secretary of State of the state will transmit that to the National Archives, and there'll be a joint session of House and Senate on the first week in January, where the vice president, and it would be Pence, will preside over a meeting, and they will actually count the votes. So this is a critical election, which is to determine who electors are. The actual voting for president occurs with 538 people. There are only 530 people who vote for president. They will meet the second Wednesday of the first Monday after the second Wednesday in December, and then those votes will be counted on the first week of January in a joint House Senate session. Is that confusing enough?
No, I think I understand. I think I understand that. But what I find very most interesting is, as you pointed out, these delegates go and they actually cast their votes, but there are also something called superdelegates, and they can become what's called faithless voters, I believe the term is, where even if a state votes for the popular vote for a specific amount of delegates to go to Washington and cast their vote, some of those delegates may vote differently than that. It's rare. I think it doesn't happen very. How many times has it happened? It hasn't happened very often.
Well, it happens. I mean, for example, Washington had 3 people, or actually 4 people defect.
Do they? So I mean, like I said, we never really know until obviously the electoral delegates cast their votes and that gets transmitted and things of that nature. But obviously this gives us an idea. I don't know if the election is going to be called tonight. They're saying it could be up to 34 to 48 hours because of the mail-in absentee ballots. But I do have a list of the states that are supposed to be in tonight. Many of them are closing at 4 o'clock. Some of them are open until later, but they have forecast predictions. Landon has a great explanation of how these polling things do work and how they take a certain amount of sample and then they can kind of call it from there. And they have these people in real time monitoring this stuff. And what did you say? They don't get paid if they're wrong or something like that? You were telling me before? Oh, like I said, he's had connection issues. So Maybe I should have turn on his camera so I know when he's frozen. Landon, you back yet? But so as I was saying though, because of the fact that oh, there he goes. Hey, I've lost Landon. Oh, this is going to be going swimmingly. I'll take some questions from the live chat, I guess, while we're waiting for him to get back. Yes, hi Kendra, I see you out there. Kawasa, Tricketits, Tekatron. So, yeah, I think most people understand how the system works because I think a lot more people this year are paying more attention than they are from prior elections. This is a pretty critical election because in a lot of states, Trump is not people don't have a lot of love for Trump, and I don't blame them. I look, I am not one of those orange man bad kind of things, but I have gone on record to say that Trump is probably one of the dumbest, if not the dumbest president we've ever had in our country's history. That's not, just to throw out, insults. It's just if you listen to him, he never knows what the hell he's talking about. He just caters to a group of complete idiots that, for some reason, think he's the greatest thing since the Messiah, or they think he's the Messiah or sent by the Messiah or whatever. It's just bizarre. I don't understand the amount of loyalty people have to Trump that I've seen. These people running Trump rallies. I have a friend that lives in the area that was messaging me the other day saying, "Hey, Steve, did you go in town to see these Trump trucks with the flags going?" And I'm like, oh, I got to add him back to stream. No, man, no. He's not back yet. But I was like, but I've seen them like clog up the arteries of the highways, the thoroughways. And I was like, yeah, this is not how you get people on your side, right? I mean, they shut down these actual highways and people couldn't get to where they were trying to go. I'm like, that's how you want to promote your political candidate. You want to piss off everybody else. That's going to convert them to your side. How does that work in your head? Because I don't see that as being an effective campaign strategy. Josiah Johansson, $5. I was in an end it all mood today, given the options, but thought about writing in Kyle for state treasurer to hasten the apocalypse. Didn't though. That would have been funny, actually. That would have been funny. Different type of drama, but that would have been funny. Welcome to the Idiocracy to beginner level. Thank you for becoming a member. I do appreciate the people becoming a member. You do get green. I don't really have much to offer my memberships, to be honest, except for that I do tell them that they have anytime they want to message me. If you're a member of the channel, if you're my Patreon, you're going to get a response back within usually 5 minutes, unless I'm passed out. And that's when the only very few things I can give to them, but you don't get slowed if I have to slow down the chat. But I'll never ever put my channel to members only. Sorry, it's not going to happen. But I was telling for some reason Ansgar was saying his messages. I don't Ansgar. This is weird. I don't know what it is about my channel. Stephen Pods and a few other people were telling me they chat and their things don't come up. I don't understand it. I cleared my entire hidden block list and I'm only now, reblocking people as they come up. And so there's no accidental people been hidden or nothing. But I'll look into that, but I don't think it's on my end. But I was telling people about the superdelegates that can actually go and, do the faithless voting. And you said there was about 4. You said?
Well, I say that there are delegates there. By the way, the super delegates refer to a political party thing. There are what's called faithless electors.
Faithless electors.
Right?
That's what it's called. Yeah, my bad.
And Supreme Court this term stated that the states can punish faithless electors and revoke their elector status and replace them with somebody else. So if, for example, Trump wins a state and the elector decides to not vote for Trump, the state has the power to remove the elector and replace it with somebody who follows along on the elector. That was determined by the Supreme Court. I'm sure it'll be challenging. By the way, I'm getting a result that they're projecting that Trump has won Kentucky and Joe Biden has carried Vermont.
Okay, let me see what I've seen. I've got a few things in here. I'm gonna refresh. So some early reporting from Florida that has 29 electoral votes. And by the way, I was telling Landon and people the other night, I think Florida right now is the most important state. Florida, Pennsylvania, and I would probably say Ohio right now are the 3 main states that if Biden was to get any of them, he's going to be in really good shape. If you got Texas and Florida, that'd be pretty much a given win. I don't think Trump could even really win after that. But Florida is the key state now. So early results, with 43 of the vote in, Florida, well, we know this changed because at 8%, Trump was ahead. Right now, at 43% of the expected vote in, Biden is ahead, 51.7% to 47.6%. I said Florida might swing, so might be the sign of that. Georgia, at 3% of the vote, Biden 61%, 36.9%. Georgia's another critical state. That's quite early. Yeah, 3%.
Really critical thing. Early item all along.
Yeah. So and you said what state did Biden win? New Hampshire.
So they're projecting. They are projecting for Biden. Let me get the thing is Vermont. And Trump has carried Kentucky. Both of those are not surprised.
Those are not swing states. So what I'm going to be doing is I have something here for projections based upon. Okay, so the certain states we pretty much are givens, right? We know that how they're going to vote. California's going to go Biden, or Oregon's going to go Biden, and then we know that certain states like South Carolina's probably obviously go Trump. Kentucky went Trump. New Hampshire, Trump. Was it New Hampshire? No. New Hampshire's a swing state. What was the one that went Trump just now?
Well, the one that Trump carries is Kentucky.
Kentucky. Okay. So the states, what they basically do is say, look, these states are kind of really solid. They're not really worried about those. So the swing states are in the middle. They can kind of go either way. And right now, if Biden got just a handful of those swing states, he would win. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, I'm showing, for example, and this is regarding something called the Electoral College Group, but the Electoral College Group is showing that Biden has a pretty sure lock on 274 electoral votes. You need 270, at least 270 to win. There's another 45 that he has a pretty solid margin on, and 32 are close. So I think the places that are close are Georgia, North Carolina, Iowa, Texas, Arizona, Florida, New Hampshire. There's a district in Maine, and there's a district in Nebraska.
Do you not find it odd that we're even considering Texas going blue?
Yes, but Texas has had a sort of a much more balanced partisan issue. That the thing that why people associate Texas with red is that the Texas legislature majority is Republicans, and Republicans have gerrymandered Texas to make sure that the Republicans remain in power. But this election, 2020, is going to be key for something called the census. The census basically determines how the 538 electoral votes will be distributed in the next decade. They'll be determined essentially how many members of Congress a state will have. And then the state legislatures will turn around and draw up the congressional maps. So the parties that control the legislatures this time around can draw the district boundaries to their advantage for the next 10 years.
But I'd also say that in Texas, and by the way, I'm going to throw this out there. I was in Texas last year, and I had never been a fan of Texas, man. I was never a fan of Texas, but I got to tell you, I enjoyed my vacation there so much. The people there were so nice.
They're nice.
Texas it was. I totally rescind my prior experiences I've had with Texas. I've flown into Texas numerous times. Just never, I don't know, just really didn't enjoy Texas. But the last time they're amazing, and the people were so wonderful. So, yeah, I'm gonna give them another chance, kind of thing. And I really enjoyed it. So people are asking about the Senate and the House. Right now, the Democrats are leading in the Senate again. Not all in yet, but they're 36 Dems to 36 GOP. As you know, you need a 51 for majority. For the Republicans, way too early. Right now, you need 218 in the House for a majority. It's only one Democrat, 5 GOP. So that's no way going to be able to predict that. Now, I think probably the Senate is definitely going to go blue. The House can go either way, and I think Landon, you predicted it as blue, right?
Yeah, I think that Democrats will retain control of the House. But again,
I think you're right, by the way, but this is too early to
yeah,
tell.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So on this, but again, in this process, again, people are going to the polls to determine whose slate of electors represents their state, and then what happens beyond that is effectively this becomes that's where you have essentially that on the um, on the first Monday after the second Wednesday in December, those electors will cast one vote for president, one vote for vice president. That envelope, usually collected by the Secretary of State, will be transmitted to National Archives, where it will come into the chamber on a joint meeting of the House and Senate that will occur on the first week of January, and that's when the votes are counted. So the actual people who cast votes for president and vice president will do that in December, and then the actual people who will then the actual count will occur on the first week in January. So if there are, so one point is that there is plenty of time between now and this first Monday after the second Wednesday in December for states to go and get the counts right. Particularly if the count is close, they can, it's not as if we have to know tomorrow.
Well, I do. I want the results to be in. I think at this point we're going to have the election closed by midnight Eastern, and the reason why I'm just generally thinking that is that, again, there's only really a certain amount of states in play here where it really makes a difference. No offense to other people in other states, but right now, Florida, Georgia, Ohio are key states. There are some other states of importance like Texas, if that flipped. But for the most part, those are the biggies, right? Now, granted, there's if Nevada could go either way, Ohio, Oregon, Michigan, Minnesota, North Carolina. So there's a lot of states that are kind of up for grabs. But if Biden gets just a handful of these swing states, he's already projected to win. It's a done deal, and I think Florida is going to be once Florida's done. I think that people are going to project that Biden's going to win. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the states that I think are in play. I have a different list, and we're talking about these. When again, I'm defining this as states where the candidate leads by 2 standard deviations.
Okay, he's a math guy, so he does this math stuff.
So
I just wing it by intuition.
Or actually, no. Let me do the one standard deviation rule. Okay, for the states where a candidate is not leading by 1 standard deviation, Montana, which is strongly leading Trump, Arizona, which I believe is strongly leaning towards Biden. We have in Nebraska, we have what's called the second congressional district is strongly leading to Biden. Texas is, I think, barely leading for Trump. Iowa is barely leading for Trump. Ohio is barely leading for Trump. We have Florida, which is strongly leading towards Biden. Georgia, which is barely leading for Biden, I believe. North Carolina, this is a tough one, is also barely leading for Biden. New Hampshire is strongly leading to Biden, and the second congressional district in Maine is strongly leading to Biden. Mm-hmm. So those are the ones where I believe it's within 1 standard deviation.
Yeah.
Some of them are actually quite close.
Yeah, Florida's very close right now. There's only like 250,000 votes difference. Again, but it's only 53% of the polls coming in. But right now, Florida and Georgia are leading Biden right off the bat. That's a significant tell, I think.
Yeah, I think if it's particularly Georgia, right? Georgia is one of the ones that is going to be much more difficult for Biden to carry. And if Biden is leading in Georgia, that's a bad sign for Trump.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. People are asking some other people. I did give links out to people, so they're more than welcome to come in when they are able to. Like I said, a few people might join us later on. This only has room for 6, but I've got to be able to present. So only have room for technically 3 more, so it's 5.
Yeah, but if there's questions in the chat, let me know. We'll try to do our best. Again, now I should mention, So I am presenting information of a private polling group called the Electoral College Group. It was at one time the only polling group that focused exclusively on the Electoral College. So when someone says, "Oh, Biden is 52% of the vote or 51% of the vote," they're not telling you something meaningful, right? We do not have a popular vote for president, right? It doesn't matter if Trump or Biden gets more votes in terms of people preferences. So when they say, oh, so and so has 52% and so forth, remember Hillary Clinton had more people wanting her to be president, but she lost. Why? Because it's the Electoral College that does the voting, not a popular vote. The United States does not have a national election. We do not have a federal election. We've never had a federal election. And unless there's a radical change to the Constitution, we will never have a federal election. We have 50 individual states and places like DC that have individual elections, each with their own election rules, their own times. They do, however, all run their elections on the same day. So again, people have been casting ballots, not for president or vice president, but for whose slate of electors has the opportunity to cast votes for president or vice president. Now, the Constitution says you have to have a majority plus one. So given there's 538 electors, why? Because there's 100 senators and 438 House of Representatives. So you have 538 total. You need 270 to win. So the first person for president gets 270, go on to become president. There's other steps you have to do, but the same thing, the first person who gets more than 270 votes for vice president becomes the vice president. Now, there are other rules that have to come into play, and one of them is going to be that joint session of the House and Senate that does the counting. At that time, it is possible for members of the House and Senate to object. So what will happen is this: there'll be a ceremony. The votes will come in on two mahogany boxes from the National Archives. One box has the states A through M, and the other has N through the end alphabet Z. And this time, at this time, Pence, who is the vice president and president of the Senate, will preside over the meeting, and he'll open up the thing, and he'll say, okay, the first envelope will be Alabama. He'll open Alabama. It's like at the Oscars. Open the thing, and he says Alabama casts 9 votes for Trump for president, 9 votes for Pence for vice president. There's a pause at some point, and then it's recorded, right? And they go on to the next state, all the way through all 51 envelopes. Now, what can happen is that someone can object. So either a senator or a member of Congress can object and stand up, raise objection. If the objection, it has to be seconded by a person in the other chamber. So if a senator objects, there has to be a House of Representatives person to second it. And when they object, that state's votes are put aside for the moment. They continue counting. If someone gets 270, then it doesn't matter if you objected, it goes through. But if no one gets 270, then they go back and they say, okay, you objected to the votes cast for Florida, let's say. What's the deal? And there's a discussion, and the Congress can determine how to proceed forward and vote on it to determine if they're going to accept Florida's electorate vote or not. If no one has 270, let's say because of a third party candidate, let's say for some reason Conway West wins the state or something like that, and you have something like that happening. At that point, when no one gets 270, the election of the president gets thrown into the House of Representatives, and the election of the vice president gets thrown into the Senate in a rather unusual way. What the Fifth Amendment talks about is that for president, each state, at this point DC doesn't count, gets to cast one vote. So you can imagine the 36 Texas Congress members get together at a caucus and say, who do you want to vote for? and like the six, the four from Iowa, and the eight from Missouri, right? And they, if it turns out the state is let's say is deadlocked, then the state will pass. But what would be required to become president is you've got to get at least 26 states. Now, if you took the makeup of the House of Representatives today, and you assumed that House members will vote along party lines, the Republicans have majority in 26 states. The Democrats have majority in 22 states. The others are tied. So if they did pretty long party lines, the Republicans would be able to call the shot for president. The Senate, if it gets thrown to the Senate, each senator casts one vote. So it's not a state by state thing, and if they're given majority of Republicans in the Senate, they would presumably, vote for Pence. So if it turns out that no one gets 270 for whatever reason, and it gets thrown into the House and the Senate, then I think we're looking to have members of Congress essentially elected.
Now, if it's a tie, let's say that neither get 270, and it theoretically with the Electoral College, it could actually be a tie. Senator Pelosi becomes the president pro tem, right?
No, if there's a tie, if there's a tie, that would be 269, 269. Let's say all the electors vote. Then no one receives a majority, and the Constitution says that the election gets thrown into the House.
Yeah, but if the House, I'm saying if they can't reach a resolution until they do, she's considered the president pro tem, is she not?
Well, this is going to be happening. This will be happening during the time of the first week in January. So presumably, the House and Senate can come to a resolution during that time. If there was, you'd have an acting president, which time you would be. Pelosi would end up becoming acting president for a period of time, not technically president, but acting president.
Yeah.
While the House and Senate, but again, it would be likely to be fairly short order for the member of the House of Representatives and members of the Senate to between that first week in January and the 20th to come with a vote.
So just to give an update. 63% of Florida are now in. It's a close race, so even at 63%, I don't think it's going to be called yet, obviously. But Biden is ahead. It's 50.6 now to 48.6, so it's 2 point to Biden, which actually is not bad. With 64% of the expected vote in. So, but it really only calculates to about 150,000 votes. So. It's still pretty significant, but Trump could definitely come ahead on that one. So I think Florida is going to go to Biden. I'm hoping Florida goes to Biden. And then on Georgia right now with only 4%, which is extremely low, 51.4% to Biden and 47.5% to Trump.
Yeah, Georgia was one of the ones that was for us hardest to call, and if Biden picks up Georgia. That suggests the model is pretty well intact, and that's bad news for Trump.
Yes.
Now, again, Trump can still win. There's other paths there, so this is way too early to call it. But that essentially is a process. So I mentioned Electoral College Group runs polls each of the 50 states in D.C., and their job is to essentially come up along the way. They would give the reports to the people that are their customers, and they say if the election were held today, this is how the Electoral College would go. So when you see the map that I guess I'm sharing, let me share that.
And I should point out, because you're a math guy, and I just did some really down and dirty calculations. Google, I just simple math. The way I'm looking at it by the simulations that they've ran, because they take several tens of thousands of simulations. If he gets Georgia, he has less than 5% chance. Biden has Trump has less than 5% chance to win if Biden gets Georgia. If he gets Georgia and Florida, it's way less than 1%. It's about 1/3 of a percent. for Trump that can win. So if Biden gets Florida and Georgia, they're going to probably call it. Would you agree? I mean,
Yeah.
there are the paths, but it's when you're down to less than a % chance to win. Yeah, that's more than 3 standard deviations, right?
Yeah. And so
97.5.
here's the case where, I mentioned in terms of the Florida numbers, by the way, one of the things that we're getting from the electoral college group is that Biden is not doing well amongst Latinos in that area, which has been an interesting sort of criticism going so far. But that's another. I'm getting 2 independent sources now that say that's how the exit polling and people that indicated that they've voted early. But we'll have to see how that means. But the thing is that Biden is consistently doing about 3 percentage points better than Hillary Clinton did in 2016.
By the way, New Hampshire is leaning blue right now. That was one of the swing states.
Yeah, and I was expecting. We projected. So back to say, so we're the way that the electoral group is that I'm not with the group this time. There was in 2016, but we put up the money to do all the polling, and if we call the election within the margin of error, we get at a minimum our expenses. If we blow the margin of error, we eat the entire cost of the polling for 2 years, which is fairly expensive. The closer we get to the actual result, the better rewards, because the people pay us to call it accurately. Well, pay the electoral group to call it accurately. It has been operating since 1980, and it's called election within margin of error every time. They have a very, very high, and the methodology that they use is quite extraordinary in terms of how they determine if someone is a registered voter, whether they're likely to vote, and with leading. In fact, they have ways of trying to determine if the voter is misleading or lying to the pollster. And we do other things besides call people. Right? That's been a criticism of you only call people on the telephone. We have other methods to understand the samples. We also model election distortion, which is inaccuracies in states, and how you translate. We translate from the intent of people trying to vote to their ability to actually vote, to the votes being counted, to the votes being summed correctly, and the votes being tabulated correctly, because you can sum it up but put the wrong candidate with the wrong number, and then gets transmitted to the state's central voting system. These are all places where you can have distortion or errors. And other thing is that oftentimes when you're counting ballots, there's certain ballots that can't be counted on the first time because the ballot was inserted upside down. It could be that it's torn or some other thing's been damaged. And so on average, about 0.2 to 0.3% of the ballots cast, that's roughly 1 in 500 ballots, has something wrong with them where they can't be immediately counted. Maybe it's because it's not determined whether or not the person is an actual registered voter. They're given a provisional ballot. Whatever reason is, that's typically the first line. Now, if it turns out that a candidate winning the state by 20% and 0.2% are these haven't been counted, they'll call it. But if it comes down to the wire, then you have to go into that round of ballots you set aside and figure out which one is. And so you saw the famous hanging chads problem that happened in 2000 in Florida, where it was really close and those small issues mattered. But certain states do a lot better than others in terms of their accuracy.
So what do you think about the effect that the absentee or mail-in ballots are going to have? As obviously with the conditions of the world with Covfefe right now, that's what we call it, so we don't get demonetized instantly. Why do you think that because it requires a lot more hand sorting, a lot more manual contact from humans rather than electronic ballot tabulation, do you think that's going to be a major factor in many of the states, or do you think that it's going to be a play of obviously some factor, but do you think it might be so overwhelming? Because right now I had Georgia leaning toward Trump, but it was really I even said it could go either way. I'm thinking right now that I would probably change that to Biden right now, with only 5% in. But if that's the case, and Biden's going to even have higher, he's going to go like 350 something. So
Yeah,
that'd be pretty good for
and we
Biden
had
if he gets voted.
the electoral college group had it leaning barely for Georgia, barely for Biden, um, and and I guess the thing that the thing about here with regards to absentee ballots is historically absentee ballots, that is people voting roll, right? They're either they mail in ballots or other sort of means that the state allows. Um, People who don't go to the poll the day, but they cast their ballots ahead of time. Those are were the dedicated voters, the hardcore voters, which tended to be more conservative, and so that was the original thought. But with the current, as you say, covfefe issue that we're having in 2020, the C word, let's say, the 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 thing that we were finding is that the determining factor of someone voting, let's say absentee voting, putting the ballot in a drop box or something in that form, are people who are more concerned about disease. It changed from the dedicated voter to people concerned about their health. And to that extent, you could say, well, all right, um, some of Trump's supporters don't think that the current C thing, the current, is a big concern, and they're more willing to come to the poll to vote. Biden people are more concerned on average with the C word, and so they vote remotely. So what we think is going to happen with the case is that the people going to the polls are going to be leaning more heavily towards Trump, and the people who have voted by mail, absentee ballot, drop boxes, that sort of thing, are going to be more leaning towards Biden.
I think you make a good point on that. But they've started counting the mail-ins already, and they've been counting for a while. So, I don't know after the fact if many of them are going to be a huge significant factor as far as changing any of the numbers. A couple of states have been already confirmed, I guess, right now. Let's see. Let me look here. I think it was Vermont that just got confirmed. Ohio is leaning toward Biden, by the way, now.
That's surprising.
Yeah, and I mean significantly, with only 6% reporting, 74.4% Biden. That's huge. Even at 6%, it's 74.4. It's 2000, and I'm just going by the I have a couple of different things I'm looking at, but the generic one everybody can go kind of find if you just do results. It's 80. It just dropped down to 68.5, but it's 331,000 votes to 147,000 votes with 8% support reporting. That's actually pretty significant, I think.
So the electoral college group was suggesting that Trump might have a 1% lead in Ohio. It's one of the narrow states.
Yes, initially, a couple of days ago it was. Yeah, they were neck and neck.
And so if it turns out that this lead holds, that's good news for Biden, really bad news for Trump.
Virginia and Vermont, I think, have been called, and Kentucky for Biden, and Kentucky and Wyoming. Wyoming have been called for Trump.
Wyoming? Because Wyoming
was it Wyoming?
Kentucky, isn't it Kentucky?
Kentucky and what? Let's see if it's been called. One sec. West Virginia. It was West Virginia that got called.
Yeah. There's no surprise that West Virginia is for Trump.
Well, yeah, that's expected. I have pretty sure I have that on my map.
So I guess so far,
North Carolina and South Carolina are leaning toward Trump right now. By the way, South Carolina was expected.
That's quite expected. That there was a greater than 90% chance that Trump would carry South Carolina. So the model had suggested that there was a chance, a 55% chance that that Trump would carry Ohio. But that means there's a 40% chance he wouldn't. And if it turns out that Ohio is leaning toward Biden, that suggests that there was a system of error that was biased towards Trump. And that's bad news because the model was suggesting Biden wins by 351 to 187 overall.
So let me ask you this: if Florida gets 100% expected vote, and again, not calculating in any additional mail-ins and things of that nature, but there's only a 2-point difference, Trump's not going to call. Trump's not going to take that, right? I mean, they're definitely not going to call that until they get some. I don't think 2% is enough for them to kind of. I mean, it would put Trump in the hot seat. I think would you right now, if you were Trump and you were in his little circle, would you be concerned with the numbers coming in right now?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that they're worried. And if you're in the GOP rather than the Trump thing, you'd also be concerned about what that means for Congress, particularly the Senate, and Senate chairmanships. The Senate chairmanships collectively, I think, have more economic and political power than even the president. President's important, but Senate chairmanship is very, 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 very critical.
This is looking like a little bit of a blue. At least I don't know about a big blue wave, but it's definitely high tide right now.
And there's things that would have Trump concerned. Now, again, this is quite early. We can't say Trump is there, but I can tell you the same time, in 2016, we were seeing that Hillary Clinton was in trouble.
Yeah, I remember last time, and again, not the second annual, but second quadriennial. Yeah. That I was remembering when Florida fell. That's when I said, Trump's got it in the bag, and they're like, oh, he has all these different paths, and I'm like, no, it's pretty much a good game. And I'm going to do the same thing here. If they call Florida for Biden, even though there's only a 2%, it's going to be about a 2% difference. It looks like, and of course they're not going to accept that. They're going to challenge these results, I'm sure. That is significant enough to where there's only so many paths that Trump can win to get the 270 that he needs, that it's almost insignificant. The odds are really stacked against him if he loses Florida.
Yeah, and Georgia again is another case where we thought that Biden had a slim chance, and if that holds up as well, those are again signs of it. So we're coming up on the thing where it'll be 20 or 8 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll have a bunch of polls closing. Of course, there's a bunch of states that are no surprise that will go for Biden. New York, Massachusetts.
Do you think you'll see some numbers jump here in about 13 minutes, give or take? Well,
I suspect so, because it's going to be, the numbers are going to come in so strong that it's pretty easy for you to call. Those are sort of the gimmies, right?
Yeah.
Much the same way that West Virginia going for Trump is no surprise.
Yeah. Georgia just switched over to Trump, actually. So,
yeah,
but only by 0.4%. So again, Georgia's one of those states that it was a hard time calling. I have on my map, I have for Trump, but I'm telling you, it's a toss up. It was a toss up before. It's a toss up now. It's a coin flip. So even if we get this right, even if our projections were right, Landon, I got to tell you, I'm going to put it out there. A lot of it is lucky guess, because how do you model something when you have some of these states like Georgia and Ohio that were so close to literally be just a coin flip? It's almost stochastic, isn't it, in some way?
Yeah.
So
it is, but you have to pull it. You have to pull it. You have to call it somehow. So,
right. But I mean, when your margin of error is so small, how do you call it? You just have to basically go, okay, it's just raw data higher.
Well, you've got to then try and look at the trends and say, well, if you see a candidate consistently, they're within the margin of error, but they're consistently above the margin of error, you got to call it.
Yeah.
Right. Because ultimately, the ultimate poll, what's happening now for deciding who comes electors is doesn't have any wiggle room, right? They don't sit there and say, the state's undecided. It will be decided.
Yes. Yeah, it will be decided. By the way, while we got some downtime waiting for some numbers coming in about 8 minutes, 11 minutes, I do want to put a shout out to a lot of the supporters of this channel. Josiah Hansen, which, by the way, I did get your book. I will read it. But no, he didn't write it. I don't know, maybe he did write it. No, he didn't write it. But Josiah Hansen had a good book that he wanted me to read. When I say good book, they're going to think it's the Bible, right? Pollybird, thank you very much. She's been a big supporter of my channel. Muskegon, and see who else we got out there real quick. Tricketits, and of course my mods, Moon, RNGD Gaming, Sweet Heathen, Helios, and I just put in Tiny Dancer, who I promised, because she made me a mod on her channel because she's really cool like that. It's but yeah, I want to thank the people that have been supporting this channel. I know, it's mostly science and philosophy, and obviously we've been doing stuff with some legal stuff lately, but this political stuff and other stuff that we've been doing, I want to have a little mixture on this channel. And the fact that people have been Patreoning to me and been supporting my channel through membership means the world to me. Hopefully going forward in 2021, it's gonna get, I think, even bigger. I think that a lot of the community that has been supporting each other, I think there's a good stuff in store for them. I really do.
Yep.
But if you want to support this channel, become a member. Just hit that join button, $1, $5, $10, $1,000 a month, whatever, or become a Patreon, which is in the video description. Because we love doing this stuff, but we do it because people want to be watching, they want to be entertained, they want to learn something, and so I would love if more people that wanted to listen do. So please share, please subscribe. But I want to thank all my because I've had people I still have people around from the first video that I had. Landon,
wow.
My very first video, wow. My first hangout, there are still people that still come around. What was that? 7, 8 years? No, I have my YouTube channel for 8 years, but I think my first video was 6 years, 5, 6 years ago?
Yeah.
It had to be 6 years. Yeah, it was 2014.
So again, we've confirmed as well that it's safe to call Kentucky for Trump.
And Justin Franks is out there. Thank you. I see you out there, Justin. He says Biden leads just dropped to 0.6. Yes, I noticed that. So 80% in for Florida, just dropped to a 0.6% lead, 49.9 to 49.3. That wow. So Trump really caught up. Florida can go either way. Maybe Trump might take Florida.
It depends on which areas, and I don't have. I'm trying to.
I don't know. I don't know which areas are reporting.
Which precincts have reported. So,
but it's 80%, so that's getting up there. But of course, they have the absentee ballots, but see, Landon makes a very good point. If it's really this close in Florida, and the absentee ballots are probably going to be more Biden people because of Covfefe, that could have a huge influence, and it could be just too close to call for Florida by the end of the day today. Would you think so? Sure. Hey, look who decided to creep in here. Oh, look at this. Oh, who's this? Hey. She want to be seen with me, atheist pastor? I mean,
yeah, look, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's a lot closer than people thought. Something that has been pointed out on the news here, and I don't know if it's been reported there in the States, is that the number of registered Republicans who pre-voted was actually substantially higher than expected. They were expecting a 2-to-1 with the Democrats, but in a lot of states it was actually fairly even. So the thoughts are that in some of those places, a lot of the pre-polls or the postals won't skew as far towards the Democrats as it was originally projected.
But also remember that most of the states, the Democrats lead in sure registered voters over the Republicans.
So it's a matter of it's just a numbers game at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Christopher Hugan for 5 Australian says all Americans' enemies want Trump back, and he's a joke. You might have a point on that. That's a whole different topic, but yeah, I think right now, if you were probably a political leader in some part of the world, especially Russia, North Korea, and or China, you probably want Trump. What do you guys think? If you're a leader in any of those countries, you probably would want Trump over Biden, would you not? I think Biden would be a lot more. I don't want to say openly hostile to those countries, but not as friendly as Trump has definitely been.
I think Trump is. I mean, and once again, I'm giving you an international perspective.
North Korea, I don't know. I'm looking at the Carolinas right now, change colors. So
you're giving your Australian perspective, by the way.
Yeah, what you got to remember is Trump has done a lot internationally that he probably doesn't get a lot of credit for in the States. Some of the peace deals that he's brokered with in the Middle East in particular have been good. One thing I guess we're grateful of here, because we follow America into every war you guys go into, he's the first president since the Second World War, since Roosevelt, who hasn't actually gone into a new conflict. In fact, he's pulled out of conflicts. So I guess there's that. However, the concern then is that maybe he does pander a bit too much, or he's trying to do deals with some of these people rather than sometimes you just need to flex the muscle and show a bit of force.
Now, do you think he does this for his own self-interest?
I think there's a counter narrative to that. I hear what you're saying, but one of the things in particular is that the days when you have formal war declarations are over. What you have is essentially little surrogate things happening. So Trump has been certainly as active in attacking and committing acts of war, even though they're not declared war. Another thing as well is that in many cases, Trump has damaged the standing with regards to allies and has confused people that are normally hostile. So I would take the alternative narrative. I hear what you're saying. The alternative narrative
as America's
has done significant damage to the United States reputation and position overall in the world.
So let me ask you guys: do you think that? Because I already know the answer to this question. Trust me. But do you think that Trump has these ties with foreign countries, especially what we consider to be our enemies? Maybe not openly, but do you think that he does it in his own self-interest?
I think he does everything in his own self-interest. The guy's a megalomaniac and a narcissist. There's no two ways about that.
Preaching to the choir here, man. I definitely think that he is. No question about
it. I think the second he got elected, he started planning how to win the next election, which is unusual in politics, but it's probably amplified, I think, in Trump's case. Has he done deals to benefit himself? Yeah, absolutely. A lot of politicians do. I think probably more so him. Has he done anything dodgy or illegal? No, I think he's worked within the rules. But then it comes down to a morality, I guess. Morally.
Okay, we got some updates.
I think I agree to some extent with your overall sentiment. I think that Trump doesn't care about the rules, and that things like the emoluments clauses that he has violated are things that he might actually end up becoming prosecuted over.
I said the same thing.
I suspect that the records will show that he was cutting deals with hotels while discussing foreign policy.
Yep. That's a big factor because of his.
Yeah, look, if he's done stuff like that, well, that's
and that's what he might have been indicted over. Conflict of interest, personal interest with his hotels.
He won't be prosecuted.
I tell you, if he gets out of office, I think that he might. Yeah, I've said before, if he gets voted out of office, I think this is one of the reasons why he wants to stay so bad, because he knows if he gets out of office, there might be indictments or civil lawsuits. There are some election results in. South Carolina has been confirmed for Trump, which we've already expected. That's no surprise. The lead on Florida has been tightened. It is 0.1% difference now at 81%. Florida's going to be too close to call tonight, maybe.
And once again, this is just what the news was reporting here, was because they try and over-explain it for us here, because we don't, obviously it's very different to our elections. What they said is a lot of the results coming in Florida are in the more Democrat favored areas, but they also, what they had said was there wasn't statistics on who was voting, like whether it was women, Latinos. So those statistics hadn't come in, but it is expected to tip a little bit more Republican. But then the older people vote in particular in Florida, especially with the mail-ins and pre-poll, is going to play a difference there, and that will play a difference for Biden, you would imagine.
Yeah, and again, the thing that we're seeing in Florida is we're looking at the polls or precincts where people have gone to the polls and cast their ballots, having those tabulated precincts coming into the central stations within Florida. The absentee ballots are being counted much more slow. We do see from electoral college groups that Biden is not doing as well amongst people who identify as Latino in Florida. But that is not that's not a make or break factor. That's just note.
Just to let people know, I've adjusted some of my audio settings. I'm using slobs today, not my general one. So I've added a compressor and noise filter, noise gate. So let me know if that cleared that up, that problem of any kind of explosive stuff.
I was going to say the other thing to remember with the Latino vote as well is Mexicans and Puerto Ricans are generally more likely to vote for the Democrats, whereas Venezuelans and Cubans are more likely to vote for Republicans. So you've got especially in Florida, where you've got strong Puerto Rican and strong Cuban communities. So probably not so much the Mexican community, but that's certainly worth taking into consideration when you look at the Latino vote. Isn't as black and white in some parts, but somewhere like Arizona, obviously it's a strong Mexican vote there. Same with California, New Mexico, Texas.
A couple updates after 5 o'clock here. Alabama, Missouri, Tennessee, South Carolina, Kentucky, Oklahoma have all confirmed for Trump. Florida has swung to Trump by 0.2%. This is significant. Trump may not be worried at this point as much as he was before. Some of the swing states have actually started swinging toward his favor. Now, again, it goes back and forth, so there's no way to make any kind of real prediction at this point.
Are there any numbers from like Michigan or Wisconsin yet?
Michigan and Wisconsin have not reported in yet that I can see, but the states like Alabama and Oklahoma, those are already going to go to Trump anyway, so those are not a big surprise by any stretch of imagination.
Looking.
What's that?
How's Georgia looking?
Georgia right now is at, I have 10% of the expected vote in at 50.5 Biden, 48.5 Trump. This is really close. I mean, right now, both candidates are probably going, hey, they probably think they won. The API has it slightly marginal to Trump, but as of right now, Biden is ahead in actual points, 85 to 55, but that's really meaningless.
I think, well, with the Georgia vote too, a lot of that will depend in Atlanta's going to favour, or anywhere there's a city is going to favour the Democrats, obviously. So Atlanta will favour the Democrats. It's how the breakdown of it comes, but I figured Georgia would be close. I think Georgia will go Republican.
It's slightly ahead for right now.
A lot closer than I think a lot of us thought, actually.
Trump, I'm telling you, Florida is the key state. I mean, that is a huge thing for either one of them, and it is neck and neck. Even though Trump is slightly ahead.
I'm going to have to run in a second, but I want to give you a quick scoop.
Yeah.
And I've kept my mouth shut on it because I didn't want to comment on someone else's election.
You're Christian now.
Hey, I'm Christian.
Yeah.
Christian.
Yeah. That's just a big scoop.
Yeah. Hardcore. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Praise Jesus. I'd offered a few very vague opinions, but I'm actually going to come out and say it. I actually hope Biden wins. I really genuinely hope Biden wins. I think it's better for America if Biden wins. I don't throw Trump in the orange man bag that everyone else does, but I think from a stability point of view, Biden's going to be better. I think he'll very quickly pass it along to Kamala Harris, who I think is a very impressive politician. And I think Kamala Harris, I can imagine her standing up to countries like China pretty well, which from an Australian point of view, we desperately need someone who can stand up to China.
Or at least be consistent in where they stand. That's something because the Australian-US alliance is a very critical alliance. And
look, it wouldn't matter who was in power. The Australia-US alliance isn't going anywhere. It's as every American president comes out and says, Australia is our best friend in the world. And
I love Australia. We need to have close ties with Australia. I love you people.
Yeah,
I love Australia.
I love it too.
It is
a big fan of Australians.
It is part of the problem of how Trump has done such terrible work internationally when. His big thing is he gets upset at the Australian premier and hangs up, and then he thinks he's being tough, right? He's just being a jerk.
By the way, let me ask you guys: is that racist?
In all fairness, that prime minister, he did a shifty deal. He did a shifty deal with Obama. He even got criticised for it here. Trump didn't handle it particularly well, but that prime minister actually got kicked out about 2 months later anyway because he was.
But that's again part of the thing is that there's ways to handle it. And throwing a temper tantrum as a 3-year-old is not show that you're very good in foreign policy.
Hey, Chris.
I've got a 3-year-old. I think she behaves better.
Chris, let me ask you: if I say I love Australians, is that racist because that means I put them ahead of some maybe other countries that maybe I don't have that high? Is there some racist overtones there? I don't want to appear to be racist because I love Australians. Somebody will make a narrative out of that, I'm sure.
You've just given Uni Rock an idea for his next show.
Exactly. Steve hates the rest of the world, only loves Australians.
Well,
anyway,
no,
hey, look, I'm not a nationalist. I am the antithesis of that. Now, I do have American pride, but I think I mean I've been all over the world. I love traveling. I think traveling and go to these other countries and see what it's like is amazing. I've had some brilliant times overseas. By the way, let me get some new updates in. Democrats are leading the Senate. This is significant, actually. 42 Democrats to 34 GOP. And they only need 51, so they only need 9 more, and they'll have the majority. So that's pretty significant. A couple of things have switched over it, apparently.
Have you seen North Carolina?
North Carolina right now is leaning slightly toward... It's leaning toward Trump. So Texas is leading toward Biden, however. So if Florida is lost to Trump, then saving grace for Biden would be Texas. He only needs one of those states, really.
Yeah, he won't get Texas. He won't get Texas.
Again, it's the fact that we're even seeing Texas go slightly blue is significant because that's always been predominantly.
We don't know which precincts are reporting.
It's,
right?
yeah, we don't know what precincts are reporting. It's only 60. Well, it's only 16% of the reporting in, but it is 53.5 to 45.2. But that's only a difference of about 160,000 votes. It looks like, give or take.
But Texas had a heavy turnout for in mail-in voting from Democrats. Is one of the reasons why the Texas GOP tried so hard to toss out.
Yes.
Certain,
well, if Texas goes blue today, let's say hypothetically, if it went blue today and significant, let's say, let's call it 5 points. I think 5 points would be a pretty good margin. If it was 5 points and they know that the ballots, the absentee ballots are generally going to favor Biden, would they call Texas to Biden at that point if it's less than 2 standard deviations? 2 or less?
But of course, also if they're smart, they'll look at what areas of Texas have.
Okay.
Texas is very regional in
yeah, I'm not breaking it down by region. I have no idea.
Really quickly, gents, I've got to run. I've actually got people coming over for lunch to watch the election with me, so I'm going to go and have my lunch.
So you're saying you have real life friends? Congratulations.
Yeah, we're having an American style. We're getting wings and all that kind of. Yeah, we're having a bit of an American celebration. So, it's.
Oh, cool.
I don't know. Well, I'll probably do it wrong, but that's all fun. Anyway, all the best. Whoever wins, don't panic. It's going to be.
Here's how you do it. Look, Chris, if somebody doesn't end up going to the hospital, you ain't partying right.
Well, that happens, before the party starts in Australia.
All right.
That's how we roll.
Thank you, buddy.
So looking at thank you again. Looking at some results here on Florida, with 83% of the precincts reporting, Trump is leading by 0.7%. However, still is a considerable amount of absentee ballots that are there that have been counted. In the case of Georgia, with only 10% of precincts reporting, Trump is ahead 50.4 to 48.6. Ohio, Biden is ahead. Now, this is 35% of the precincts reporting, 57.4 to 41.5. That's surprising. That again, it's only about a third of the precincts reporting, but so far Biden has a notable lead. But we'll see if that hangs in.
If Biden was to get Texas, it's about 15-1 odds against Trump. So he cannot afford to lose Texas. Cannot afford that at all. Right now, Texas looks like it's pretty neck and neck at only 16% reporting. North Carolina looks like it's heavily favored toward Trump, but it's only 1%, so that's way too early with those kind of numbers. That's no idea about North Carolina. That's just going by raw data at this point. There's no way they can predict that. Florida, it's just amazing that is so close in Florida. It's like, why is Florida always the state that seems to be of the most importance?
Well, certainly, with the 29 electoral votes, it is certainly a formidable state to have. I mean, if you talk about
absolutely
the size, it's tied with New York at 29 as well. the bigger prizes only are Texas at 38 and California at 55.
Yeah, that's why I think that some of these, even though they're lesser in their electoral numbers, they're of critical importance to Trump right now. Trump needs to get Ohio. He needs to get Pennsylvania. Those are pretty significant states to get. I don't think there's anything. Is there anything from Pennsylvania yet? Pennsylvania is marginally leaning toward Trump at only 1% reporting that just came in. So that's too early. So it looks. People are telling me that the projections are actually Democrats right now, marginally, but it's way too early to call. Yeah, I think that the I think the Senate's going to Democrat. That will actually stay Democrat, right? But
well, the Senate's currently held by the Republicans.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So it's going to flip to Democrat.
And by the way, we're showing
right.
Kentucky that McConnell will be reelected.
Is it
Mitch McConnell to be holding on to his Senate seat. He had a challenger, but it was not expected.
I'm not looking at the individual Senate seats that are up right now, so you can kind of give that. I'm not paying attention to that. I'm really focusing my thing on Florida, Texas, Georgia, and Ohio. My key things right now. My projection. Somebody asked my projection. I definitely think I'm projecting Biden to win. I still think it's going to be around 330, give or take, depending on how what states go what. I think that Florida's way too early to call right now. But if it gets called, and I don't know how it would with so many absentee ballots, but let's say that it did, Texas, Florida. If Biden gets either one of those states, it is a very slim chance for Trump to win. We're talking again less than 5% chance. There's not too many outs for him, and that's the way you got to look at. This is the way I did it last time. Is I'm sure Landon kind of does it the same way. Mm-hmm. You have to look at how many outs they have. What pathways do they have to go to election, right? And as soon as a state turns, those pathways change with every state. And these big states make a huge difference, like Texas and Florida. Let's see here. See if anything updated. Would you agree on that?
Yes, I think that's spot on. And so so the Trump people are probably feeling some relief that Florida looks like is breaking for there. We now have, of course, some of the counties in Panhandle now showing with about 85% of the precincts reporting. But again, there are still absentee ballots to consider.
Yeah.
And Trump. So Trump appears to be leading in the precincts in Florida.
Yeah, this is the danger of trying to predict things with early reporting, things that come in initially. It gives you a false sense of security. This happened last time. People were like, "Oh, Hillary was ahead in a few states." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, you got 5% reporting in. I mean, it's like, come on." So when you only have 23%, like in Texas, and you're only up by 3 points, it's nice. Don't get me wrong. You generally always want to be ahead, but it's way too early to call. So Florida is leading by Trump with 85%, but it's less than 2 point. And so would you think that they're going to call Florida if it's only less than 2% because of the absentee ballots?
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, again, it depends upon how that margin is. I mean, I don't know that we have enough data to call Florida, but Trump is certainly in a comfortable position so far in Florida.
He's not stressing that much. That's for sure. Yeah, that's definitely for sure. As much as it was earlier, but again, these things change on a dime. I mean, they can so fluctuate. So right now, it would be impossible for the pollsters, I think, to kind of say.
It appears that Trump has taken Indiana's 11 electors, which is no surprise.
Yeah, that's not.
That's Pence's home state.
Yeah, I have Indiana initially as going to Trump. Illinois I had going to Biden, but that hasn't come in yet, has it? No, Illinois is going. Yeah, Illinois start reporting just now a little while ago, 3% in Illinois to Biden, but that's probably no surprise, I don't think. Wow, this is like tense. This is like I'm like, man, what's going to happen? Who's going to win? King Crockett, California will flip red this year. Okay, lay off the juice, man. Lay off the
Yeah,
sauce. It's way too early to start drinking yet. Anything.
I mean,
Crockett.
this is that would be a quantum mechanical tunnel through planet Earth.
Yeah, I know certain things are legal in California now, man, but pace yourself, man. Don't partake that much. If not, at least share with the rest of us. Now, you know what? That would actually be hilarious,
we see that
man.
Trump has picked up Oklahoma, Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Biden appears to have picked up Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and DC. So nobody's flipped a state so far.
Yeah, these are all the ones that we predicted, though. These are just not. Has there been anything that we haven't really predicted?
Well, as I say, in terms of our model, we had Biden winning Florida, and right now Trump is leading in Florida.
But 1.5%. That's insignificant right now. That's not a lot, dude. Especially when you're looking at the fact that it's 86%, so 14% is still out there, and it's only a difference of a couple 100,000 votes, and there's still absentee ballots to calculate, which is going to be significant.
Hey, this is we didn't expect that these things are going to be called early, right?
Yeah, and I certainly never said like Florida would be like a runaway state. We said early on the states are going to be really, really close the entire election. We knew Florida would be, Ohio, Georgia, Texas is a little bit surprising. Although we were talking the other night, if you go back to our Saturday stream, that the fact that we are even considering Texas going blue is significant. So it's remarkable.
Of the Senate where the seats have been called, it's 37 to 33 in favor of the Democrats. Again, I think Florida is still too close to call.
Yes,
at this point.
No, absolutely, way too early to call. I mean, it's just not a huge lead right now. I mean, it's comfortable. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't even say it's comfortable. I'd say that Trump at least wasn't sweating as it was before. But I do think he needs to be concerned about Texas
and Ohio. That's the other thing.
And Ohio.
We had predicted Ohio was going to barely go towards Trump, and Biden seems to be doing better than expected. We predicted that Florida would go barely for Biden, and that Trump's doing better.
Yeah, Ohio's 44% reporting at 55% to Biden, 43% Trump. That's actually a little bit higher than what the polls suggested, from what I recall. The Ohio was pretty well neck and neck there for a while. So that actually, again, Biden doesn't need that many swing states. He does need to get probably one, Florida or Texas, one or the other. But if you got Ohio, that would still be really good for him.
Looking at the counties that have been reporting in so far in Ohio, and I expect that lead of Biden 55.6 to Trump 43.3, that lead will narrow. I'm expecting.
Yeah, if Ohio got if Biden got Ohio and Florida, it's good game. It's done. In fact, if he got Ohio and pretty much any other swing state, it's pretty well game over. Especially Texas.
And again, you correctly called in terms of as the first states fall, then you look at what are the other pathways, right?
Yes.
And Biden has plenty of pathways without Florida towards a victory.
Right, but here's the thing though: if he got Florida, he has so many pathways to win that it's almost statistically going to be the case that Biden's going to win if he gets Florida. That's why I say that Florida is such a key state. Texas as well, by the way. Either one of them is so significant that if Biden got either one of them, it's pretty well a done deal. And by the way, OPT Laura, we're not looking at the individual counties. I don't know them well enough to even bother to try to do it at that level. I know Landon has a lot more insight into that.
I'm looking at the data coming from the college group for there in the counties. And
now, there's a chance that all the other states might go through for Cthulhu. That is true. So, maybe the great overlord might actually become president. But there's a lot of write-ins too. Oh, this is really, like I said, this is like, I I'm like on the edge of my seat. This is like, I can't believe it's how close this really is, and it's only an hour and 20 minutes after the first polls started closing at 4 o'clock my time, which is 7 Eastern. So if it's this neck and neck now, man. Did you think it'd be this close, Landon?
No, I mean, well, I
kind of did. I kind of did.
The two surprises, and it's sort of, and we would call it the model the Electoral College Group had is in trouble in 2 states. Ohio, I mean, we're still trying to figure out if that trend continues, because Ohio, we thought Trump was going to take, and Trump is not doing as well as expected.
Yeah, Texas just leaned toward Trump.
Yeah, and that's expected. We expected.
Yeah. But right now you got Florida and Texas both leaning toward Trump. So if Trump got Florida and Texas, Biden's almost SOL. I mean, there's some other pathways, but it's not going to go well for him. Right now, if I have Trump, if Trump goes to Florida and Texas, if Texas and Florida both went to Trump, it's basically almost 2 to 1. It's basically still has pathways to Biden, but the chances are almost a coin flip at that point. Almost, it's 2 to 1 odds. So,
but again,
Biden doesn't want that low of margin of error.
Still win without Florida. It's just that there are fewer paths for that.
Yeah. Super chat real quick. Go to Unicorn Love. Landon, what do you think? He eyes. What do you think about specifically?
What do you think about? Can you say that question again?
She didn't say. She says, Landon, what do you think? He. I don't. That's an open-ended question.
I think it's kind of exciting. I think we're seeing some things happening here. But as I say, it is too early to tell in terms of the electoral votes that we can.
Texas flipped back, by the way. Holy cow! It's like
Biden,
a pendulum.
Biden has 85 and Trump has 55. But again, there's a lot of votes.
But Trump is catching up on Texas. It is neck and neck at 32% reporting. It's 52% to 46. So that, again, like we keep saying, it might just go flip flop. I didn't think it'd be like. I mean, I know it's going to be close in Florida, but I did not expect Texas to keep flipping back and forth. I thought it would probably lean toward Biden. Toward Trump. But the fact that we even talked about before that it could even go Biden is wow. That would be if he got Trump. If Trump lost Texas and Florida, Biden would probably win by about 350 plus electoral votes, which some people did predict. By the way, I have the spreadsheet for that.
So Ohio right now with 45% of the precincts reporting, Biden is leading 55.2 to 43.6.
I would say that's a comfortable margin. Would you?
So far, but again, the areas I'm seeing where the reported are likely to go for Trump. So I am expecting that Ohio lead to narrow.
So Cleveland, I'm going to look a little bit more at the counties, but so Cleveland, Toledo, Columbus, Dayton areas, the big cities, those are in Ohio are leaning toward Biden, and then the more rural areas are looking toward Trump.
Yeah.
By the way, if you want to join us, you want to get your opinion in, by all means, I can have 2 more people joining us. I did give some people link earlier that wanted to join, but if you're somebody that wants to throw in your projections here, then by all means, let me know in the live chat, because I'm not really looking at my email nor my Twitter right now. So if you're trying to contact me on those platforms, you're probably not going to get a response, because I'm just not paying attention to those.
So Pennsylvania is showing it's coming in really slow. They're fairly slow in their reporting right now. There's only 4% of the precincts are reporting in Pennsylvania.
Yes. So Pennsylvania at 4% of the expected votes is heavily leading toward Biden. at 81-17. But that's only at 4%. So, but again, that is one of the swing states, Pennsylvania is, and that has 20 electoral votes. So, wow. So, what do you guys think? Let's ask the audience here. If you had to project right now, if you had a call, which is, by the way, impossible, you're not going to be able to call it right now. But no, I don't think any forecasters would be smart to call it right now. Would you agree, Landon, that if you're a forecaster, you would not want to put your thing on the line?
Not based upon return data.
Yeah, just not based upon the return data right now. But we'll throw it out there. Don't and again, don't be emotional here. We keep on saying, appeal to emotions. Be objective. Just by looking at the raw data you see here. Which way do you think it's going to go, Trump or Biden? Not what you want, but what you think. And again, it is too early to tell. I completely agree, but I kind of see if people want to change things over a period of time, the next hour or so. If they go, well, yeah, I kind of think Biden now, but yeah, I'm going to go Trump or Trump to Biden. Yeah, and by the way, you can't really call either way right now. Robert's right. There's no possible way to really be making an informed decision. And so right now, it's really just guesswork. But I'm kind of getting what you guys feel is the way it's going. It's weird. I'm saying be objective and then how you feel. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Anyways, and looking at the ballots cast nationally, other that is third-party candidates are only polling about 1.2%. That's smaller than expected. So there's not a big third-party thing so far.
I'm going to go. The reason I'm going to go with Biden right now is only because Texas is a little bit swinging that way. Because again, I'm just looking at the really raw data. Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Texas are slightly leaning blue. Now again, if you look at the numbers, there's no way to tell. But those are the swing states, and those are the ones that Biden needs to get. Just a handful of them. Trump only has Florida out of the swing states right now, leaning toward him. So I'm going to go just by looking at these things. It's going to be leaning toward Biden. Again, if I had to, say one or the other, I'm going to go with Biden. What about you, Biden?
I think based upon what's happening in Ohio with the precinct reporting, Biden is still hopeful but not comfortable.
Killer at 8529 says 5 Australian. Going to call fraud both sides. Well, I'm sure that that's probably one of the things that I think Trump is probably going to say no matter what. If he loses, he's going to have these allegations of electoral fraud, which, by the way, from what I've been looking at, I can't see any evidence for. Everything that I've read and listened to, they don't seem to think there's any evidence for. But we also know that Trump is infamous for just throwing out conspiratorial stuff. Look what happened when that gentleman, that 70-year-old protester, got knocked, down by two cops, who, by the way, are being indicted from what I understand. He threw out this weird conspiracy theory that he was Antifa and that he had a scanner trying to locate the police and all this other stuff based upon some weird conspiratorial stuff that came out of a writer that used to write for Sputnik, a Russian propaganda magazine. So it's like he throws out these weird conspiratorial stuff. Who else would we know that does that, by the way? Don't need to answer that question, but we know somebody who does the exact same thing. Just throws out these weird conspiratorial stuff with absolutely no evidence whatsoever. And so I think that Trump, if by the end of the night it's not going well for him or it's called against him, he will start throwing out, every conspiratorial thing and fraud thing they can possibly think. His followers will believe. What do you think on that?
I think you're right. I think that you because Trump is about himself.
Yep. I'm just kind of curious. Is anybody in our live chat? We've got quite a significant people watching this. Out of the people that are watching live, do you actually think that Trump is not a narcissist, or that he is not in it for himself, or not an egotist? Does anybody actually think otherwise? I'm just wondering, because I haven't met anybody that thinks otherwise. Even people that go, "Oh, we love Trump, but yeah, he's a narcissist." Is anybody in live chat that disagrees? I'm just kind of curious. I would say if you agree, but that would probably flood the live chat with responses. All right, let's see if we got any updates on the
So
senatorial stuff.
Texas, with 43% of the precincts reporting, Biden is 51.2 and Trump is 47.5.
And that's for Ohio,
Or
Texas. Yeah, Texas. 40,
40%.
yeah. So, I mean, again, not a huge lead by Biden, but notable.
Well, we had expected Trump on our model to win Texas by a slim margin, and looking at the places where the counties where it's been reporting, we've seen some of the Democratic strongholds within Texas reporting, and we have there's a lot of Republican areas of Texas yet to report.
Absolutely. Killer 8529 says, I don't think he's a full narcissist. I think it's all or nothing. It's I don't think you can only be a partial narcissist. Okay, if there's many types of narcissists, many types, and we've gone over them on Caffeine Corner. Cheshire and I have talked about it quite a bit because we deal with narcissists quite frequently, and so we wanted people to have the tools to recognize that kind of behavior. And I think Trump is the quintessential narcissist. I don't know anybody in my life besides obviously, Kyle, that even comes close to the levels of narcissism that you see from Trump. I mean, when you have a president that every single day has some lie. I mean, they tallied up 8,000, 9,000, whatever lies. That's a narcissist has to lie to function, like literally lie all the time.
I think Trump doesn't see it as truth or lie. He sees it as self-marketing, right? He negotiates with reality.
Well, no, he rationalizes it. That's what most narcissists do. They rationalize it. They think that the ends justify the means, kind of things, or Machiavellian, or they're so. Well, two things with narcissists. One, because it generally runs into some kind of psychopathy, that they don't know how to handle themselves socially. They think that everybody else is just as dishonest as they are, and so they think it's kind of the norm that everybody else lies. This is why they have a lot of projection, right? Because they think, hey, look, I do this, so everybody else has to do this. They don't realize that's not the norm. That's not how most people operate. They are literally statistically many standard deviations from norm if that's how they live their lives. And Trump, his entire life, has been told what a great guy he is, right? How smart he is, what a business savvy he has. He is the quintessential poster child for the participation award kind of thing.
He's said it himself, which was again something that people that have the narcissistic tendencies, self-promote. By the way, North Carolina with 47% of the precincts reporting, Biden 54.5 to Trump's 44.4.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad. I mean, that's a 10-point lead, and it's about, it looks like, I don't know, 260,000 popular vote at 50%. That's a well, we said before North Carolina might actually swing to Trump. So, yeah, is there? By the way, I'm not keeping track of any of that the riot stuff. Is anybody seeing anything in the news with that? Because if you guys know or don't know, Trump put a wall around the White House the other day, right? Now, again, is there a correlation to the election? I mean, obviously, I think it would be an idiot to do anything like that. That's again, I denounce all rioters. I denounce all looters.
Don't be a jerk.
Yeah,
that's to say.
That doesn't help anybody. I believe in protesting and standing for your rights, but peacefully. If you're not a peaceful protester, you're not helping anybody. Again, look what happened with these Trump truck rallies shutting down the interstates and the main arteries of the United States. That's not going to give favor to Trump. That doesn't help him if that's your goal, right? Who says, hey, look at these idiots supporting Trump that's preventing me to get to work? I'm going to vote for that candidate. Does that make any sense? Yeah.
So far, I guess, again, as I'm looking at here, I'm surprised that Trump is doing as well as he is in Florida so far. I'm surprised that Biden is doing as well as he did in Texas so far. Ohio, I think, is probably the one that's the most significant. That still surprises me that Biden is doing as well as he's doing in Ohio.
By the way, I just made Karma Valley a mod. Karma Valley has a really good channel that she started up. I'm actually helping a little bit get her channel started. If you guys want to check out a new channel that's on the block, who's I think going to actually be pretty popular, she can put her video link in the live chat there, and you guys go check her out. So that's my shout out to her. So appreciate all she's done to help me, and I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah, and give this thing a thumbs up, and share it, that sort of thing. Again, this is sort of the political junkies, and statistical junkies, night to have fun. And just take it for what it is.
Paul says in the live chat, he says apparently there's a leaked entry for a Zoom call talking about taking over the White House. Not sure the truth, how sure of truth that is. I've heard something like that, and I've seen screenshots. I haven't really investigated that. Again, that's just stupid, right? I mean, don't be stupid, okay, people? I don't know how many times to say it. If you're fighting for a cause and you piss off people that are looking outward, you're not helping your cause. I'm not a fan of Antifa, obviously, but that doesn't mean I'm obviously pro-fascist. I think that message is horrible. I mean, obviously I'm anti-fascist, but the Antifa has a stigma to it because of many bad actors, obviously. Crazy Christy for ransom $9.99. Oh, thank you, Crazy Christy. She says, great coverage. I'll be listening all night. Biden all the way. Heart. Well, we appreciate that. Again, this is not my normal routine doing politics like this. We do it with Chris Attlee. Completely different type of format. But this is a kind of a new format for me a little bit. We did it last year, but I had a lot more people in the stream. Right now, Landon and I are carrying this pretty well solo with each, well, I guess it would be two of us, it's not solo, but we're trying to keep you guys informed and entertained at the same time. And the fact that you're watching this over a million other things you guys can be watching, it means the world to me. So I want to hope the coverage is really good, because we want to be able to get it out there where you guys don't have to sit there and watch a million things and just have it right here. So
people are asking about towards the Senate right now. In terms of the seats that are up there, there's been no pickups yet, and that because obviously there's lots of races that are still inactive. But the Democrats have held 7, and then the Republicans have held 5 so far in the Senate. Okay. We haven't had any pickups yet on either party.
Yeah, I have. I don't have the individual breakdown, but I have still 42 Dems for the Senate, 35 GOP, and then 27 Dems for the House, and 30 for the Republican for the House. I still have Florida at 88%. I haven't seen that update. I'm looking at multiple sources, not just one, by the way. And right now it is marginally higher by Trump by about 1.5%. It is still significant to me, though, that Ohio is 51% reporting with about a 8-point lead. That actually is. That should concern Trump a little bit. That should concern Trump.
So I will go for a buffer flushing. So
while we get through that, we'll get some questions. This is your map right now of what you think is going to happen, right? That we're showing.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to change that and put the map of the real-time data coming in real quick, and we'll kind of like look at that for a little while? You want to do that?
So let's flip over to that. So let me do let me go.
It's the same one everybody else is kind of tagging along with.
And then come back and I'll work on that. Just a moment.
All right. So while he's doing that, what do you guys some questions in the live chat? Again, I should wait for Landon to get back. He's the political guy, but I think that right now our map is kind of similar to the map that is actually so far as the election results come in. The only ones that are different is I don't have Texas for Biden. I had Texas for Trump, and Florida for Biden. So right now, those are the only two that are really reversed from what I had initially came up with, and what Landon initially came up with. By the way, that was my thumbnail. So you know what? I should probably pull that up for at least myself. Is this my map? Yeah. So I have it right here, and I'm looking at it. I had Florida leaning slightly toward Trump. Actually, toward Biden. I had Texas leading toward Trump. Right now, those are reversed, but Louisiana, Alabama, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, those all have going toward Trump, which I think that they will. Right now, Kansas I had leading toward Trump, but that actually is swinging toward Biden, believe it or not. So right now, Kansas at 33% reporting is 54% toward Biden and 44.6 towards Trump. That's 10% lead at only 33% reporting, which is a nice cushion. So Kansas right now, I got wrong as it is right now. Kansas and Texas, Oklahoma, which again we kind of know that that has already been confirmed for Trump at only 22% reporting at 55% to him. And let's see, Missouri I had going toward Trump. That is leaning toward Trump. Illinois I had going toward Biden. That is going to Biden. So let's see here. Yeah, I'm thinking our maps are pretty close here. Michigan is a little bit of a close race. Well, no, actually, I don't know. It's 18% to Trump, but I had Michigan going to Biden. Michigan right now is going to Trump. So there are some states that differ from my map and differ from Landon's map. You have Michigan going to Trump like me, right?
Yes.
Okay. And right now, Michigan is slightly. No. We have it going to Biden. I'm sorry. We have Michigan going to Biden. Don't we?
I have the Michigan right now. Electoral College Group has Michigan going to Biden,
and Donald Trump is slightly ahead, but it's
that was their projection. Right?
It's only 8% reporting, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, so that's still not there. But let me get to data showing the current set here.
Some Rodin asked me, what dirty tricks do you think the orangutan will try to pull post closing? I think he'll use again the narrative that there's a lot of fraudulent reporting, dead people voting, multiple people voting more than once. I think he'll also probably try to have some legal loopholes as well, contesting it legally if he wants to stay in office. And again, I personally, this is my opinion, and I'm going to again throw that out there, very subjective opinion. That I think he wants to stay in office. One of the reasons is because I think he's going to be indicted if he gets out. But if he wants to stay in that badly, he's going to do everything possible to stay in there, including fight legally. The other reason why he wants to stay in is because he doesn't like to lose. He is a narcissist. If he loses, that is a personal affront to him. That is something that he just would not be able to get over.
If he loses, it's somebody else's fault, right?
He'll blame it on other people. That's a given. That's a good point. He'll blame it on his campaign managers and spokespersons and senators. He'll blame it on everybody but himself. I will throw that out right now. He will blame it on anybody else. Do you think so?
Sure. But again, it's about his brand name. So what he wants to see is essentially his name being centered. He wants the news to revolve around him, and he doesn't care if it's good or bad because he thinks he can beat any problem he wants. And as long as people are focusing on him and targeting him, he's happy.
Yeah, and here's the thing though, even if he is leading in the popular vote, which again really doesn't matter, that's something that he would want, right? He wants to be able to have bragging rights. He wants to be able to say, look, I got the popular vote, which is kind of funny if he loses. How do you think he's going to rectify that situation where he's so big on popular vote, Do you think he's going to be like, well, I have the popular vote? Actually, no. I think before he was actually didn't care about the popular vote because Hillary had the popular vote, didn't she?
Yeah, but he was concerned again, the whole thing about that he had a bigger inaugural crowd.
His was a fraction of the Obama.
Again, it's about him. He's about himself. And he doesn't care whether it's true or not. He cares whether the narrative is revolving around him.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to share this other screen here.
Carmen, did you put your link out to your channel? I think I didn't see it, but put it out there, and people want to go subscribe to you. I love helping new channels. People know that. It's my thing. And then they get all popular. They're like, Steve who?
Okay, so we have a blank map here.
Let me put it on screen for you real quick. 1 second.
And let's start filling in start filling in. For example, we can do Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee,
South Carolina, Kentucky, yeah.
South Carolina. Those are the solids. Now let's put, and again, I'm going to use the for the palette there for those are called for.
Yes.
Case of Biden, we're going to put him in Illinois,
and Virginia.
Sorry. There, and we're going to do Vermont, and we're going to give him Connecticut, and we're going to.
Now it is odd that Virginia has actually 58% to Donald Trump, 39% to Joe Biden, and they're predicting Biden to win.
Yeah, he's got.
Actually, it's actually been called for Biden. So how do they? So explain how they base that with 35% reporting to Virginia, with Donald Trump having a 2-1 on the popular vote. How that they projected to Joe Biden?
It's where it's coming in, right?
It's where it's coming in.
That the areas that were most heavily Republican are not leaning to Trump that strong.
Yeah, and
that the ones that haven't come in yet are more heavily projected towards.
Yeah, it's such a heavily skewed that statistically they call it that way, right?
Yeah.
So North Hampshire, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas still are marginally toward Biden. So.
Okay.
Again, let me throw that out there. If somebody wants to come in and throw their projections down and they want to get on the stream, please let me know in the live chat and then message me directly on I don't know, Twitter probably, but I'm not really looking at it right now. So yeah, you have to tell me.
Okay. So what we're showing is the ones that have been called so far, right?
Yes.
Now, I think again it's that you could probably say that Indiana is going to go towards Trump. Ohio still looks like Biden might carry Ohio, with 53% of the precincts reporting. He's at 54.9 to 43.9. So 11-point lead so far, but again, we'll see. And back to Texas, 48% precinct reporting. Biden's lead now is 49.8 to 48.9%. Again, we're expecting Trump to take Texas.
Oh yes, Carmen, you can join us. Thank you for asking, Karma. You didn't ask, but I gave her the link anyway. Get her in here. All right, so okay, so right now, let me see. Yeah, it looks like you've got it. Now these are ones like I said that have been called, but that's not necessarily what may happen, right? I mean, especially like looking at Virginia. But again, they're going by.
So let me put in the map here. So we have the solid colors where it's been called. Let's do the leaning right now. So let's Florida. Let's have that lean Trump right now. I think that would be a fair thing to call. North Carolina leaning to Biden. And where Ohio, surprisingly, is leading towards Biden. And what do you want to do for, Kansas? Anyone expect Kansas to do anything other than
I think Biden's leading in Kansas right now, surprisingly.
Kansas, I have to Trump. Now, keep in mind, I only have room for 5 people in here, so it's first come, first serve. So.
Who's joined us? I'm sorry.
That'd be Mr. Dave McGinnis.
It's a Canadian.
Another foreigner that trying to weigh in on American politics.
Just rubbernecking, looking
crazy
down
talk.
And seeing what's up with all you guys doing down there.
I mean, didn't you I thought you guys opted out on the cold colony thing?
Oh well, you know,
Didn't we go to war with you guys at one time?
it's getting to be that time of year where we'll have our ice wall, so we're not all that worried.
Don't we have our military defending you guys or something? I don't know.
We have snipers.
Yeah,
they have their
You
military.
have Canadian
defending us
Mountie
too.
snipers. There you go.
So I think we could give Indiana leaning towards Trump. I think that's a pretty safe bet. But Pennsylvania, only 7% reported. Pennsylvania is reporting slow.
They are. They're at 10%, although currently Biden is leading by a wide margin considering.
Florida, 9%, but it's 50.9 to 48.2. So again, I don't think you can quite call it yet because the absentee ballots, but certainly Trump is leading in that area.
Yeah, it seems that he did better with the Hispanic vote than was projected originally in Florida, from what I'm seeing. He's got about a 3-point lead in Florida as of right now.
It is. It's pretty low. It's less than 3 point.
Yeah, I mean it could flip, but from what I understand too, Florida's saying that they expect all of their results will be counted this evening.
Florida's supposed to be in by tonight. Yes. There's a couple of states that are supposed to have by tonight, or have nearly all tonight. Would be Florida, New Hampshire, Wyoming, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Tennessee, South Carolina, Arkansas, Alabama, Delaware, and Hawaii, and a couple other, Colorado, Nebraska. And by the way, what do you guys think about Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico? By the way, because
I think Colorado and New Mexico Biden will clear those clearly. Arizona, I think, is leaning to Biden, but
I had
not
Arizona,
much.
Nevada. I had Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Nevada all going to Biden. Arizona being the most questionable, but Utah going to Trump.
Yeah,
It's a very conservative state.
What do you think about Pennsylvania? We're not going to see their full results until almost Friday, I think they were saying.
Yeah, they seem to just be counting slow. That's just.
Yeah, Biden's got a significant percentage lead, but it's only 7% recording right now.
Was it Pennsylvania that's going to be accepting votes that they receive, even if they're not dated up until Thursday?
I think it's a matter of, but isn't it say that if it's shown to be postmarked?
I thought that they were going to take them even if they're not postmarked, and this is why some people were upset.
A couple people think that Arizona is going to be staying red to Trump, and it might be. Again, that's the one that I had a hard time with. I put it marginally toward Biden. Even I think that it was against actually the numbers I was looking at. So that was, to me, was just a gut thing. But Nevada, Colorado, and New Mexico, I think probably are going to go solidly to Biden.
I'm kind of shocked that Biden has maintained even a 3-point lead in Texas, and they're now reporting 64%.
Yeah, me too.
That is certainly a model failure on the Electoral College group's part. That Texas.
Biden only needs to get Texas or Florida to put him in a very good position. That's it. He needs one of those two states. It doesn't matter which one.
Yeah. So on the map so far, are there any states? Because I have the safe and leaning, right? Are any states do you think I should flip?
No, not that I can see.
I'm fairly certain that I'm going to guess New Hampshire and Maine are probably going to go to Biden. But
yeah. But their data has not come in yet, and DC as well.
Well, you're just doing the confirmed one right now. You're not doing anything else. Right?
Actually, what we see is the dark blue and red are safe. That we've called it.
Okay.
The light blue and pink are ones where it's leaning.
But you're ignoring all the other states where it just doesn't matter. California, Oregon, Washington, we know will go to Biden. So that's,
Yeah,
you're not
we
going to put those
don't
down.
because they haven't. This is what's
Okay.
being reported so
Yeah,
far.
okay.
So the question is Texas enough that
It's 64%, and he's got to put a 3-point lead right now.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's at least leaning Biden. It's not safe, but it's leaning Biden.
Yeah, Indiana is not a swing state. Indiana was expected.
Yeah, Indiana's called for. We can call that for Trump.
Yeah.
For now. And yeah, so 72-85 in terms of call it again, where it's essentially it's a done deal. But the question is, with again, it's looking like with North Carolina.
I had Indiana going to Trump. That was no surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, North Carolina looks like it's going to Biden. It's leaning that way, 72% in.
Which is it would definitely help him. North Carolina was one of those states where we thought might go to Biden. We knew South Carolina would be solidly Trump. Well, I hate the word use no, but I mean we significantly believed that South Carolina would be Trump. But North Carolina, yeah, we were talking about that on Saturday. That there's a good chance that would go to Biden.
78%. We now have 73% of precincts reporting. Biden in North Carolina is 51.9% to 47% for Trump.
It looks like there's some early rumblings that there's going to be some numbers coming in a few districts in Georgia that haven't popped up yet that are leaning towards Biden. So he might.
Isn't this exciting though, David? Isn't this exciting?
Oh, I love following this stuff. I follow this every time there's an election, all sorts of elections. Very interesting.
I am going to actually
really like flummoxed at the amount of a lead that he has in Kansas and Missouri and Texas.
Since this might be a fairly longer stream than what we're used to, I've been trying to keep my things down to 2 hours. Matter of fact, it's funny. I had a 3-hour stream the other day. Caffeine Corner went an hour over because it was such an interesting topic. I actually had people complain, you're having a long stream. I gotta watch 3 hours of you. I'm like, hey, it's rarity, okay? But this is be honest, this is an election night stream. This is going to be a while. I don't expect people to watch 4 or 5 hours of it, but we'll be here. But I'm going to get some coffee, okay?
Okay. So, but why is Biden doing so well in both Ohio and Texas?
That's a good question. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean,
well, so well, or as well as he's doing.
I'm going to assume because there's been a surge of pandemic in those areas.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can really correlate. And they started getting their surges towards the end of the election cycle. So for I think a lot of people, they would be fresh in mind.
And good you're using the P word because I guess the C word is a demonetizing thing. Maybe even but yes. Ohio is certainly concerned about health. Put it that way.
Health issues. I think that it may be over health issues.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm also surprised he's up so far in Missouri. He's nearly got double the votes at 10%.
So I think again, it's part of this calling Indiana is probably a pretty safe bet. But I can't imagine Kansas being anything but Trump's.
Me neither.
So,
I would be shocked if Biden holds Kansas, but if he does, I mean, I'm actually somewhat surprised that it looks like he's got Illinois.
Well, I'm not. I mean, Illinois was for us. I should say for electoral college group, Illinois was a solid,
was it?
No question, sort of thing. But yeah, you're feel free to be surprised. That's quite all right. We don't We don't mind on that sort of thing. So we're going to be coming up on it's now at 18 Pacific, which means that we've had some states in the Central Time Zone that have closed. Polling's closing now. So we're going to start to see some new returns coming in.
Every hour is on the hour.
To come in now.
Actually, a few minutes after, whatever it is, but has anybody tried to come in yet? Because they did give the link to a couple people now. StreamYard's only holds 6. You can have 10 in the waiting room, but only hold 6. But we need 1 to present, so we can only do 5. So it is first come, first serve. Get in here if I give you the link.
Is there any questions from the chat so far, or any people that think our map needs to change?
I think it's pretty good, actually. I don't see anything. North Dakota just started swinging toward Trump, which I think we already had before, right? That's not a surprise. Yeah. So I have all the northern states like that. I had going to Trump. South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho. Those I all had toward Trump. So any of those coming in, like right now, those are to be expected. Now. There is one state that's of interest, which is Nebraska. Nebraska actually has a weird way to split. They have a split electoral college. So you want to explain that a little bit to people?
Well, in effect, I think it's a nicer system. Is remember the number of electors that a state has, or GC is a special case of 3, is based upon how many senators, 2, and members of Congress, at least 1. And so what both Nebraska and Maine do is say, all right, if you get the most number of votes in the state, you get the 2 electors that's paired to the senators. That is, you get 2. In order to get the other votes, you have to carry that congressional district. So, for example, Maine has 2 members of Congress. So they have 4 electors altogether, 2 senators, 2 House of Representatives. So if you get the most number of votes in Maine, you get 2. If you carry District 1, you get another one. If you carry District 2, you get another one, right? So you can end up splitting the ticket. Same thing with Nebraska. Nebraska, if you win the state, you get 2. And Nebraska has 3 congressional districts. So if you win a congressional district, you get that 1. So of the 5 that Nebraska has, it is expected that Trump will get 4 and Biden will get 1.
And it's funny is these states that they've just put up, they have 0% precinct reporting.
Yeah, but it's pretty clear. Yeah. We're going to give.
But that's a lot of that is also based upon pollings, right? They
exit polls.
Yeah, they know which way the state's going to go.
Yeah, they've just called New Mexico.
And none of these are surprising. North Dakota, South Dakota. The only one that I find of interest is Kansas. Actually, Kansas is leaning toward Biden right now. I had that actually going to Trump, but New York we knew was going to probably go to Biden. And even though it's 0 reporting, that's not a big surprise by any stretch of imagination. New Mexico.
New Mexico called. That's an easy one to call. That's within the model.
Yeah. Right, and I have that one. Yeah, not a big surprise on New Mexico. The one again, Arizona is the one that's really up for grabs.
Yep.
Pretty
sure the entire West Coast goes to Biden. California.
The only one the only one I think is really questionable is Arizona. I have it going to Biden, but we know Washington, California, and Ohio are going to go to Biden. Those would probably be, called any time.
Yeah.
Or at least the next hour. I mean, we already know how those exit polls work. We already know that those states are not going to flip. California especially. Those are not swing states by any stretch of imagination. So right now we have Joe Biden ahead at 119 and Donald Trump to 92. Now, let's reevaluate things here a little bit, Landon. If you, again, were in the Trump camp, would you have pause for concern right now? And by the way, I get a little echo.
I would certainly, the Trump camp, I would be concerned with what's happening in Texas and what's happening in there. By the way, I just switched on my audio here just a moment. Let me repair something.
Yeah, I was getting a little echo. It might be from Dave. Okay. Dave, is that echo on your end?
I'm sorry. Let me fix this.
We'll just test it real quick. Nope, it is from Landon's end.
Pardon.
I don't know. Can the outside hear that echo? If not, it's not a big deal. But it's gone now. Oh, he muted though. Somebody said, shouldn't Trump states be orange? That would have been funny, actually. Maybe an SNL skit will do that, right? They'll do a skit where the states that go to Trump, they'll have it orange. Maine. I had Maine going to Trump, but I had two. Like Maine is another one that has a split electoral, and so I had two unknown or undecided because just for statistical purposes. But right now, Maine is actually predicted a little bit more toward. But I had Maine toward Biden, but Maine is actually a little bit more Trump right now. But it's only 2%. And look who decided to join us, Miss Karma.
My mic is a little bit off, so I'm trying to fix that right now. But
she had to get a camera ready. That's why she's late.
Yeah, and my Grateful Dead shirt and my messy hair. Woo!
Hello, I should be back with no echo.
Yeah.
Is it echoing?
No, it was echoing on my part.
I do have. I think somebody's watching the video because I hear it in the background.
Okay, let me pause that.
We don't want to get demonetized for
streaming on my own stream.
How does it sound now?
Better. All right. Anyways, Karma, I'm not sure that you know Landon or Dave. Oh no, it's still,
I don't.
I still
nice to meet you guys.
I still hear it.
Hello. So I'm calling New York for Biden.
Yeah, it's a safe bet.
Can you guys check who it is? Because I do still hear it.
Uh-oh. Okay, let me see here.
Mute for a second, Carmen. That way you just tell instantly if it's you or not.
Sure.
It's you. It's you.
Of course it is. Okay, let me fix that. I think I'll turn this guy off here.
Our Karma is still trying to get the hang of these things a little bit. She's not a Luddite, but she's from my old home area, and so they're not really technologically. They're kind of backwater there. Yeah.
There. Okay.
And she's still muted, so she can't even refute that.
So. Do it your
All right, testing audio. Is it out? I still am I going crazy? Because I still hear it.
Do you guys hear anything?
I'm sure what it is it's you have the video they were watching before still playing. James is tired. Really? Check it because it's definitely coming from your end.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
James is tired. What's up, buddy? Been a while. 199. He says, "Hope you are well. Who do you think is going to win?" Cthulhu. I had for number 1, Biden for number 2, Trump for number 3. There you go.
Yeah, So again, I don't understand what's happening now. Georgia is certainly leaning towards Trump, but the question is how much.
I had Georgia leading to Trump, but it's only 35% reporting with 56. I think it's significant that Ohio is 59% reporting, 52% going to Biden is significant.
That is unexpected. That Biden is doing much better in Ohio than expected there. North Carolina, 77% of the things reporting. Biden's at 51. To Trump around 48.
Yeah, it sounded like a TV was on, but it was my voice. So unless I'm on TV, which I never want to be, I've actually been on TV twice, believe it or not. I've actually been interviewed by the news twice.
But this Texas thing right now, of course, we're seeing that some more of the Republican counties are coming in, and with 57% of reporting, Biden only has a 0.5% lead.
Now this is interesting. New Mexico, yeah.
I am expecting Biden to lose Trump, and that Trump will take Texas.
I'm hoping you're wrong on that. It is interesting to note that Missouri is with 12% reporting 3-1 for Biden.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
actually
but that again can be because of who's reporting. And
Well, the only
the
place
other
that's
thing,
really reporting wins for Biden there is Kansas City and St. Louis County.
yeah.
yeah, but that is I think is not representative of
Yeah,
the state.
but you have okay. New Mexico obviously called for already, but even though there's nothing reported, but that's going to be favored toward Biden. Colorado, I have for Biden. Kansas is surprising, but let's see here. Yeah, Carmen, I think is going to fix that little echo problem. Come back.
Yeah. So far, you know, it hasn't been called again. We have the leaning. So if we want to put, do we want to again? I think Texas is too close to call, and I think it's going to become a Trump state. Same thing with I can't imagine Kansas going to Biden.
Yeah, Texas is up for grabs though. I'm going to put it right now as a unknown. I'm hoping again. I'm just hoping it goes to Biden, but of course it's way too early to even tell. But right now things are actually coming in because it is past 6 o'clock, so that's why you're seeing some of these changes. The next one, obviously, what states are coming in at 7? I don't have the breakdown of it.
We have mountain, so that's where we'll have like Utah, Arizona, Montana, Idaho.
I have a new patron. Thank you, James, for becoming a patron. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you for supporting the channel.
James has been around a long time. He always looks tired, though. I've never seen anybody in my life look so tired than James. Like, he's always just worn out. It's like, dude, get some sleep, my friend. He used to be called the tired atheist, by the way. Let's see. And
so again, confirmed 119 for Biden in terms of projected wins to 85 for Trump. But
so again, I don't know if I really heard your answer, or we got to it. If you were in the Trump campaign, as of right now, what would you be thinking?
I would be thinking that Trump has a chance to win. I mean, I would be thinking that.
Well, Trump's going to think that anyways. Trump could be. Look, Biden could be. He could win every electoral vote, and Trump will still think he had a chance. But whatever.
But you have to in the campaign. I think the campaign would say, okay, it's not the blowout that so far, but it's not the landslide.
Yeah, but his camp are telling him right now, clearly, even if it wasn't the case, they're telling him, hey, dude, you're going to win. You're going to win. That's what all camps do. But especially with Trump, if even if it gets called, they're still going to be telling Trump, hey, you're going to win. You're going to win.
What do you think of the state of the Senate and House? Because it looks like they've flipped right as of now. That you have 42 Dems in the Senate. And,
no, there's been no pickup so far. So, of the races that the Senate has called, the Democrats have held 7, and the Republicans have held 8.
So it's 42 to 38. I'm seeing.
Yes.
In favor of the Dems for the Senate, and 36 to 50 in favor of the House for the Republicans.
But that's because most of the House races hasn't been determined yet.
Macabre for $5 Australian. Can't help but laugh. This will determine the future of your country, you foreigner. I'm just sitting here thinking, man, I really don't want to lose that $20. By the way, we do have a $20 bet, straight up odds. I go for Biden. Macabre goes for Trump. It's a gentleman's bet. And by the way, there's certain people that I've found out were from other people. By saying a gentleman's bet can't have money attached to it. That's just stupid. Yes, you can have a gentleman's bet. It's just that you have no collateral for it, and it's just your word of honor that you're going to pay. And people know that I always fulfill my promises. That's one of the reasons why I have a loyal following, is that I go out of my way to make sure that I keep my word. And of course, if Macabre wins, I'm going to give him the $20 and probably block him for the rest of my life. But now he's been around the GDC for since it began. But yeah, Macabre, I'm happy to give you that $20, but I'm going to be distraught only for the fact that if I've lost it because Trump won, not because I lost. I don't give a shit about that. But if Trump, for me to lose that money, Trump has to win, and that's going to suck. I'll blame Dave McGinnis.
And I have, well, yes, well, we can
Canadians.
always blame the Canadians.
Mhm.
That's that's,
What?
Isn't that where they're for? That's all
isn't
Canadians
that
are for.
isn't that the song says? Blame Canada, blame
Blame
Canada.
Canada.
Oh, I suppose that if it's in a musical, then I can't argue with it.
There you go.
Sorry.
Yes. um, let's see for other things
Biden's got a
going.
pretty sizable lead in Colorado as expected.
Yep.
Louisiana looked like it is there now. That's all.
Yeah,
That's no big deal. And Arkansas, those we
Okay,
already know.
so I flipped it for Louisiana for Trump.
Let's see here. Wyoming. So yeah. So this is actually looking correct to me. These and all these states like the Oregon, not Oregon. I'm sorry, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana. Those are all things that we expected anyways. Yeah, we're looking right now. The election really is contingent upon the swing states. There's a very specific number of states that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 15, and some of them are pretty low. Nevada's only 6 points, Iowa's only 6 points, but the bigger swing states, are huge, would be Florida, Georgia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Those are the really ones, and Texas, which I cannot believe Texas is even in play. That to me is very, very telling.
Yeah. So we have another block of votes coming in Texas. 61% reporting, Biden at 50, and Trump at 48.7.
So how's Florida looking up to you right now? Florida is 90% reporting at 51 to 47, but that's still too close to call, isn't it?
Yeah,
and also with also the absentees.
Yeah, but do you think the absentees in Florida now? Again, Chris was saying that the absentees for Republicans are a lot higher than people had expected. But do you think for Florida, the absentees are probably going to go toward Biden? Are they not?
That's what appears to be the case.
Yeah.
But again, Trump's lead, with 90% of precincts reporting, is 51.2 for Trump to 47.9 for Biden.
Awesome. Macabre for 2 more Australian, 4 more years of spicy memes. I love the fact that foreigners are so more interested in American politics than a lot of Americans are.
I wish we were interested in their politics too. That would be nice.
I try. I do try, dude. The UK confuses me. I don't understand. Brexit to me still confuses me. But anyways, Karma, what's your 2 cents to weigh in on this? What do you think's going to happen?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, I've got CNN on. I've had it on all day. I'm a news junkie, and I'm a little bit scared. Some things look hopeful, but when they go over the electoral map with all of the different, it looks like Biden is heading. So I'm a little bit nervous, but
so you have some trepidation. But who? Okay, all cards on the table. Because what was? Tell us. Be honest. What was your prediction? And I already know who you want to win, but tell everybody else. But what was your prediction for? And you think you have some trepidation in it right now, merely because of what you're looking at? Because I don't think Biden's in bad shape right now. But what do you think was your prediction, and who do you want to win?
Everyone has asked me that, and because 4 years ago I was so shocked and laying in bed at 3 a.m. staring at the ceiling going, oh my God, he actually won. So now I'm sort of traumatized and have PTSD over it.
PTSD from the last election.
I don't know.
She was one of those Hillary people that she had to go seek therapy. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
we might have our first pickup in the Senate in Colorado.
In Colorado. Oh God.
Yeah, where Hickenlooper defeating Garner in Colorado.
Oh.
For the Senate.
I have 42 Dems, 38 GOP, and again 51 is required to have the majority for the Senate.
Right.
Or 50 if you have the vice presidency.
Yeah, that's true because of vice presidency.
If it's 50-50, the vice president
is a tiebreaker.
Of the Senate,
right, is the one.
Yeah.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. We remember our civics courses, don't we?
Yeah. By the way, some Pennsylvania counties are not starting to count their mail-in ballots tonight, for example. reason why Pennsylvania is slow. They're also expecting Wisconsin to be. They expect their 5 a.m. for Wisconsin. They're another one. That's
I have
slow.
Wisconsin.
Oh, wow.
I put to Biden, but
Oh no.
it's leaning right now toward Trump. But again, it's only 1% reporting. I also had Minnesota. I had Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin all going for Biden. Right now, Michigan and Minnesota are slightly for Trump, but again, it's only 1% reporting, so that's nothing. Wisconsin is actually pretty neck and neck. It's 42.9 to 49.1 at only 3%. But those, I think, were expected to go Biden, right? So
Yes.
They are expected to, but look at Florida. I mean, it's pretty close.
they're not. I don't see them.
Always
How are they?
is.
How are they going to call Florida tonight, Carmen? It's so close that either one of them are going to contest it, no matter what happens.
I don't know that they will tonight. That's what I'm wondering is how long is this going to go on? You know, I mean, because someone's going to demand a recount. Hopefully it.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Suppose that Florida is going to be so close where they're obviously going to contest it, they're going to recount, they're going to have the mail-in. So let's take Florida out of play. What happens if tonight they did call Texas, they did call Oklahoma, they did call, although Georgia's leaning toward Trump right now, let's suppose Georgia did go to Biden. Would they care about Florida at that point? Because it would just be it'd be for the books, because no way Trump could win if Biden gets those many swing states, and there's just not possible many pathways for him. He'd be like 1% chance.
Yeah. It won't be a big deal then, but it's
Yep.
like, yeah.
Now, here's something,
Looks
for
like
example, that
Marjorie
we just
Greene
got.
just won her race in the 14th district in Georgia, and that's sad. She's one of those crazy Q people.
Yeah. But here's something interesting that came from the Electoral College group. So we have in Ohio, we're able to separate out absentee votes from precinct votes, and in terms of the count. And Biden is leading 18% amongst absentee votes in Ohio, but only 2% in-person votes.
Oh, interesting, huh?
So that's one of the reasons that's happening, is that
Yeah.
we're seeing the P word or the C word, both those demonetized things we can't say, being of concern, that is switched from normally the slightly more conservative absentee voters to the more concerned about health absentee voters, and that Biden is picking up that.
I still think that leans toward Biden. I definitely think that the Democrats are a lot more concerned about that than the Republicans. I mean, look at Trump rallies. They didn't seem concerned about it at all. Did you watch? In fact, did you watch the video with the Lincoln Project of the C word spreader? That was hilarious.
Yeah. So 91% of precincts in Florida, Trump is certainly ahead by a comfortable margin, but we have a bunch of absentee that's not been counted yet.
Yeah.
Georgia, he's got a comfortable lead so far with 41% of the precincts reporting, 56.8 to 42.2 in Georgia.
By my metric here, I'm seeing that Biden just flipped Texas back by 1 point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's been some
point one. No, it's point. Well, yeah, no, it's 1 point. You point. Yeah, 0.9. You're right. That's going to happen throughout the night, I think, Dave. I really think that Texas is going to go back and forth.
Yeah, it's really way closer in Texas than I expected.
Way closer.
Me too, big time.
Yeah, but did you not? I mean, the polls initially had Texas going to Trump early on. There was nobody. If you would have said, a year or even 6 months ago that Texas might even go Biden, people would have laughed at you. Mm-hmm. Straight up laughed at you.
I heard a lot of people though with there was quite a strong ground game going on in Texas. Like a lot of people trying to get people out and vote.
You think it was? Do you think a lot of people was because of that?
A little better than normal. I didn't expect Trump would get a landslide. I figured he'd still win, but I didn't expect it to be this close.
But do you think it was because of a lot of voter motivation and a lot of people on boots on the ground? You get people to go out and vote. Do you think that has a huge difference in Texas?
Impact.
Okay.
Probably, for sure.
Carmen, let me ask you for your area that you're in, which again, not to go into specifics, but I do know your area pretty well, and I know the demographic.
Yeah.
From talking to people in your area, what do they think about the election? I'm just kind of curious because again, it's predominantly a blue state. But what do they think that with the election was going to happen?
Yes, sure. And it's a good question because the climate here politically is sort of, well, it's contentious like the rest of the country, but we have a lot of older white males who, come here to retire. And then we
She ain't
also
lying.
have...
she ain't lying.
Right? And then we also have, a gay population that's huge, which is great. And I did see a Trump rally the other day, and it was as obnoxious as you would think it would be. But what do I think? How people feel? Let me ask you this: do you remember an artist named Denise Roberge, who's on El Paseo? Do you remember hearing that name ever?
I know El Paseo Street very well.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't know the galleries there. There were some galleries there.
She actually just put in her gallery here where I live, and Steve's familiar with it.
I've probably driven by it. I mean, because I've been to the little cafes and.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, of course. And she has put a bunch of black males, not mannequins even, just like a poster board, and then put these white shirts that say "White Lives Matter" all over. And so the entire valley has freaked out about that, of course.
Now, let me ask, why do they think that that's actually going to help anybody?
Why does Denise think that's going to help?
Yeah, I mean, because obviously not to get into the whole BLM thing, but there's reasons why the slogan Black Lives Matter is out there, right?
Right.
There's very specific reasons about how there's a very disproportionate police reaction toward blacks, and that there is a white privilege that exists. Where I've said this numerous times, if a white man and a black man are in the same situation with the same things going on, the black man is almost always going to be treated with more suspect than the white man, and that's shouldn't be. That is really ridiculous. But that's what the Black Lives Matter means, is because they're likely to get killed if the police show up.
Right.
So why I don't understand trying to do this White Lives Matter, because they're trying to say, well, all lives matter, white lives matter, but it detracts from the message that the BLM were trying to put out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. I mean,
Okay.
it's about.
I'm not just crazy on that then.
Yeah, no, you're not. And because one of the people that explained it to me said it's like adding the word TOO to the sentence. So Black Lives Matter too. We're just saying we want, they're just saying we want to be with you guys. It's not about
it's about equality. It's about, hey, don't shoot us because of our skin color.
Right.
I mean, what a concept that is. Who would have thought that would be politicized?
Let's be fair. I don't know.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, right.
It'd be like if the fire department rolled up and they're hosing down your neighbor's house that's burning like crazy, and you're like, yo, can I get some water over here? My petunias could use a squirt,
Exactly.
It's weird, right?
But David, I don't know if you remember, we had cities that if people weren't paying for certain things, that if your neighbor's house was on fire and they're putting it out, and your house starts to burn and you haven't been paying, they just sit there and they watch it burn.
Yeah.
Kid you not.
What?
Yeah, kid you not.
You have states that have
we've had situations where if the person wasn't paying their taxes or something like that, they I don't remember exactly what it's called. Carmen might remember, but they will not put out your fire because you haven't paid for the community services.
It's totally scary.
That's
go ahead.
Absolutely batshit.
Absolutely.
Welcome
batshit.
to America.
I know. And on the same token, you can also, there are a lot of wealthy people in all, aspects of different careers who, when a fire happens, which they've been, crazy, running rampant all throughout California and the West Coast, they will hire these private firefighters to come in and fight their fires because they don't want it to be equal. It's got to be, I'm going to pay these people and they're going to go to my house and fix things before anyone else.
Exactly.
Not how it's supposed to work.
A question for the panel from Trigger Tits. If Trump wins the election but loses both the House and Senate, could that end with Trump being impeached again? For what specifically?
Well, we would have to get 2/3 of the Senate to go along.
Yeah,
with
I mean,
So
here's
yes,
the
you can
Trump
get
wins the
impeached by the
election,
House,
just
but it won't
remember
do
that
much.
Canada's closed, eh? We're closed.
well, here's the thing about the impeachment.
I think
Go ahead.
people are saying that Colorado should be called for Biden.
It hasn't been yet, but of course it is probably going to go to Biden. But here, the thing on the impeachment is that
Yeah, it's 60-37.
impeachment only means that the House has brought formal charges, right? It doesn't mean he gets kicked out of office. Doesn't mean the Senate has, done anything on it. It just means that the House has brought charges. So yes, like Clinton was impeached, and Trump was impeached, and Andrew Jackson was impeached. But again, I think impeachment is very detrimental to our system, but it's something we definitely need. Do I think that Trump needed to be impeached? Probably one of those cases where yes, it probably was we needed, but at the very least they should have. I think probably maybe looked into censorship first, but I don't think they really want to take that avenue. But the fact, I think they wanted Trump to be impeached mainly because it really went against his ego, because that goes against his legacy, and that I think they wanted to hurt him that way personally.
Yeah, he's marked.
He's
forever.
marked. Yeah.
Marked.
Yeah.
Biden's still got a 2-point lead in Kansas at 60% of the vote.
Isn't that surprising?
Shocking?
Yeah, that's.
And a 20-point lead
Now-
in Missouri right now.
The guys, let you guys know, my family is from Kansas.
Are they really? Because
Yes.
that's where I went to college and met my husband and everything. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know that.
You don't have to tell me your area, but I don't know if you know where
Yeah.
Junction City is.
Of course I do.
Holton.
Yeah.
My uncle actually built many of the houses. He passed away.
Wow,
but he,
that's cool.
He's a construction person that did a lot in Milton, a lot in some in Wichita, Topeka. But yeah, I spent some time. I did some help with him doing construction way back when I was a teen, doing building. Weird, but I actually did A-framing and floor joists. Never told you.
Wow.
Washington
thank you.
D.C. has been called for Biden.
Oh, really? DC has?
Washington D.C.
Kansas is a great state. Really good people there.
It
So
is.
currently right now, in terms of
Yeah.
call, it's 122 Biden to 92.
What are we looking
Trump.
at?
D.C. was
DC. Okay.
called.
Yeah, you're right. I think it's been called. Yeah, Kansas, and it was more Missouri where I was. It was Nevada, which is a small town, but it's outside of Joplin and outside of Kansas City, about 2.5 hours. But I am surprised. In
Trump
fact-
has taken. I'm sorry to
Go ahead. No,
break
go
news.
ahead.
Trump has taken the lead in Texas at 49.4 to 49.3 with 64% of the precincts
Yeah.
report.
So what? 0.1%?
Jesus, it's down
Yeah.
to a tenth of a percent.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. But Missouri is swinging toward Biden.
Yeah,
With a
they
20-point
usually
lead.
do. Yeah.
I had Missouri down for Trump, actually.
Usually they're pretty blue these days. It's been a while, but yeah, they're usually
Interesting. This is really one of the most fascinating elections I've seen.
Yeah, it's when I lived there. We lived close to a place called it was the border between the North and the South in the Civil War. So they had this fair every year that everyone would celebrate. It was called Bushwhacker Days, and it was when the armies were fighting each other, the North and the South. Hi, honey. So they actually were part of the North, which was interesting because it's Missouri. You think that they would be.
Can they see me? They can't see me, can they?
Minnesota's now on the map, and Biden is 69.7 to 28.5.
If anybody else has the link, I only have room for one more
Right.
person.
So just understand when you see in terms of the map projection I have up here, the solid colors are safe, that has been called for. The more pale colors are the ones where they're leaning in a sickly way. So the problem right now is that Trump may be ahead by 0.1% in Texas, but it's not significant enough to even say it's where it's leaning.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's 3% in Florida. That's still not enough, I don't think.
Yes, because of the number of there. Though again, Biden's lead has shrunk to only 3.5% in Ohio.
But he's not. He's probably not.
Trump
too
is certainly
concerned right
leading in the in-person vote, but countering Biden's sort of absentee ballot advantage.
Well, what do you think about Michigan and Wisconsin right now?
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't been down for Biden, but they're slightly leaning to Trump right now. Again, low reporting. So. It's anybody's game at this point.
It really is. Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's tight. It's scary. Yeah, it is scary. So I don't know if we're going to be waking up tomorrow with, it's not confirmed and we have to wait for a recount, or what's going to happen.
Oh, man, I hate waiting for stuff.
I know. I don't want to wait. What do you guys think about the whole Amy Coney Barrett thing? You know, how people are talking about, well, he confirmed her in the early stages or before the election, so she could possibly, have a vote about what happens with the election.
Even if something needs to be required by the Supreme Court?
Yeah.
Here's I have a really I'm probably gonna get criticized for this, but hey, welcome to my channel.
Just do it.
Well, here's the thing. I think Trump had every right to confirm to push this through. Trump, when he had the first, I don't know if you watched the first political debate that he had with Biden. One of the very first questions that was asked to him was dealing with this particular topic, and he said, "Look, people vote for the president, and the president's privilege is basically to put a Supreme Court nominee in," and he's right about that. He's absolutely right about that. Now, do I think she was probably going to be a good person for the court? No, but that is his right. And do I think that she will be beholden to him? Yes. So I think there's influence there.
She would.
Yes.
She would.
So Ohio with 67% of the precincts reporting, Biden is 50.1% and Trump is 48.7%. So that lead has shrunk. Ohio.
Wow.
Oh, okay. So the Nebraska 2nd district was to Trump. That was a swing state that is confirmed to Trump has won now.
Wow.
So the Nebraska 2nd district. Oh.
God, this is close.
Okay, I've flipped on that one.
So I had mixed all over Nebraska. I didn't know what to make of it. So I had some districts going. Yeah, I was like, some of this goes to Trump, and I had one district going to Biden, just to throw it out there, because I really had no idea. So it's not a big surprise with that. That was actually pretty well known, although it was a swing state. But yeah, they called that Nebraska 2nd district going, and that's only one electoral vote, by the way. So it's not a significant thing.
Yeah. Let's see.
But the fact they're starting to call some of these things, that's of note.
Yeah.
Because we said by midnight. I said by midnight Eastern. Right now, it's not even 9:30 Eastern. It's just over past 9:30 Eastern time right now. So.
Okay, wait. So, are you guys voting on this? I heard you guys saying you were taking. I don't know if you're betting. I mean, not voting, betting on what's going on.
Well, there's two bets that were made in last show.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
let's hear it.
Oh, I've got a $20 bet with McCobb, straight up 1-to-1. It's just basically if Trump wins, I owe him $20. He'll have bragging rights for the next 4 years, and my life will be miserable. More so than he usually makes my life. And if Biden wins, I get $20. And Landon has a very complicated bet with Golden Unicorn Mania.
Oh, really?
Mania. It has to do with the votes that are recounted in the joint session of the House and Senate. So when the Electoral College is actually counted on the first week of January, my bet is that Biden will have more electors, and Mania thinks that Trump have more electors. And whoever wins, for each electoral vote lead, they will donate $1 to the other person will donate $1 to a charity of their choice.
Oh, wow. That's really cool. That is really cool.
They just called Colorado for Biden. No surprise.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
I said Biden going to take Colorado and New Mexico.
Yeah, for sure.
North Carolina too. It looks like.
Which way do you think Nevada's going to go?
I have Nevada as
They've had
Biden.
an interesting year.
Do you really?
Yeah,
As Biden?
I had it for Biden. North Carolina, I had for Biden, which is leaning toward Biden right now, marginally. But oh man, I'm telling you, I'm on the edge of my chair.
I know. I am too. I've been anxiety all day about this, but.
Well, yeah, we don't want to send you another. We don't want to. We know how expensive therapy is, and we don't want to send you to another bout of 4-year depression.
I know, right? God, everyone has PTSD after the last 4 years, and then also tonight.
She used to be
But
calm.
Texas, 64% of precincts reporting, Trump 40, 49.6, Biden 49.1.
Wow.
So 0.5%. But yeah, Karma used to be so calm and cool and collected. Now she's just like, just,
Never. I've never been calm, cool, and collected ever. So funny. Oh my God, you're awesome for having me on. This is like.
Well, thank you for being on. Yes.
Thank you for having me. It's fun to watch it with people and like have convos going on because, my kids are teenagers, but they're also like, "What's happening, Mom? What do you think?" But it's nice to, be with
I
the
told
adults.
you were going to enjoy this stuff. I told you that,
It's so fun. I love it. Yeah, you're right.
Generally am.
Yeah, this is cool.
And hopefully I'm right about the election here, because again, it's not that I give a crap about giving $20 to McCobb, but it's the bragging rights that he's going to have, and the fact Trump is going to be president for another 4 years. I'm going to be like, we'll muddle through, but I'm telling you right here and now, the amount of diverse division in the country that's going to happen if Trump gets reelected is going to be massive. There are going to be people that are losing their I don't want to get demonetized. Losing their minds.
Yeah, right.
Even though we're probably already demonetized anyways. But yeah, they're. Oh man,
That's a great point, though. It's good that you brought that up because it is so divisive, and a lot of the issues that are current now, like with the masks and science and those sort of things, aren't really political, but they've been politicized, to be at war with the other side.
But breaking news, Ohio with 70% of the precincts reporting Trump 49.6 to Biden 49.1.
And that's a swing state that's a swing state that Trump needs. But again, that's only a 0.5%, 0.5 to Trump. So at 70% reporting. Again, way too early to call. Now, Trump might be. Here's the thing, though. Trump might be looking at this, going, "Hey, look, Texas, Florida, and Ohio, which are three major states that he needs, are swinging marginally to Trump. But it's so early right now that." There's no way that he's not a little bit concerned. Well, I should say this.
I hope so.
Well, I'm going to say this. He's not concerned at all. He in his mind's eye, he's already won. I mean, think about it from a narcissist. But his campaign, the people that actually understand these things that work around him, they're probably thinking, hey, let's not celebrate by any stretch of imagination. So, McCobb for $2 says Ohio just swung Trump. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's what she was
right
saying.
now, given the places that are called currently, Landon, if you were to tack on California, Oregon, and Washington along the coast there, what would that place Biden at? Because those are pretty safe for him. I'm just curious how close he would be to the 214.
Well, let's do this. If we go and give, what we temporarily call these things, it's not there, but let's call the West Coast for Biden. He's at 205.
I'm sorry, Jen. I didn't see you sitting down there. My screen was cut off, and I didn't see you sitting in the waiting room. How long have you been waiting? Because nobody told me. Hour. You were not, were you?
No.
Oh, don't scare me like that. I'm like gonna feel guilty for the rest of my life. I'm Jewish. You know how we are.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, guilt is our way of life. Well, my mom's Jewish, which means technically in the eyes of the church. But anyways, welcome.
Colors is showing that Georgia is now leaning Trump with 47 precincts reported, given where it is. Trump is at 56.4, Biden at 42.5.
All right, so Jen, why don't you weigh in real quick, and then I am going to get some more coffee because it's going to.
I'm scared to death.
I want to hear what she has to say first.
I'm going to call it for Trump.
Really? Okay. And by the way, you're doing that's not who you favor, but you're just looking at the numbers.
No.
Yes. So
Yeah.
can I ask
what
are you
and I'll
looking
put $5 on it too.
based upon what? I mean, are you looking at the swing states like Ohio, Florida, and Trump, and it's going, hey, they need to Trump? Is that what you're looking at?
I'm looking at the fact that he's going to get everything between Colorado and California. He may get Nevada, but I don't think he's going to get Arizona. I think he's going to get Wisconsin, unfortunately. I don't think he's going to get Minnesota.
Because I hate to say it, but I'm actually going to agree with you right now. If I was just looking at this, right? If I was just looking at this, I'm swayed a little bit toward Trump right now.
Are you really? Oh,
well, because look, I mean, Texas, Florida, and Ohio, Biden has to get at least one. Two would be golden. But he has to get at least one of those states. He will not win if he doesn't get one of those states. He just will. It will not happen. Golden Unicorn, $2, New Zealand. Landon still thinks Biden has a chance. Oh, absolutely. I'm sure he does. Don't you, Biden?
Yeah, I think
Let's
so.
go,
I think
Biden.
I think that Biden's camp should be worried at the moment.
There's a little bit of concern. I think his camp should be concerned. And I hate to say it, but again, I'm going to hold myself the same standard that I've asked my live audience to. If you're just looking at the just this, if this all you had to go by, and not looking at the districts, not looking at the ballots that have not been counted yet, the absentee ballots, this is actually good shape for Trump right now.
Yeah.
Now, how many of these states that look like they've been called for Trump may flip when they go through all the absentee ballots, given that it seems that, like, if you look at Texas, where they're like 1% apart, like, I think Texas is probably a bad example, though, because I think you need an exemption to absentee vote in Texas.
We have, David, some notion of the number of absentee ballots that have been received. It's easy to count those numbers, even though you don't know how many will qualify. So when you see the solid colors here, that's assuming that the rest of the uncounted, precincts plus uncounted mail-in ballots aren't going to make a difference.
Okay.
So
that's
what you see here with this map, solid blue means that Biden's got a statistical lock on it. Solid red means Trump has a statistical lock on it. If it's light blue, it's that Biden has leaning, but there are enough uncounted ballots that it could flip. The same thing on the other side for pink. So right now we see that while Trump only has 93 solid to 131 for Biden, if you look at the leaning, Trump is 200 to Biden's 146, and Trump needs 270, so he needs to pick up 70 more.
And by the way, the West Coast, those do not close until 8:00. So California, Oregon, and Washington, I think, all are 8:00. So those won't be changing until then.
I did not know that. I thought it was 4. I did not know.
I just looked it up. 8:00.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some states that were able to start counting their mail-ins and absentees as soon as they were received. Other states like Wisconsin doesn't start until tonight.
Yeah.
And so there's some that are going to be, like they say, 5 a.m.
Wow.
before they have stuff.
But isn't that odd that certain states are like, oh, we're going to start now, and other states are like, oh, well, nope, we're going to count them after the doors are closed. And you
Yeah.
can't-
It's weird.
It is weird.
I wish we had national standards for elections.
I get.
too.
Well, here's the thing on that. I get that, but the problem with that is that you lose the state's individuality, right? Because the states are sovereign to themselves. I mean, basically, the United States is just a bunch of collection of individual countries. I mean, every state is different, fundamentally speaking.
But it's called the United States for a reason.
Right. I mean, obviously, there's pacts between the states. Like, for example, commerce and travel. If you have a state in Texas, it's you can use it in California. There's things of that nature, and also the Canadians. We have an agreement with them. But for all practical purposes, every state is a small country in itself. If people that have never been to California, never been to the States, you go from California and you go to Texas and you're in a different world. I mean, go to Georgia, you're in a different world. It's not. It's weird.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but I mean, even though there's pretty big differences in that way, I don't see why that doesn't mean you couldn't have national standards for an election.
But again, you're telling the states, hey, look, we're going to tell you how you run your government, which was the thing that they didn't want to be able to tell the states.
The 10th Amendment to the Constitution says that if something isn't specifically listed in the Constitution, it's to the state's right.
If it's not specifically enumerated.
Yeah.
That's what they mean by states' rights.
Yep. Now, I think that's actually the good way to go. So yes, Jen, I agree with you, but at the same time, based upon the Constitution, that's not going to work that way, right? Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
I'm going to get
the
some more
same thing with
coffee.
all these people running around
go
saying
back.
we want term limits. Well, you're going to have to change the Constitution for that.
Right. That's you have to amend it. That's right. That's true.
Term limits for what? For the Supreme Court?
For that, for how many times a person can run for Congress in a row, Senate or reps, a whole bunch of stuff is in the Constitution. It moved the USPS. This post office is part of the Constitution.
Yeah, I
So-
think 18-year term
so,
limits for the Supreme Court
one thing-
would be about the right sweet spot.
I think what you're seeing is that essentially, Biden is not overperforming in polls in a number of places, meaning he's not doing better than expected, and so it's not this blowout that the Biden camp had hoped for. And Trump has paths that are in striking distance of that 270.
Shit. Trump is really exceeding Biden in Georgia.
Yeah, and Virginia too. Yeah, this is a tight race so far, so it's worrisome.
I think that the Electoral College group is estimating based upon the the precincts reporting and how the mail-in ballots are going that Trump may win Ohio by about 1%, but we don't know yet.
Just by the way, let people know, I have enough caffeine in me to kill a small horse. So after we're done streaming, if anyone wants to play a game or go run 5 miles, hit me up, okay?
So we have the first confirmed Senate pickup by the Democrats. They have picked up one seat.
Oh, really?
Copper has defeated the GOP incumbent in Colorado.
So Trump's leading 2% now in Texas with 67% reporting. Interesting. Yeah, I got to say, right now Trump is not in bad shape at all. At all.
He's not.
So,
Yeah, that's right.
Macabre might owe you
Scary.
$20, man.
And I might, owe Manya a bunch of money, or I should say, owe the charity that Manya picks.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's very cool.
In the state of Delaware, Sarah McBride won her state Senate seat, and she's the first trans woman elected to a state Senate office.
Amazing. That's great. That's awesome.
So in 7 minutes, we'll have another time zone change and some mountain.
What Senate seat is that, then? Which district is that?
State Senate.
Yeah,
State Senate. I don't know which district. It's Delaware.
Oh, Delaware.
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's great. Great news. Wow. Oh gosh.
Which is unfortunate because if Trump wins, most of the trans people are going to have to get the hell to Canada before this guy has us exterminated.
Well, and here's the thing, though. I remember a lot of people last election. A lot of movie stars were saying they're going to go to Canada. If Trump got elected. But in this particular case, you might be right.
I have already started to make tentative plans.
I'll be back.
People that will give me a place to live.
I respect that.
See, here's my thing with Trump. I think
here's the other thing. Like, if Trump gets reelected, he may be more unhinged than previously because he won't be worrying about another reelection, right?
That's a fair point.
He knew that he had to stay somewhat in line for the first 4 years if he wanted another 4 years, but he only gets another 4 years. So
you think it'll become worse? I mean, because he could be an overt, racist, homophobe, transphobe, whatever, and you don't care. This is what I'm saying. I think when it comes to Trump, I think he knows how to manipulate people. He's done it all his life, so he knows what he can get away with and not get away with. But he knows he can be hyperbolic just enough to get people. I not even the word motivated, worked up.
There you go.
Yeah. And he's not going to come out and overtly say that he's, homophobic, transphobic, or racist or anything like that. It's not that wouldn't be a smart political move. I think that even he recognizes that. But does he hold these positions? I think absolutely he does. Now, before if you guys remember the stream that I did 4 years ago, I was like, look, I don't think Trump is overtly racist or anything like that. And then what I mean by that is I don't think that he will just come out and just say, look, I hate this particular race, or I'm I don't think he's that politically stupid.
It's just an opportunist.
He's an opportunist, absolutely. And I think that he's catering to his evangelical base, who tend to denounce things like gay marriage and trans rights and things of that nature. And so that's all he gives a shit about. Now, does he harbor those positions? Probably yes, I to some degree. And I think Jim probably think that he has a greater degree of those beliefs than I attribute to him. But again, I don't think he really cares one way or another. And this may be where Jen and I differ. I think he only gives a shit about himself, and if it benefited him, he'd be all for gay marriage. He'd be all for trans rights. I mean,
Yeah.
Jen, what do you think about that?
I mean, if
no.
Trump does win,
Hang on, Dave. Hang on, Dave.
I think he has genuine hatred towards the gay community, and in particular transgender people.
All right, and by the way, you might be right. It's really hard to get in the mind of somebody like Trump, but I think we both agree that he is a pretty despicable person, and he is a true narcissist.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
for sure.
Well, at least
5
we
minutes
definitely agree on
before
that.
the next time zone set of states closed. In terms of if you're a Biden voter and you're worried at the moment, in terms of states that are confirmed, the issue is that Biden is leading.
Mhm.
But if we were to look at the map that for example, that essentially, I guess it's just that we had, right, where we you saw it on the title slide. I think the areas of mistakes that we would have would be in Georgia and Florida, right? So don't you think? I mean, given
Yeah, Georgia and Florida.
would Georgia and Florida be enough to swing it in Trump's favor?
so if I take my map and flip it here, Georgia and Florida, Trump would only have 232. So
Okay. So it's still not really enough to get him across the line.
No. By the way, somebody had mentioned. I'm not a fan of Biden per se. The last election, it was anybody but Hillary. No, sorry, Carmen. Carmen's like
No, I totally get it. No, I'm so with you on that.
But and by the way, the DNC never picks good candidates. I don't know why they shoot themselves in the
That's
foot.
what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
If Trump
Never.
wins, the DNC is basically to blame for putting such a.
Yeah.
You know what?
Who do you think they're going to blame? The
By any
DNC,
measure, in my
yes.
opinion.
In their defense, I think the reason they do it is because they want someone who's strong enough to go against this psycho. So
I don't think that's
you know,
Biden, though. I think there was other.
I
candidates
agree.
that would've
I
been
agree.
In a better position.
Oh, that's always
agree.
look. We have 330 million people or something in the United States, and this is the best that they can come up with. I'm granted, now you have to be over 35, and there's qualifications kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But you have a pool of at least several thousands of decent candidates that they could pull from,
Definitely.
and they get Biden. I mean, I don't understand this. I mean, again, I'm not against the guy per se, but I mean,
I know.
they could have got Sanders. I mean,
Yeah.
and I don't know. I don't
think
understand what they
Sanders
think.
Had a bit of a hard time with the circumstances going on, even.
Yeah.
You know who I think would have been, and I've said this since the start, and I think that given the circumstances, he would have outperformed
Yang,
my
right?
expectations. Yang.
He would have outperformed.
Yeah, I know Dave too well, man. Dave loves. I mean, you would marry that man. You are in love with Yang.
I don't think I would marry him.
With
But no,
who?
I
Wait,
think that
Andrew
given
Yang.
what his platform was,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the fact that he was already pushing towards getting help into people's hands who were struggling and dealing with people in massive, like that was his campaign. If he
Yeah.
would have stayed in during the start of the P word, I think that would have really strongly resonated with people. And the fact that he's a smart person, he's young, he's fairly charismatic, and
Yeah.
he was pulling a lot of Republicans and independents during the early primaries, I think he would have been a stronger candidate than Biden, just on its face.
Well, no, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. By the way, I'm not going to say that he wouldn't have been,
Yeah.
but I think still there were some probably better candidates than him for sure.
That's possible. I
thought
like his
Elizabeth
campaign.
Warren?
Warren.
Yeah,
was
Warren
pretty
would have been
great.
solid. Yeah, I think
Tough.
she brought, and I think that's what the country would have wanted, right? They wanted somebody to go basically again
Toe-to-toe.
toe to toe
Yeah.
with. She's got the personality type to stand Trump. Because I'm sorry, Biden and Trump, you're talking very different personality types. You can
I
see that in
know.
the
So
debates
true.
they had. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so true. Yeah.
By the way, I don't know what happened to Landon's connection. Hopefully he'll.
Oh yeah, where'd she go? Oh no. We don't have her anymore.
He'll be back.
No, Landon's a he, but.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure how many. I can't see the squares very well. Go ahead.
No, I was Associated Press just turned Pennsylvania blue,
Really?
light blue,
Pennsylvania light
Yeah.
blue. Yep. And
Yeah.
I had that going into Biden
Right.
as well. So yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of their we gotta win states.
You got to win the swing states again. Let me point out the states that are majorly in play here.
20 electoral votes too, so
Yeah, it's significant.
That's a lot.
These are the ones that are really the states that people need to pay attention to. The rest are kind of a given. Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Maine, 2nd District, which is only 1 point, but it's a swing state. Michigan, Minnesota, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Nebraska, 2nd District, again 1 point. Nevada, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas, and Wisconsin. So out of those swing states, the big ones, Florida, Georgia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Texas are. If Biden got at least probably maybe 2 out of those, he wins.
Macabre is saying that Pennsylvania just swung red.
Yeah,
I
it
thought
just just flipped to pink right in
Yeah.
front
It
of my
did
eyes.
it?
Yeah,
Okay.
by 0.3%. Yeah. So
Okay.
that's going to be going back and forth, but that is again,
Yeah.
Pennsylvania is a swing state, so we expect
Sure.
those things. That is 20 electoral votes. So
Right.
Pennsylvania, Texas, Florida, and Ohio, we expect to just be very contentious.
And Florida hasn't budged for quite some time, so I'm assuming that they're waiting on
Yeah, good question. I don't know what's going on
some
there.
absentee ballots and stuff to come in at this point.
Well, this is only reporting what's reporting from the polls right now, I think.
Well, they have it red. I'm trying to see.
Let me see if Landon's having any issues coming back in. Check my messages here.
Okay.
Oh, lost power. He'll be back. Okay. Yeah, I know what that's like. Seriously, it's ironic. And by the way, I'm using that word incorrectly there. I understand irony, and that's not how you use it. But whatever. Yeah. I don't know what word really works for these types of situations when it's one of those. Hey, I was watching Landon's stream with Dave McGinnis the other night, and guess what happened to me? My power went out for 14
Oh
hours.
my god.
Well, they just called Kansas for Trump.
Really? Oh, okay.
Okay, well, I
Yeah,
had Kansas
you're right.
going to Trump anyway, so that's not surprising.
That's not a surprise. I'm surprised though that he lasted there as long as he did.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I'm really kind of concerned
Yeah.
against Michigan and Wisconsin, though.
Michigan's going to go red.
You think so? I have it for
Yeah.
Biden, but you might be right.
No, I think it's going to go for Trump.
See, so
This is
right now,
crazy.
Trump, even though Biden's ahead, 131 to 98, you can't look at that right now. If you didn't know how the electoral college worked, you might be misled to say, "Oh, Biden's leading, therefore he's in really good
Yeah.
shape."
Yeah,
no,
no, he's not.
Biden is not really in that great shape right now.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yeah.
Scary.
One thing I can say about Wisconsin as I'm watching these returns locally is that it seems like nothing in the western central portion of the state has reported in yet at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of I see what you're saying. There's a lot of north and western that have not reported, so that might
Yeah.
heavily influence that.
And this area is fairly blue.
Yeah, so
as far, unlike most of the rural parts of Wisconsin.
Pennsylvania's going to flip back and forth. Yeah, I think so. Somebody's in the live chat.
Although quite a lot of areas in
Oh, geez,
Michigan
North Carolina is so
reported in.
tight.
Yeah.
quite a lot of there, but it's all leaning Trump, although not very strongly in most of them.
God, 3,000 votes difference.
Yeah, in Texas?
No, in North Carolina.
Okay, there's about 2,000 in Texas. But North Carolina, God, that I was thinking that they would go blue. We'll see, I guess. It's just
North
Well,
Carolina's
that's
still
Joe
blue to
Joe
me,
in the lead,
leaning that
but
way.
Yeah.
only by
Oh.
3,000.
yeah, okay.
If
And there's one, two, three, two counties that haven't reported in yet.
you know, it's amazing. If Biden did get Texas, because there's 38 electoral votes, he has 8,000 plus ways to win, with only 47 ways for Trump to win. That's how big state Texas is. That it basically what is it, about 15 to 1 or something like that. It's significant if Trump loses Texas.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Huge, massive
It's
deal.
huge.
It's huge. It's huge. I can't do a Trump impression. Can you? It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Trump
I have all
impressions,
the
he
best
just,
states.
just stand there and
The
drool.
big list.
Oh, dude. I know he's such.
They love me and my states. I have all the best states.
I want to see that quaff blowing in the wind for the next 4 years.
I
Just
got to
kidding.
admit, I don't know if you watch Saturday Night Live, but man,
Oh, yeah,
Baldwin
it's good.
he does such a good impression
Yeah.
of him. It's ridiculous.
Oh, it's so good. It is so good.
Things have tied up in Maine.
Oh, good. Oh, okay.
It's really weird that years ago, I even tweeted something like this out. I said,
Mm-hmm.
you know, my political views have really not that changed in my life.
Holy fuck.
They really haven't. And yet I used to grow up listening to listening to Rush Limbaugh and watching Fox News back
What?
in the
Ooh.
like
We
20,
can't be friends.
2020.
Really?
I think
I gotta
Fox
go.
News
See
came
you
out
later.
in
Okay, bye.
'96. I think it was like 24 years ago. Fox News came about, if I remember correctly. It was mid '90s. And so I was watching Fox, and you know, I had both of Rush's books, The Way Things Ought to Be, and See, I Told You So. And I didn't think they were that bad
Yeah,
books.
that's not bad.
But you know, here's the thing. By the way, he doesn't look the same as I remember him. But my views haven't changed that much. But now I only listen to like CNN, and I love Anderson Cooper. Huge fan of Anderson Cooper.
I love him. I love him.
He is. I'm telling you, I love the way he just shuts people down and doesn't take shit from anybody, man.
Yes.
Love that. But it's just weird
does.
because, again, I never thought I'd be sitting here going, oh, you know, I want a Democrat to win. But it's not. I'm not one of those persons where I vote party lines or anything like
Right.
that. But this is it's strange. It is strange.
It is.
To say the least.
I mean, it's not so much voting for the person you want as it is voting against the person you don't want. And I
Yeah.
think that's sad, but it's true.
Welcome to American politics.
I know.
Come on, you dick. Hit lacrosse
Okay.
county, will you?
All right, sorry for that.
okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
you're
you.
back.
Hello?
Okay, sorry,
Hello?
I had lost power, but I had to restore power on here.
All right. Well, welcome back, my
So
friend.
Arizona looks like it's leaning towards Biden, and Wisconsin looks like it's leaning towards Trump.
They were just covering that on ABC, and hardly anything is reported in Wisconsin.
But given that,
There's a couple of heavily blue areas that haven't been touched in Wisconsin yet.
yeah, but given where it is,
It's where I live.
given what's reported and what's not.
Oh my God.
Philadelphia, 93% for Biden.
You
Oh
guys,
my God.
North Carolina is 49.4% for both Biden and Trump.
Yeah, Biden.
Wow.
Right now, Trump is up on almost every swing state, besides
Holy
Arizona
cow.
and New
I think
Hampshire.
Trump's going to win North Carolina because
Do you?
they called Lindsey Graham for winning.
This is looking bad for Biden, straight up.
Yeah.
Florida,
So-
Georgia, Iowa, Michigan, and North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas, and Wisconsin are leaning toward Trump right now.
Yeah, so right now the projection is Biden 295 and Trump 243. But again, remember that a number of these states we have single absentee ballots that haven't been counted yet.
Oh, yeah.
Utah looks to be leaning to.
But Biden's
to Trump.
concerned right now. Biden has got to be concerned.
He has got to be. Both of them, I'm sure.
This is
are.
not any runaway by any stretch of imagination. Matter of fact, this might be one of the most closest elections in history.
That's what I'm thinking. This is crazy close. but
Should have
they're-
voted for Cthulhu. He would have won. I'm telling you.
You know what would be the most lovely thing that could happen is if Trump wins on popular and Biden wins on electoral.
That would be great.
Wouldn't it?
That would be, yeah. A dose of his own medicine. Yeah, we
So-
love that.
So I'm now sharing the map of the actual trends, and then I can, given that set, unless there's some errors you think that are in that map, if that's leaning and stuff that's been called. Do you see the map with all the gray areas there? So now,
No,
I can't-
there's no
I can't
share.
see the map.
Oh,
Oh,
I'll share
no,
it.
go ahead.
I got it right now. There we go. How's that?
Oh, there we go. That, yeah.
Magic.
okay, so that's
See,
That's-
Carmen. When you do this for 1,000 times, you kind of get the hang of it. Maybe.
okay. So that's certainly where we're leaning and projecting. Now, if you look at the map that Steve and I made, that's with the modifications of what's leaning, right? Then it looks. Let me switch over here and show you what that looks like. So there's the map now, given what we had projected over by what's either trending or reporting. So Biden still has a path to 295, Trump to 243.
Yeah, see, this is not boding well though for him, because those swing states, yes, Arizona is nice to have, but it's not one of those critical things. Biden needs at least Ohio, or Texas, or Florida, or Georgia, and right now he's not looking good for any of them. I mean, again, it's really too close to tell, but he knows he has to get those states.
And
At least one or two of them.
And again, there's a lot of stuff that's not been, there's a lot of cases where the absentee ballots have not been counted, and so this is just the current trends. If we flip back to, so again, that's the projection or the trend is towards 295 Biden, 243 Trump. But now let's flip over back to our main the main area, which is what's been called. Okay, so here we're sharing again.
Iowa.
538.com is calling Biden, not calling, but is saying that they have Biden favored in final forecast.
Yeah,
Really?
and we're the same thing. Electoral College
But
right
they
now
know more than we know, right? They're
still showing
Yeah.
295 for Biden, 243 for Trump.
So people have to remember that the people that are doing that stuff over there, in real time, they have a lot more access to stuff that we are. That
Well,
we
and
are
That's true.
And 538 has shown itself to be really fucking good at this stuff.
So 538 has it as what? What do they have that site has it as?
They just have a story that I'll read it direct.
Yes.
Biden's favored in our final presidential forecast, but it's a fine line between a landslide and a nail biter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think again, that 295 there. The thing that's changed is that we had Biden with a solid lock on 274, is now a lock on 264, and given what's flipped, Trump has gained and now it's has a lock on 122, but has a looks like a ceiling so far at 243. So it's close, but so far Biden is concerned, but he still has the upper hand.
Yes, McCobb, North Carolina is up by 0.6% to Trump. But again, we're going by the AP. This is the AP that we're going by, I think. Iowa's leading Biden, yes, marginally. Actually, no, 2-1 when I looked. Isn't Iowa a pretty good predictor, though?
Iowa is always red.
Yeah, Iowa, but
I mean,
Iowa's a good
They had a
predictor.
freaking Nazi as senator up until just recently.
But right now,
That's Senator King.
But here's the thing: 13% on Iowa reporting Joe Biden up, 65%, Donald Trump 32%. Now that's going to change. I will tell you right now that's going to change. But
so if Trump were to take North Carolina, Biden still has a path to 280.
This is a nail biter, though, right?
So North Carolina is not a big deal because we're looking like.
Oh, I just did my nails. I don't want to bite.
It looks like, by the way,
I just pared mine. I literally trimmed mine the other day.
Electoral College Group
Screw
is showing that Minnesota is leaning towards Biden.
Okay.
Yeah, there was one report from Minnesota here that had Biden 95% and Trump 5%.
Yeah, Minnesota's going to go to Biden.
Oh my
He's 2/3 the way there. He's ahead of him. Minnesota's definitely going to go to Biden. So that's a given.
I live in the southeast corner of Minnesota, which has been Republican for quite some time now.
I would call Minnesota for Biden right now, and that's a swing state.
There's quite a bit of blue around here.
Is there? I always thought it to be mostly Republican, but.
Well, they keep winning the elections, but there's an awful lot of Biden signs.
Yeah, I like to see that.
Biden, Minnesota will really help Biden. He needs that. That's 10. And
so,
yep, go ahead.
So for Biden to win, He's got to pick up Minnesota and Pennsylvania.
He got I think Pennsylvania is in his favor for Trump. For Biden, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I think that's okay. It's
But Michigan's
Oh,
another one that's
gosh.
going to be critical.
Michigan's another. Yeah.
See, 538 is still calling Michigan and blah blah blah.
Not
Ohio for
Oh.
Biden.
They're still calling
Ohio.
it okay.
Really?
So even though the API has it right now,
I shouldn't use the word calling, projecting.
projecting. Give
Yeah.
it another 45
and
minutes.
Electoral College
Yeah.
Group is projecting Biden 280 to Trump 258.
I am really curious what happens in the next 15 minutes because at 8 o'clock, the West Coast polls close, and I wonder if anything else is going to be able to be affected again.
Okay, I thought it was 4. I thought it was 4 over here, so that's great. It's 8, so we have a few minutes. What time is it? 7:15.
Well, I know one
Okay.
thing that's happening is I got to go pee pee. I'll be right back.
Go pee.
Go, yeah, you're allowed to.
I'm gonna go with you.
It's
I'll be right back.
election night, so
The West Coast. was
I
something-
I usually do before streaming when I get coffee. Man, I'm telling you, I'm so caffeinated. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight probably, which is okay. I got nothing to do tomorrow. I'm not going to be streaming. Well, I might if it isn't called tonight, we might be back for part 2 tomorrow. Who knows?
Well, there's definitely some of these states that are going to be key states that we may not get a result till Friday.
Yeah, the states tonight though we expect to actually see come in. Florida is expected tonight. Out of the important states that they need.
It's really delayed.
Yeah, but that's expected to come tonight. Let's see here. Colorado is supposed to come in tonight. The rest of them that are supposed to come in tonight really either we already know or don't care about. Oregon, we already know that's going to go blue. We already know that South Carolina went red. So I think Florida is the key one, and that's supposed to be
Results are
tonight.
coming in so slowly out of Iowa. Like I noticed, we're only just starting to get results from them while we're getting stuff in like Arizona and Utah.
Looks like
They're like right in the middle, and they were like some of the last to start.
I will say this.
Electoral College Group is saying that Missouri is now leaning Trump.
Okay. I will say this: if they actually called Florida tonight, I will call Biden as a winner. At this point, if he
Really?
wins, if he wins Florida, that's how much that is how critical I think Florida is in this particular election, or Trump, or Texas. Either one of them, Biden wins for all practical purposes, unless Trump does some Hail Mary pathways.
Yeah. Oh, he'll try that later on, I'm sure.
I mean, right now, Biden certainly does not have a commanding lead in either of those areas, right? I mean, Trump's leading by 4 points.
Oh, these are all
Florida, 3
toss-ups.
points
Yeah,
in
there's-
Texas right
Yeah.
It's statistically insignificant right now, because it'll change on the fly every time they have more polling information coming in. Plus, they have the
It's all
absentee
within the
ballots,
margin
so
of error, too.
well within the margin of error. So yeah, this means nothing at this point.
I mean, I think Florida's margin of error for Florida is 3%, and he's got a 4-point lead. So
It's right
Yeah.
now. Trump is in good shape for Florida. He'll probably take Florida.
Associated Press just went light blue for Iowa.
At least at this trend, he'll probably take.
Arizona looks bad. I mean, it looks red.
That sucks for Biden though. If this is heavily toward Trump in Florida, but why do you? So what do you think? Let me ask Landon. What do you think they're basing on these projections? Because Jen was saying that based upon 538 site and a few other sites, they're basing the projections. What do you
the
think? What
Electoral
do they?
College Group does is looks at the distribution of votes within the state.
Okay.
They look at which precincts are reporting, and they say, okay, if this thing's reporting and the count is like this, and they watch how the numbers change. So they say, okay, these precincts showed up, we expected it this, and Biden's doing better or worse. So that's how they flip the screen by watching which precincts are reporting, and then also watching the count of absentee ballots coming out.
So let me ask you this. So if there's some precincts that have not reported yet, but they know they're heavily skewed for Biden, they're looking at that. They're looking to say, look, okay, so they say, hey, because right now I'm not even looking at the county level, but they're looking at each precinct and they're going, hey, Trump's up 2 points, but we know that there's going to be 200,000 votes coming in from the other heavily leaning Biden precincts. We'll put him on the top. That's how they're forecasting.
Yes, and so like with Texas, even though Biden looked like it was ahead, we knew that the areas that had not been reporting yet are heavy Republican, heavy Trump areas.
Yeah, just a little piece of news. It looks like a judge has ordered a 1-hour extension in Nevada.
Oh, really?
For the polls?
Interesting. Okay.
At least in Clark County.
Okay.
Texas
We are the Electoral College Group is reporting that Michigan is now leaning towards Trump.
Okay.
Arizona is
Leaning toward Trump.
200,000 ahead for Biden out of a
Oh, it
total
is?
vote of 2.2.
Yeah, he's got about a 10-point lead.
Oh,
Jen, can you watch your mic a little bit? You got one of those
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you got one of those mics that make scratchy noises.
53 to 44.
So I want to say to right now the situation if these leans are stay, and that's a big if, Trump is headed towards 274.
Which is just probably over marginally. Looking at Texas, though, and again, I don't know the precincts very well, but there's a lot of unreported precincts that are down by the just west of San Antonio that might be heavily Biden areas, and south of Fort Worth, Dallas. So I don't know. Texas could still in play, definitely in play.
let me ask you guys. Did you guys do the mail-in ballots? Not necessarily absentee ballots, but mail-in ballots, because I did check mine yesterday. There's a website you can, and they'll tell you if they don't email you already. They'll tell you when they receive your ballot back.
Do they? Oh, do they?
Yeah, they do. They say.
And state of Washington has that thing where you can actually check on your ballot status.
Yeah, California too. Probably all of the states, but yeah. So you guys should check if you haven't seen.
So it is. So Montana is leaning, according to the API, leaning slightly toward Biden. Now I definitely had that. I had that leaning toward Trump.
We're there's not enough there to.
There's
to
not
call
enough there.
that.
Not a 19%.
Or even say lean, because again, with lean, it's like you look at what's left and what's been counted and say it could flip, but.
Well, I'm just going by what the API has of the color wise. That's all. It's
Or just in real time.
I should say it's leaning.
Now.
Instead, it's leads. It should say it leads. That's what the API is using, leads rather than leaning. But Biden up by about 15%.
Yeah.
Gosh.
So now, given what happened and where Michigan is going, and that's going to be, I think that's going to be the critical. That's going to be the center of the make or break. Michigan right now only has 35% reporting, and Trump is up, but the precincts reporting show that Biden didn't do as well as he hoped in Michigan.
Yeah, well, he's nail biting right now a little bit.
Saying though that because of the ballots, they won't have them all counted till November 6th.
So Fox, Justin says Fox of all people are reporting 80% chance Biden winning.
Really?
That sounds surprising to me.
538. One of their people just posted a tweet, an ominous sign for Biden in Pennsylvania. Trump running ahead of his 2016 performance in Trumbull County, which is Warren near Youngstown on the west border, with nearly all of the vote counted. Although the west part of Pennsylvania is always known to go red. So
correct. So I don't know that's necessarily a sign. I mean,
and they had a shitload of snow today too. So
yeah.
Wow.
But right now the projection is Trump is winning at 274.
That's from the electoral that you had. Okay.
So Fox is they're reporting a win for Biden in Nevada.
So what is why is the discrepancy here then?
Yeah, because I can't find
Pennsylvania.
538 pushes Nevada too for Biden.
Landon, why do you think there's a discrepancy? Because obviously, okay, let's be real here. Fox is not Biden heavy. That's a given. I mean,
yeah.
But
really, or Trump, really, but yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, you know, it's funny. Toward the later part of the election cycle, did you notice Fox kind of said they kind of shat on Trump, right? They used to be his mouthpiece, but they would even distance themselves.
Well, let me share the other map, right?
Okay.
And this is the map that's been modified by what's been leaning, right? So this includes the leaning stuff. So you look at this set here. I mean, the difference is so Trump is leaning ahead, and you look at what happens when you flip Michigan over to Biden, he wins. When you flip it back to Trump, he wins.
Now, Leo has pointed out that in Pennsylvania, there's over 300,000 mail-in votes, right, that have yet to be counted. But here's the thing. With 300,000 votes, you can take a statistics of how many people are going to be voting for one or the other. Donald Trump right now is ahead by a solid 150, 120, 130 something thousand votes. I mean, he's got a significant lead by about 6 points. So even if all those 300,000 votes went to Biden, he would need a vast majority if he had all of them. But he would need a vast majority to take that over that lead. Yeah.
North Carolina still reports that there are 942,000 votes that have not been counted.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Out of a total of 2.5 million so far.
We're not going to know. This is going to go into.
Well, I think that if it's not going to.
Trump at a 63% chance at Wisconsin, but they also have for Pennsylvania, they have Biden ahead by a significant margin as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we're back to the map showing where the electoral college group is showing leans versus solids, right? Again, on this map, the solid blue, solid red is where the candidates got it, and the pink and light blue are the leaning.
Let me ask you, how many times has the electoral thing shifted tonight, though? On their updates,
it's been well. The trend is this is the first time that arc is that that Trump is ahead overall, but there's been several states that flip back and forth where that could change. And again, Michigan and Pennsylvania can be the make or break.
Yeah, because I mean, look, if he's only at 274 projected to win, at this point, even the smallest states make a big difference.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man, this is incredible. I'm telling you, I did not think it'd be like this.
I'm going to go check in with one of the other shows I'm supposed to be on.
Sure.
And I'll be back in a while.
Awesome.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to call Kansas for
tell them hi over there, whoever you're going to.
Yeah, the place I'm going is actually a show that runs out of Texas.
Oh, really?
Oh, is it a show that I think it is?
Southern Texas. John Breedeville.
Oh, okay.
Blue Dot in Texas.
Okay. I was thinking something along the lines of the community of Austin, but
okay, no, he's a junkie and living in the middle of a red county, so he has some interesting insights.
All right, well, thank you. If you can't make it back tonight, always a pleasure.
Oh, I should make it back. Stay up late.
Right, yeah, well, yeah, we're not going anywhere. I have a feeling we're at least probably streaming till 9 Pacific at the minimum, probably.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be up all night.
Yeah. Well, tell me, do you have any idea how much coffee I drank? I'm gonna be up to next month.
He's all tweaked out.
So
it's my drug of choice.
With 82% of the precincts reporting, Trump is up 52.4 to 46.2. So that lean is getting heavier on that.
Heavier. God. Okay.
Crap.
But North Carolina, 91% of precincts reporting Trump is 49.8 to 49.0. So that is really kind of too close to call with absentees.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, all of it.
He's expanding his lead in Texas as expected.
Yeah.
What's the for your other map, Landon? What's the situation if Biden takes North Carolina? Is that enough to offset Minnesota?
Let me flip that back again. So share screen.
I do have room for two. I do have room for at least one more. I gave it to Ansgar, but he didn't take it. So if anybody else wants to come in,
and let me know if you want me to like kick rocks.
Oh,
I'm fine with that.
Will you stop it?
So sorry, Trademark Canada. You asked a question, David.
Yeah, with your map, if you if he takes, you had him winning in some scenario with I think it was
Michigan.
Michigan. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see, if we
Biden
flip,
takes North Carolina, is that enough to reverse that?
okay. So
That's
let's
good
leave
question.
Michigan in there, and Biden takes North Carolina, then Biden wins 279.
Wow.
So it's
Good
really
question.
down to a couple of states
Yeah.
that are really close.
Minnesota is far more for Biden than Trump. I mean, it's not even a close call.
Yeah.
Sandra, I just sent
Iowa
you the
the
link.
same. But that's a good question. That really was a good question. This is going to be intense.
Oh, Sandrin's coming in. We were actually following.
Yeah,
this
Sandrin wants to
along
come in. I
before
sent him the
came
link
in
through
here.
G Plus if he knows where to find it. Min for $5. My buddy says.
Oh, cool.
He says. To Stephen Landon, with Islamic terrorism in Europe and radical SJWs in the U.S., do you think that Trump is a better candidate fighting against those ideologies? No.
Resounding no.
Is that clear enough?
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
this map, I'll flip this map, but this map is the electoral college projection given
Okay.
current leaning so far. Let's flip back to the map where we statistically know no actual result or we suspect. Let's flip that over here, window, and go back to this spot.
Josiah says, Sam Harris, quote, whatever happens, can we agree that defund the police was among the most idiotic phrases ever uttered in the hopes of achieving a political goal? So, I like the concept. I think I think the term defund the police was very misleading because people didn't understand what the hell that meant, because it was a redistribution and not a matter of not paying, not giving them the resources they need. It was, hey, there's only so much money to go around. Let's put it in infrastructure. Let's put it in community works. Let's put it in lowering crime, so we need less police. And that message was completely lost with that. So I would I'm sorry. I meant to. My bad. This clicking buttons here is playing the caffeine. So I think that was probably not the best marketing phrase. Does that make sense?
I think that the whole idea of defunding the police is fine if the money that you save from defunding them goes into the right things as a replacement.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you have extra support for mental health, if you have
Right.
extra social work, if you have more...
Speaking of mental health,
programs,
recreational, New Jersey just approved recreational marijuana.
Look at this. Macabre already talking smack. See this? See,
I love that.
It's 4 years of this shit I'm going to have to deal with him if Trump wins.
Where's the... Oh, yeah, he's...
And by the way, I'm not going to talk smack if I win. I don't care. If
come on.
No, because I really
talk a little smack.
Well, no, because I'm not. Look, it was anybody but Trump at this point. If it was a candidate that I really wanted, then maybe I would. But
if it was my teenager,
if
I'd be
Cthulhu
like,
had
yay!
won, I would be really talking smack. But Macabre would have been like, yes, Leviathan overlords. North Carolina has gone red. North Carolina has been.
Has it really?
But I think there had been red for a while.
You're right.
Yeah, but it's only 0.8%. Again, not.
So it's a week.
Wow, this is.
Oh, that's so sad. Okay.
What? By the way, how's your husband taking all this?
He's actually doing homework for law school right now. So he wants to be doing this, but he wants to also.
Are you keeping him apprised so he doesn't have he doesn't need therapy if Trump wins?
He's like, don't talk to me. Nobody talk to me.
So we got you to ourselves tonight. Okay.
I do. Yeah, totally. And before this, he was like glued to it, and I'm going, but what? You can't not watch this. But, so he's torn.
Is he just off the camera? Is he just off to the side? Is that what you're looking over there?
No, it's my daughter.
Oh.
He's in the other room. You want to come say hi real quick?
No,
Okay.
I look uglier now.
It looks like Biden's doing quite well in Montana, but I'm not overly familiar with that.
In Montana.
Yeah, 2-1. So.
Is that expected?
Macabre says, I think the issue was that same people who are saying defund the police were also rioting in the streets. There was a little irony there, to say the least, right?
Why?
But again, the message was lost upon that, right?
Okay, why? You're really weird.
CNN's predicting New Mexico for Biden. Yeah, that's I had Biden for New Mexico as well, so that was pretty well done deal. I had Colorado, New Mexico, Nevada, and Arizona for Biden, but Arizona was really kind of a toss-up. So,
what did you guys have for Montana?
I have Montana going. I had it to Biden.
I had it to Trump.
Yeah.
So it looks like
Trump.
Fox is 67% sure Montana's going to Biden.
Really?
That would be good for Biden.
And he's currently got a 12-point lead there. It's only 3 electoral votes, but
that's one of the states that Landon and I disagreed on. So.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, cool. Well, that's good.
You know what's going to be funny is we're all going to end up
Like, I don't
hating
know
each other at the end of this
people- I
election, no
don't
matter
have
what
a good enough
happens,
sense of
right?
Montana to really have an idea.
This election is going to ruin friendships. Actually, you know what's funny? Remember when Trump got? I'm not even kidding. I shit you not. This is the God honest truth. If the God that may or may not exist, that that I actually had friends, even because I was like anybody but Hillary, and they're like, oh, you love Trump and block me on Facebook kind of stuff, and I'm like, people that I've known for years, and I'm like,
I know, isn't it crazy?
that's not what I was like, what the hell's going on here? It was bizarre.
It is. It's not even political anymore. Now it's just, I mean, it's just hate the, we're on the same team. I mean, we're all Americans. So but we have friends like that too. I've had to mute them on Facebook. Yeah.
Wow. Sandrine, though, you want to unmute and throw your 2 cents in? And yes, Team Skeptic, I do have room for, wait, do I have room for more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You guys tell me and I'll.
No, stop it. You're, wow. Yeah, team, let me give it to you on G+ here. Actually, you know what? Check your email. Check your email. I'll send you an email on it. No, I don't want to go to my stupid Twitter right now. There you go.
Stupid Twitter.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter a lot. It's my outlet. It's my sandbox.
Me too.
I've already said that. People.
So it looks like Pennsylvania is trending towards Trump at this moment, and that would give you a Trump 294 to Biden 244.
Ooh, that would be bad for Biden.
Wow. I was hoping for Pennsylvania. Okay.
A lot of people
I haven't really.
still
I haven't really.
saying that from like early interviewing with people and whatnot, that the massive amounts of absentee ballots that are in Pennsylvania are likely heavily Democratic supporting. So they're still saying it's like 70% chance it goes to Biden in the end.
That's the thing, is it's such an unknown because there's so many mail-in ballots and we don't know if it's going to be contested. I mean,
Well,
really
we don't,
just...
but they can definitely kind of estimate the ballots and kind of get projections from that that I don't have access to. Land is following that kind of stuff right now. Did I hear a super chat? What did I hear? What was that? I thought I heard a super chat, but I didn't see anything come up. That was weird.
I'm not seeing it.
Maybe I'm losing my mind. Sandrine, though, do you want to talk? I can't hear you.
It's just a GNT.
Isn't it better when I don't talk?
Well, yeah, because I've listened to your politics before. No, just kidding. What's up, buddy? How you been?
Okay, I just came back from eating in the truck stop. They got power and stuff back on, but the internet's still kind of jiggy.
Yum.
Electoral College Group has New Hampshire trending towards Biden.
Okay.
Okay. Hey Steve, let me send you my my YouTube link and see if you can add me as an admin, and if that fixed the fact that I'm invisible somehow.
Put it in the live chat.
I just put it in the side chat there, yeah.
2, 3.
Hello.
Hello.
How many can I have on stream right now? Is
I'm
this
having
working?
a gin and tonic.
2, 3, 4.
It seems to be an appropriate drink at the moment.
Oh, I guess I can have 6 and 1 presenting. That's odd.
Iowa is trending towards Biden, according to the Electoral College Group. That's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see your
he's
thing
got
there, Dave.
60 to 38. Like he's actually, it's not just trending towards him. He's got a sizable lead of 18 points.
Even though where it is, Trump is not doing as well as was projected in Iowa.
He's also mopping up in Minnesota, 22-point lead at 41% reporting.
That looks pretty comfortable.
So real quick, Sandrine, what was your predictions? I don't know what's going on with him. All right, so we'll ask Team Skeptic. Team Skeptic! Oh,
What up?
what up, buddy?
How you
It's been
doing,
a
man?
while, man.
Miss
Been a
you,
while.
brother.
I know, bro. Dude, you're always on my mind. You know that. Heather for $5 real quick. Because you're amazing and I appreciate you, go buy it an LOL. Ah, thank you.
That's me, by
Yes,
the way.
I know that, but I didn't want to use your name.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
But everybody knows your first name by now. But,
They do. Yeah, it's okay.
I want
I
to
know
point out
who
for the
you
first
are.
time, for the first time tonight that the
Well, thank you, Heather.
Trump has 278, more than 270 electoral votes of either confirmed or leaning.
Yeah.
So those leans. So in order for Biden to win, one of those leans has to flip, and again, it can flip because of the absentee ballots and other things.
Yes.
Coming in.
Yeah.
All right, what does Team Skeptic got to add for us?
This is an interesting time. That's what I'll say, because my son, who is 20 years old, is very deeply like embedded in this. I was going to say religion, election. The election. It is becoming a religion for a lot of people. I'm a centrist, so I think I have the the political freedom to sit back and laugh at everybody, make a fool of themselves, and I believe that that's been done so well this year. And it's all been posted on the internet for future generations to see. So hopefully we can learn from the idiocracy that we've lived in, not just for the past 4 years, but I would go back to say 16 to 20 years, that we've been living in an idiocracy. At some point, we really need to get a new way of thinking, a new bloodline into this political system that seems to be separated into two distinct ideals that only one of them can absolutely be applied based on the people who are in office. And the fact that we go from one candidate to the next, from a blue to a red to a blue to a red, means that nobody can ever really build upon the foundation of these ideals without first going through a deconstruction period, should they not have candidate after candidate after candidate win, which is what we don't want in America. We don't want to have the same ideals all the time. We want to grow from it. So idiocracy in real life right now.
Yeah, I hear you on there. The thing I would say is that in terms of where in the prior years when the Senate behaved as a filibuster, the Republicans were able to counter Democratic pushes for the most part. Now the era of the filibuster has gone away. It really is going to be a matter of who has the absolute upper hand.
Yeah.
It's funny. It just again, we're not looking at the same thing that the electoral college people are looking at as far as the projections, but looking at the swing states that are leaning right now. Trump has a landslide just by looking at that.
Can I tell you something, Steve?
But that doesn't mean anything.
Right,
I'm not
No,
saying,
I don't disagree on the landslide, but
he's in a very good position right now.
In the map that's being projected, solid blue, solid red are they've got the state locked. Light blue, pink is where they've got it leaning. Right now, if Trump wins all of the leaning states, he's won.
Yeah, absolutely. Without question.
So in order for Biden to win, one of those leans has to flip. Now, again, the thing that is very different is that the absentee ballots are of a different character than other elections. And so absentee ballots can change some of the closer states. And you better believe this is a problem that if it goes like this, there's going to be all kinds of legal shenanigans and lawyers and so forth.
There will be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Landon, I want to ask this question to both you and Steve because I respect both of your opinions, extremely well. Since last week. I promise I haven't changed since then, though.
You're just here for Landon. I know.
So here, I'm like I said, I'm a centrist, and I see a future that's fortunate and unfortunate for America, for really the whole world. This is automation we're talking about, okay? So from a capitalist perspective, they welcome automation because the quicker they can get the ineffective human out of the assembly line and replace that person with a machine, no matter what the cost is up front, the overall cost is going to be cheaper to a capitalist. But we can't do that to people, right? When we can't just say, we're going to eliminate jobs for 70% of the population and, oh, well, sorry for them that they're not CEOs of companies, right? We can't do that. or they're not robotics experts or engineers or mechanics or whatever the case may be, these extremely skilled positions. So I see UBI as a like
Oh
it's at
God.
some point in our future, there's no way to avoid it. Okay, I just see it.
You do realize that McGinnis literally just orgasmed on camera, right?
Yeah. So I would say that you went from a problem to a very specific solution, but I would say I would give you this, that when you have a society where the wealth is distributed such that people don't have to be banging hammers and laying bricks, but they have the opportunity to do arts and sciences and so forth. You get the best out of society.
Right.
Yeah.
And if automation removes some of the drudgery work, the thing that's important is that there be wealth be distributed such that the people who would previously have been a bricklayer, coal miner, steel worker,
Who's got the phone on?
Those become essentially people who can pursue other callings that benefit society.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. 100%.
It's one of those paths, but there are other paths that also can do it.
Here's the thing on that though, Landon. Granted, if the unskilled labor force diminishes, and there's going to be a higher demand for more skilled labor because somebody has to design this stuff, somebody has to like do the engineering, somebody has to do the CNC, somebody has to do the control. But here's the thing: you have a lot of people that have not entered the workforce yet. Those are the ones that are going to be the unskilled labor because they haven't been skilled at anything yet. What are they going to do?
And how are we preparing them for this inevitable future? I'm sorry, but the No Child Left Behind is one of the worst things that it has ever happened to the American education
Common Core
system.
sucks.
Oh my God, you cannot just push forward a child. You really have to let them learn and move
at their own
forward.
pace.
I understand it. I understand that it might hurt a child's feelings to be put back a year, but when they become an adult, and the time when they're an adult, it makes it a lot easier for them to at least to integrate into society when they've got the necessary education behind that. When we neglect that education, we put them in a position to be alienated from the majority of society who did get an education.
Yeah. And again, I think I agree with the general arc of what you're saying. I would just say that UBI is just one of the potential paths to achieve that. So don't necessarily jump to, and therefore this is the only solution. It is a solution that solves this
the
problem.
Reason why I see that solution the reason why I see that solution to the problem is because I feel like it brings together capitalism and socialism. The best aspects of socialism gets brought together with the best aspects of capitalism. Capitalism is allowed to move at a more efficient pace, and the socialist aspect of it, by them distributing their wealth back into the to the population for those people that can't work it. I mean, UBI doesn't guarantee you're not going to have a job. It just means that for those people that aren't skilled enough to get a job or have a disability that prevents them from getting a job, they have a guaranteed income that comes from, the corporations redistribution of their wealth, that they're getting from the automation.
We got news coming in. Breaking news. New Hampshire has been called for Biden.
Yeah. We have it. I have it leaning towards Biden, but
it's been called.
We can flip New Hampshire.
Biden won New Hampshire. Kawasa 5,000 won. Went for lunch. Who's our new guest? The Mankini guy.
Oh, the Mankini guy. That'd be me.
That's you. Yes.
I did a Halloween Mankini stream the other night to celebrate my 1 year.
Do you do the sex dance, or is that Fight the Flat Earth that does that?
No, that's me. I do the sex dance. I'm really good at it.
Wow.
So we're still on the projection.
Whoa, guys. Sex, SEKS, the Swedish kroner, believe. Isn't that what it's called?
Heather, get your mind out of the gutter. What kind of channel do you think we're on? What, Landon?
So Trump is still projected for 278 at a
it's gone up for.
Unless a state flips.
Hey, the funny thing is, Steve, the funny thing is it's on Tenor right now. If you go and you search sex dance, SEKS dance, that's me. I'm that GIF.
Yeah, I know.
Or GIF, or however you want to call it.
By the way, I know people are writing it, but I'm only going by the API until I look. I have a thing where it's actually showing Biden won, Trump won. When I'm looking at that, it's off Politico. I'm actually looking at Politico. I'm using their.
Are you?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm using
that's what
Politico.
I'm
He's
looking.
and API. He's
That's
using
what I'm
API.
using. Okay.
Using Politico.
I'm
Okay.
using
I
New
honestly-
York Times and Globe and Mail.
I honestly can't believe Texas is as close as it is.
I can't
I
either.
live here.
I can't either.
This
I'm
is
shocked.
such a
And it was-
red
as
state.
we
Yeah.
did project that you know, the Electoral College did project that Trump would take Texas by a slim margin. So I believe the solid colors are correct in terms of states that have been called.
Yeah,
and that the light colors are the leaning at this point.
Well, I'm just talking about
every
from the
place I'm
perspective
seeing
of the
though, Landon, what I'm
Texan.
looking at is still saying that Pennsylvania is going to flip.
Yes, right now
Yeah.
it's leaning that way, but
Yeah.
again, in order for Biden to win, one of these leaning states has to flip the other way. And don't be too despondent, because there's a lot of votes that are still to be.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
And
There's only 40% of the precincts reporting in Pennsylvania, and there's a whole bunch of mail-in ballots that haven't been even counted.
by the way, here's an
Right.
interesting thing.
There's no
hang
need
on,
to
hang
run
on.
for my border just yet.
Here's the interesting thing.
Besides, isn't it closed up there?
If you're just looking
It's
at
closed, yeah.
if you
That's
just
another good reason to not run for the border. It's closed. We're closed.
if you're just looking at the way things are being led right now in these swing states, and if you look at Politico that you're looking at, if you just put it in the way it's leaning, there's only one way to win from one way for each of them to win, and guess what state is that contingent upon? Texas.
It's Texas.
It's Texas.
Yeah.
I
Well,
said
I would
Florida.
say-
I thought it was going to be Florida.
I think
but-
it's Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Well, no, I'm
Well, it's
talking about
contingent-
political. Yes,
yeah.
contingent upon what
It's contingent upon what happens to Texas, and
Yeah.
I thought Pennsylvania, but it looks like God. It keeps
Pennsylvania is
changing.
right now is leading toward Trump. That's
Yeah,
right.
it is
Right?
now.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Leaning,
but,
yeah.
Leaning, but
So
that's
It's
but
about
not.
four.
I'm just
or-
going by
why
what
we
the
have this
API
thing.
says by leaning. I'm putting in the Politico, and then just by what the map goes by right now, it's a 1-to-1 chance. And it's all based upon
Does
Texas.
Does anybody have the
it is-
access to the total number of registered voters in Pennsylvania? I mean, I think that might be something that's public knowledge, because we can see the total count versus the number of that's left,
Okay.
and
I'll
kind of
find
get
out.
an
Biden-
idea of where it's going to be.
Biden needs Texas so bad, because if Trump gets Texas, it's game over. Biden lost.
Oh, I don't think that Trump's going to lose Texas. I just don't think. I just don't see.
I don't think that Pennsylvania and Michigan can be counted out.
I don't think
Right.
so either. I think Pennsylvania, especially, they only have 41% reporting. There's no way that you can call that. I mean, if we did that, if we called Florida at 41%,
no, you can't call
Florida
it.
would
Well,
be
yeah,
blue
it would-
right now.
Yeah, you
You
can't
know, it'd be
call-
blue
call-
right now.
No.
So,
So-
so I'm going to ask Landon the same question I asked earlier, but I'm going to put it phrased in the Biden camp. Before, when we first started, if you guys were listening from the beginning, there was concern for the Trump camp. Do you think Biden has concern right now, Landon?
I definitely does, and particularly because the fact that the trends are showing Trump on the winning path, and Biden has to make a difference in one of the states that's leaning Trump.
Yep.
However, there's lots of, for example, particularly in Pennsylvania, they're very, 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 very slow in counting the mail-in ballots. And the mail-in ballots appear to be heavily skewing towards Biden.
Yeah.
So
McCobb
it may
says,
come down to lawyers and judges
Yeah.
arguing over signatures and so forth. But we
Yeah.
hope he doesn't do that.
McCobb says $2 Australian. Y'all trying to console Steve. $20 is mine. See, it's not about the money, because I'm just paying back his super chats. It's about the bragging rights. I know McCobb.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine Manya?
Bastard that he is.
If I lose and Manya, what she's going to do?
At
Oh,
this
Monty
point,
will
man,
never let you
how-
forget it.
How great
she-
do you think the odds are that the Supreme Court could end up deciding this election?
Yeah. Good question.
A fair odds, because
Really? Fair
I mean,
odds, you think?
imagine if this. Imagine, let's say that the absentee ballots in Pennsylvania flip the election. Then what they can do is have some judge come in and say, well, we should count all these ballots. And the Supreme Court says, no. Now, why? Well, when we had Bush v. Gore in 2000, Scalia and his band did what the Supreme Court does when a decision affects their makeup. they became partisan. Normally, the Supreme Court is nonpartisan, but when they see a case that affects its future makeup, they become hyper partisan. And so the Scalia and his band came up with this really logic twisted thing, and even said, and you can't use this as a future precedent. They explicitly said that, and gave the election to Bush, took it from Gore by stopping it. Those things can happen. The other place that can happen. So one can be the Supreme Court trying to order the state to do something. The other place can happen is on that when they count the electoral votes in the joint session of House and Senate. Let's say, for example, that Supreme Court doesn't stop Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania flips towards Biden. All that Trump has to do is to get a Republican senator and a Republican Congress member to stand up and object when Pennsylvania's 20 votes for Biden, 20 votes for Harris are announced. And then they get the majority sticks to it and says, we shouldn't count Pennsylvania, and so it gets set aside. No one gets 270. At that point, the Constitution says that the House of Representatives gets to vote on who gets president, and the Senate gets to vote on who's his vice president. Given it's state by state in the House, not by House member, but state by state in the House, if the House members vote along partisan lines, the Republicans have 26 states at least that are majority Republican. So if the election goes to the House, it's almost certain that the House will give it to Trump. Given that the vice president is voted on in the Senate, and individual senators vote there in along party lines, then the Senate would give it to Pence. So there's two paths. Either the Supreme Court can stop something flipping, or the joint session House and Senate can object, and no one gets 270. It goes to House and Senate.
Right.
And
in which situations where certain people within the House or the Senate seem to have possibly violated a few emolument clauses and things of the such, like would they or should they recuse themselves from certain decisions?
That is so Canadian of you to
Ethically
suggest
asked.
that some people consider ethics over campaign financing.
Just to let you guys know,
that is quite endearing. That's one of the reasons why we like you, David.
Just to let you guys know, we are coming up 4 minutes until the polls close on the East Coast, which is going to be specifically California, Oregon, Washington,
West Coast.
I'm sorry.
But please, if you are listening to this and you're excited or you're worried, just remember that there's a lot of these leans are not confirmed.
Yeah.
Right now.
Right. Be worried no matter what. Be worried.
Right now,
in
terms of law.
Yes.
Good point. Yeah,
Trump
good point.
has won 100. Biden has won 135. 100 135 is no one's there. Yes, there's 178 leaning towards Trump to give him 278, but if you flip Pennsylvania, you flip Michigan, or again are quite doable, you will run up against a set. By the way, Missouri is actually called for Trump.
Yeah.
Trump.
Okay.
Do you think we're going to get a significant amount of polling data in after the hour? In these swing states.
Yes. Please. Also, we're going to get some stuff, particularly the trends in Michigan.
Yeah.
Who'd you say just got called for Trump?
Missouri.
Missouri. Okay.
Missouri.
I had Missouri for Trump anyway, so
yes, that's right.
You did.
Yeah.
So we're still on the Trump 288, Biden 250.
See, I had Iowa for Trump, and Iowa looks like it's leaning Biden, which is surprising to me.
Which is surprising.
But that might change because they've historically have been generally red.
When me and my son were talking about this earlier, I told him, I said, look, there's certain win conditions for Trump, certain win conditions for Biden. Like the guaranteed win for Biden was taking Texas and Florida. You take Texas, Florida, California, New York, you're done. That's game over. You get all the rest of the states, but you essentially 350 electoral colleges you're going to put up. That's a win condition. But for Trump, the win condition was taking all the Midwest, one of Ohio and Pennsylvania, one of Wisconsin and Michigan, and Texas and Florida.
Yeah,
If he has long
you
two,
added
got
in
all of
Wisconsin, but
those-
everything you all said is exactly what I said earlier.
Yeah.
It's legit,
so-
exactly what I said.
So the Electoral College Group is projecting the Senate that the Democrats may not reach 51.
Wow, that'd be huge. That's bad.
Yes.
Kiwasa
Bad for them,
5001.
yeah.
So Canadians, where's Trudeau going to build the wall
Wouldn't that be awesome though?
between
How awesome would that
Saskatchewan?
be, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be like over by Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia. Just get rid of New York and all those states, and I don't know.
So
Yeah,
if you look at Congress right now,
it sucks for them.
Democrats. The Democrats have picked up one seat in the Senate, and the Republicans have picked up one seat in the Senate.
But the Democrats are expected to win the House, but it's 43 Democrats in the Senate and 42 GOP. So that's still a toss-up.
The Dems have picked up 2, and the Republicans have picked up 2.
So the Democrats might win the House, but Republicans might have the Senate.
Yeah.
Okay.
And particularly if Pence is vice president, then the Democrats need 51 in order to
Right.
block.
Ugh. Pence. Don't get me started.
I don't know.
That
which
guy
one's
is
worse.
it true that he really does believe that the Earth is only 6,000 years old? Please tell me.
That is true.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. Get him out.
He does.
Get him out now.
And
Get him out now.
what he does is he says, well, this is a matter of faith, and you should not be denigrating my faith.
Oh my God.
He is so
Oh
much-
my God. And he's about to, he runs the fucking legit, he is, I'm sorry, not runs, he is America's vice president. What
Yeah,
the
he
fuck
is.
is wrong with us? Like, get
Exactly.
a different political system in here, please. ASAP, for me, for my children, their children, please. God damn.
Please. He is scarier
God, I
than
wish
Trump.
it existed.
Wait,
Damn.
If
yeah.
If Trump were to have died from the coronavirus, if he had
Oh,
though,
God.
then it's so sorry. But if he had, that's who we would be dealing with. And I don't know who's worse. I really don't. I don't.
Replace the
I-
fucking Bill of
I got-
Rights with the Ten Commandments.
I
you know
gotta
what
tell you,
mean?
I am
Yeah,
actually
he
surprised
would.
that Trump did not play that up more as a political advantage, saying, "Hey, look, I had it and I'm doing great." It's
I thought
Oh,
he would
look,
too. Good
right?
point. Yeah.
Steve, look, I've changed my channel away from Flat Earth for the most part to like
I don't know what the hell you do
covering
anymore.
anti-mask Karens.
You never
Well,
come
I
around.
cover-
You never love me anymore. You don't send me anything. And you don't.
I'm always in your chat though. I'm always in the chat. But anyways, I started covering these like anti-mask, COVID denying Karens, and the thing is that almost objectively, they're fucking Trump supporters.
Oh, we know this.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean, like
absolutely.
they're just so hardcore. I'm not saying every Trump supporter is, but pretty much anti-maskers are almost all Trump supporters. So then you see Trump get COVID, right? If you go and you watch his campaign speeches, right, before he had COVID to after, the audience in the back completely unmasked. Now everyone's wearing a mask. It's so crazy how quickly they'll change the way what they believe.
Yeah.
Just because
I'll
of
tell you
one
this,
idiot.
All right, so real quick.
because you missed it maybe before you came in, but you guys just had the
All right, hang on, Dave. Hang on.
honor of electing your first Q representative.
All right, Dave. Hang on. Hang on, Dave. We got some major updates on 8:00.
Whoa.
That's come
Oh,
through.
cool.
All right, so
Whoa.
let's right now Trump is ahead by 119. Biden is ahead by 209 to Trump's 119, but they did call it already, which we knew this would be expected. So let's update on your map there. California you have now, Oregon, Washington have been.
All those are called.
All those are called now.
Biden.
Colorado called. New Mexico called.
Yep.
None of the swing states
Montana
yet,
flipped.
though.
Montana flipped. They went from leaning blue to leaning red, but it's right now it's at less than 3,000 votes. So it's
And
dead
so
even.
the
Dead
College
even.
Group
Yeah.
says that Montana is not enough information to.
Yeah,
to
so
tell.
that's
Yeah.
not a big deal.
But the trend is if the leading states go forward, Trump 288, Biden 250.
It looks like Trump is going to take Florida, even with the absentee balance, I don't think they can make up that deficit.
Well, it's still within. You can't call it.
No, I'm not.
Right?
I'm not. But it's heavily swinging toward Trump, and so it's in Texas.
Yeah.
It's a lot of ground to make up, Landon. Would you agree?
It looks like yes. Yeah, and it looks like
Montana and Utah. So,
looks like Trump has swept all of Nebraska.
Montana was just leaning toward Trump now. You want to update that on your map?
Do we have...
Which, by the way, I have leaning toward Trump.
Arizona, I'm shocked.
My map is seriously very close to what's happening, except for Florida and North Carolina. Those are the two that I have that are off right now. The rest are pretty well almost. And Wisconsin, I had to Biden, and that's leaning, and Iowa. So those states, So
again, we're still projecting 288 Trump, and right now
Fox just called Florida for Trump.
Did they really?
According to
I
Justin.
mean, that might be
51%.
not too much of a stretch to call Florida for Trump, but
What's his the count at? It's 400,000 votes for above for Trump, 5.6 to 5.2.
Biden's has to be concerned right now.
In what state? What state is that?
That's Florida. It's a 4% lead.
Yep, you're right. 4% lead. My God.
That's significant, though, I think, because again, that's what I'm saying. You're just not going to make that up with the other balance.
So crazy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have to say that if Trump does end up winning,
He might.
he's going to be crowing so hard.
Oh my God!
Can I ask the hard and tough question?
Yeah,
and you can
please.
choose not to fucking answer me. And I'm sorry for cursing. I do that regularly.
Yeah, we really
You
got
can
to.
choose not to answer me
It's a political
if
show.
not. And I won't be offended. But who do y'all want to win?
Well, all of us are for Biden.
Is everybody for Biden? Okay, good.
Yeah,
I just
we're all
wanted
for
to know.
Biden.
And I'll tell you
I mean,
my opinion
And
is this
yourself?
right here. Well, being a centrist, I look and I see Biden as the lesser of two evils. Okay,
Thank you.
I have
Good.
to.
Okay.
When I
Oh,
look
yeah,
back and
we're all
I
in the same
just
boat,
I just heard Thunderfoot say something that really stuck with me, and it says, if I have to deal with oversensitive SJWs for the next 4 years versus Americans losing their lives from a science-denying president, okay? Because people follow what he says regardless of. He can sit there and go, "I'm not responsible. I'm not a doctor."
Yeah,
Well, yeah, you
that's
say this,
Yes.
and Americans listen to you. So if I have to choose between oversensitive SJWs and American lives being lost,
Yeah.
I'm choosing oversensitive
I happen to agree with
SJWs
them.
100% of the time.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and this is scary right now. The fact that here's the thing: people know what Trump is about. People know that he has no idea what the hell he's talking about in anything, especially in the sciences.
Yeah,
And we are now having a nation that are reelecting the motherfucker.
I know. Have we learned nothing
what
from
am I
Hitler
missing here?
and every other dictator? I mean, if he had the power to be a dictator and just kill anyone he wants, he would do it. It's terrifying. I'm
Wait.
Maine just flipped. They went
Did they?
red to blue. Yeah, blue trending. So there's four more votes you can throw that way. Now, go ahead.
One second, I was going to say, if Trump gets reelected for 4 more years, Karma, give it 4 more years, and by the way, we'll see. He thinks he can go for another 4 years after that, and he'll figure. I'm serious. I think he really thinks he can just magically change the Constitution.
he does. Yeah. I'm just staying forever. That's what he would do. Totally. Yeah. Oh my God, it's
So Trump's lead is now 7 points up in Ohio.
Yeah. So Maine's 1 point, right?
Oh wow, that's quite a bit actually.
Oh my gosh.
He's up quite a bit in Ohio. Yeah. So
Pennsylvania's 12%.
this is not looking good for Biden.
Yeah, 45%.
God.
Listen, they just dropped even lower in Pennsylvania, 12.6% now. So here's the problem. Once you get to about 60% reporting, anything greater than a 10% drop from the median, you're done. So anything below around 40%, you're done. And the closer it gets to 90%, the more you have to catch up to reaching that above 50%. And it's good luck with the mail-ins. I mean, that's all I can say, Pennsylvania. Good luck with the mail-ins.
Yeah, that's so scary.
Well, I hope that I just hope that McCobb spends that $20 wisely, hopefully on alcohol.
That's funny.
They called Idaho. Did you mark that on your Idaho and Wyoming? Did you mark
Am I projecting the map here? Do you see that?
Let me get to the thing. I'm sorry. I'm looking at different polls right now to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
sorry,
I'm just glad that I by the way, McCall,
Utah is now electoral college group says Utah has been won by Trump.
just
called
FYI,
it. Yep. They
Utah-
called it for Trump.
That's what
Utah,
I say too.
yeah.
Damn it.
Just FYI, so Macabre knows, I just refilled my PayPal, but it takes 3 days. But I'm almost conceding him. Wow.
That's funny.
Yeah. So go ahead.
It looks like we're heading towards again a 288 Trump, 250 Biden.
Well, I had Idaho for Trump, and I had
So I might
Utah for Trump
end
too.
up
So
owing $38 to a charity of Munion's choice.
yes,
Well,
And
I-
Electoral
the
College
foreigner
Group
got it right.
Electoral College
So-
Group is projecting that Maine overall is trending towards Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
You know,
what I
the
see. And
foreigner-
also,
I would almost mark that as Biden because
Yeah.
that is such a blue state. That
Yeah.
entire East Coast, that there's all blue. It was just a matter of getting votes in for
Right.
But we don't
Maine.
have
Right.
the numbers to
I'm not
do
gonna
that.
do anything with Nevada
Associated
yet.
Press gave Maine to Biden.
Yes.
I
I've
yeah,
made
there's only
Biden.
35% reporting right now. So,
yeah.
but here's the thing: is like when somebody asked me this question a couple of months ago, who do I think was going to win? And I told them from the beginning, I said, look, as much as I don't want this guy back in office, I predict Trump will win. And the only reason I did that was because Biden, there's something about Biden that he just is not, he's too unrelatable to the voting population. And I just think that there was just this lack of connect between the voter and Biden. Biden just represents your grandpa. He doesn't represent a father figure. He doesn't represent somebody that motivates you. He represents somebody that, that represented a good time long ago.
So it's a personal choice is why you're saying that, not necessarily what you think will happen. Is it a personal choice or what you think will happen? Okay.
Well, no, that was a prediction, not my personal choice. My personal choice would be to have neither one of these guys in there. I'd rather have someone like Andrew Yang or somebody that's a little bit more representative of the voter.
Just remember, Team Skeptic, your state here. If Texas swung toward Biden, Biden will still win at this point.
Yeah,
oh yeah, 100%.
But let's say right now, Biden has to flip both Michigan and Pennsylvania,
or
Biden
Texas.
Only his arc is only towards 250, which is 20 short.
Michigan would work. Pennsylvania would work.
He needs
and of course
both.
Texas. He needs both. Yeah. Okay. Well, or he can get Ohio.
Well, 270 would give him
Florida.
Pennsylvania would give
Florida's
Biden
done.
270.
Florida, he's not going to get Florida.
No.
Yeah, you
I
say
don't
that, but there's still. I mean, you got to I don't know.
No,
Florida's always
Florida-
tricky. We said that one time about what was
they've
it,
already called.
George Bush and
They've
I
already.
don't think he's
the
going to
Bush
get
Gore.
it.
Trump's already projected to win in Florida from multiple outlets. So
Yeah.
I'm going to give that to Trump.
Why are you pissing on my parade?
But
I'm objective here, man. I gotta live. I gotta do what I tell other people to do. I'd be a hypocrite. I
live off of objectivity. Okay, I try to stay away from as much subjectiveness as possible. That's why I hate politics. And nothing's objective except for the vote count at the end.
So again, even though
Narrows your audience.
what's confirmed,
Yeah.
Biden is leading. The projection is towards Biden only getting 250, and if he flips Pennsylvania, he will barely win. But Michigan alone is not enough.
Yeah, I don't think mail-in is going to really be a factor right now, especially because the fact that Florida is so far ahead for Trump. I right now, if I was going to have projected, I'm saying Trump is in a very, very good place. Not calling it yet, but I'm just saying he's in a very good place.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
And it's
So
been,
how do we prepare for the end of the
last
world?
hour and a half
I
that
know.
Trump has had the projection of more than 270.
I was really hoping that people would realize the reason why I wanted Trump last time was again to watch the world burn and rebuild from the ashes, right? But no, they're just making more ashes.
I know.
America, what are you doing to me, man?
Well, I'll
I
tell
fought
you,
for you in the war, man. What do you? Why would you do this to me?
So sad.
it's going to be really good for my channel if Biden wins. So I'm pulling for Biden.
Ugh.
So that's what I want to
Yay.
save American lives and boost my channel by fucking screaming at calling fucking anti-mask Trumpers idiots.
All right, well let's take another straw poll here because we did one at the beginning and now we're like 4 hours in.
Yeah.
to the
what do you
live
guys
chat,
think?
what do you guys think? And again, you're not calling it, but just based upon what we're looking at right here. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Not your personal opinion. Not calling it, but just what we're looking at. Right by the API leaning and called already, not by what the electoral is doing. What would you say? Because right now it's heavily toward Trump. Oh man.
I will stick with what I said before. I'm calling it for Trump.
Me too.
I don't think he can. I
hate
don't
to
think he
say
can.
it.
So-
I don't think he
Trump
can get
is on
past.
a
It's-
path for 288, which is more than 270.
Yeah, I'm not calling it yet, but I mean, should I start drinking now?
Yeah, please.
How many?
Me.
Just out of curiosity, does anybody know how many total registered voters there were in America? Because right now
That's a
we're
great
sitting
question.
at 93 million votes have been counted. So we can, I'm telling you, we can kind
That's
of
a great-
project
yeah.
from that just to see. I can't find the numbers myself.
That's
let
a
me
great
flip over
question.
to
Do you
the
realize
other-
how many Californians are going and how many Hollywood people are going to like lose their minds if Trump got reelected? I mean, you thought it was bad last
Oh.
time? You ain't seen nothing.
You know what? That brings up another question, which is, what do you guys think will happen? Of course, we're predicting, but with the rioting and stuff, because people are going to go bananas, no matter who wins. So, what do you guys think is going to happen there?
With what?
With
I think the
rioting
fact
and
that-
I
I don't-
don't
destruction.
think-
is a pretty
I
good
don't think the
indicator.
election is
There's a
going to cause the
likelihood
left
for
wing to
violence,
riot.
and that's very
Riots. Yeah, the left doesn't riot. They're no offense, most of them are pussies. But they're not.
Antifa will
Yeah,
riot.
they're not going to riot. I mean, have you
Antifa
seen these
will
Hollywood
riot.
people? They're no. But
Antifa and BLM will find a reason to riot.
because
Well,
they
they'll
want,
blame it on
because they
them.
want to, right?
They'll blame it on them at least.
But no, yeah, I mean, they will figure out something. Yeah, Antifa, you have to worry about BLM, but not as much if Trump loses. If Trump loses, there will be a hell of a lot worse.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
If
that's
Trump
right.
if Trump loses, I think we can expect
Almost like war, civil war, damn near.
Yeah,
I don't want to be
weaponry and
hyperbolic,
death.
but
I know civil war. That's what I'm afraid of.
yeah, there'll
I
be
mean,
military
honestly.
action, maybe.
Yeah.
Wow, this is not looking good, Biden.
Oh my God! Don't tell me that. See?
Oh, and the Senate now a toss-up with 44. Hang on, Dave, hang on.
Oh, I'm not gonna sleep all night.
Yeah,
Not
we
gonna
can't
sleep.
talk over each other. So if I'm talking, Dave, 44 Democrats, 44 GOP for Senate. I mean, that's wow. It might be a Republican Senate and it might be a Democratic House. They're already projected. They're projecting Democrats to win for the House.
Yeah.
But
I
holy
know.
cow.
How does that? What's
So-
stronger? What's stronger? Is the Senate stronger when it comes to legislation? Which is stronger, Senate or the House?
well, the Senate. The Senate
Yeah,
is the House that is supposed to be the final stopgap to keep any radical activity from happening. The entire American system is built on incremental change.
Yeah, they
And
were
the Senate is the most incremental of them.
Yeah.
And that's why Mitch McConnell can sit on bills and have them go nowhere for the last 4 years, which
Yeah.
he's been
I
doing.
hate that, man.
I mean,
I hate that.
it's
man.
better- it's
Yeah,
better
the
to
turtles,
have-
the turtles got to go, but he won.
It's better to have control of the
God, I hate
Senate,
when they do that.
obviously, because they're the final say. But you kind of want a. Okay, so it depends on who you talk to. I've talked to people that think they want to split. They want either a Democratic House and a Republican Senate or vice versa because they think it's a better checks and balances system. But the problem with that is nothing ever gets pushed through. Nothing ever gets done.
Never.
Now the flip side though is if you have
That's true.
a House and Senate that's both Democratic or both Republican, now you have no checks and balances, right? People can push through crap that it's shit. So, I mean, Landon, what would you rather see? Do you like a split House and split Senate, or do you want them to be the same party?
I mean, I would think, given if I think that having the House and Senate in the same party and the executive in a different party, if you're going to have to split, that's a better split because Congress can propose legislation that the executive can counter and they can come to a compromise, as opposed to the filibuster.
So because the executive has the veto power, that.
But the Senate is clearly much more powerful and
Yes.
and long term there.
Now I'm trying to become more, how about instead of more, less government ignorant in my understanding of how this country runs. I just feel like I should be more aware of it as an adult. You
Well,
know,
what I would
Like,
recommend this: go back to 1974 and watch a thing called "I'm Just a Bill."
I'm
Schoolhouse
just
Rock.
a
Sitting here on
Will
Capitol
do.
Hill.
Oh, that was from that kids show,
Yeah,
wasn't
well, it was a Schoolhouse
Yeah.
Rock. That's all you got. That's all.
I would have showed.
My life was based upon Schoolhouse Rock. I mean, everything. Conjunction, junction. What's your function?
Oh yeah, conjunction. What's your function?
I learned everything I need to know from that. That looks good.
Neat, wonderful pizza here.
Oh,
I have
man,
homemade
slice-
pizza.
I'm starving. I haven't
Yum.
eaten. I've literally been like wit's ends today, trying to get stuff
Aw.
ready for this. But yeah, I haven't really eaten. I've just been drinking coffee. So.
And I'm
That's
trying
really
to
good.
Oh my
see.
God!
I'm trying to
Kanye,
see a path. Go ahead.
But Jen,
Kanye West got 5,000 votes in Minnesota. Oh my God!
are you serious? Who's reporting that? That's hilarious.
Fuck.
He was so excited about it. Did you guys see him on social media? He was like, "Yeah, Kanye for." He was all excited about it.
He thinks he's won. President West.
I
Okay.
won.
Good job, buddy. Good job. That's the first try. Good job.
He done
Oh
good.
my god.
He sure as fuck did. Wow.
He is not all. Do you guys remember? I don't know if you. I'm sure you guys, most of you guys remember, but the ones you don't. Do you remember when Conway West was on with on the charity benefit with the guy from Austin Powers? What's his name?
Yeah.
Mike Myers?
Mike Myers.
Michael.
And he totally went off script, and he's like, just out of nowhere, deadpan as can be. Bush hates black people. On live
Oh, that's an
TV.
oldie but a goodie.
Do you guys remember that?
It's old. That's a long
man,
time
that was
ago,
Conway
yeah.
West. Yeah, that was. Wow, and Bush fired back
And he's
as
a
well
Trump
as he
supporter
should.
now.
Bush was like, "Oh no, that's just that was BS."
Let me
He
ask you a
backpedaled
question.
on that,
Why do you think so many of the more prominent like entertainers that are African American support Trump? There's been a wave of them lately that have come out and support Trump, and
Great
you know,
question.
kind of.
Yeah.
One of the rhetoric about Trump, and I've never seen this. I've always heard the rhetoric, but I've never seen it for myself. I don't pay attention to a lot of politics. Is that Trump has done a lot of negative things towards the black community, and you have a lot of these black people that are coming out and support him. I just don't understand that.
That's a great question. Why?
I really don't have a great answer to that. Landon, you
I
I just don't
suspect-
have
I
I don't have a
suspect-
great answer.
Right? There's
I su-
Lil
I-
Wayne, and
I
then there's
suspect
50
that there's-
Cent, Ice
it has a lot
Cube.
to do
Ice
with-
Cube. Yeah, right.
I think it has a lot to do with the fact that the Republican Party has been really making the statement that the Democratic Party has been taking advantage of the black vote and taking it for granted and all that. And the people who are more knowledgeable can see how that is true, but they're not looking at the big picture. And he gets the support I don't think he deserves from those folks, because the Republican Party really isn't interested in what it can do for the black community. It's interested in getting
Right.
their votes, but not what they can do for them.
Yeah. That's right. Agreed. Big time.
Well, let's see here. We're about 22 minutes past the hour for 8 o'clock. I don't know what other polls are going to be coming. I know we're still waiting for Nevada, which is irrelevant. I have to go to Biden, but Nevada's not even really in play, so it doesn't really matter. It's just not. I mean, it's
I know. You're right.
I
though.
mean, it is a swing state, but it's only six.
it is a swing state.
Yeah, and that should probably coming in. Political has its expected results coming in for Nevada soon, but these larger swing states that have the majority of the electoral votes, a significant portion, like the Georgias of Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, the fact that they're so heavily leaning toward Trump right now, and within a significant margin. It's not just 2 points or 3 points. Some of them are like
Right.
6, 7 points. Looking at this is
Yeah, it's a
Trump.
lot.
Biden might be done, people.
I'm thinking you could be right. Yeah, that's scary.
I'm going to be running a cell on fallout shelters. Call me, pay me the money. I'll come out and build one for you.
Well, I'll tell you this: if you're a psychiatrist, psychoanalyst, or psychotherapist, you're probably in good shape right now. You're going to have a lot of clients. You know?
I'm just looking for the best rural road to storm the Canadian border and
Go up through British
break
Columbia.
in there.
Go up through British Columbia.
You know what I do find funny is that America is torn between immigration at the border of Mexico, right? Like we're torn between that. We have half the country that's okay with increasing border security and increasing checkpoints and whatnot, and then we have half the country that says, "Hey, they're not so bad. Let them in." You know, this is America. We let people come in from Canada. We don't really like. I mean, we do have border checkpoints, but it's definitely more strict at the southern border than it is at the northern border.
Yep.
Oh, you know what's
and
funny?
it's not accurate because most of them. Yeah, go ahead.
They do not. No one ever says anything about Canada's crossing policy for America. You know how hard it is to get in fucking Canada? Oh my God.
Iowa just switched to Trump. And by the way, you want to talk about checkpoints? You try getting into California with an orange.
Oh yeah, having to drive fucking Highway 10. I used to have to drive Highway 10 from LA to Dallas all the time.
You know those check stops.
You have any fruit or vegetables you're trying to transport?
Oh no, they don't mess.
And a lot of people have a misconception of that. You don't want to mess with those cultural those inspectors. No. They're not to be trifled with. They're not. Oh, these people that I used to love watching these sovereign citizens try to pull this stuff. Oh, did they? Yeah,
hey,
don't
I'll tell you what. There's a reason why professional drug runners avoid those routes where they have to go through those checkpoints. They don't go through those checkpoints. They take routes around those checkpoints.
Fox just called Arizona for Biden, supposedly. And again, Fox earlier.
Really? Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Wasn't Fox earlier saying 80% for Biden? What?
They did. And now.
Well, what the hell's going on?
I don't.
Montana is leaning Biden.
Oh my God!
And just so you know,
okay.
Iowa's lean. Iowa's lean is by 857 votes, so that's too close to say even anybody's leaning one way or another.
But let me ask you guys.
Updated.
Let me ask you guys, what do you think will go through Trump's mind if he wins the election, but he loses the popular vote? Will he have some kind of weird cognitive dissonance, and he'll harp on that for the rest of his life?
That happened last time. And what did he do? He just denounces it. He just says it didn't exist.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it bothers him. I think it really bothers him, though.
Yeah, it does.
Well, Trump is a classic idiot that says the exact opposite of what he's thinking. I mean, precisely the opposite of what he's thinking. I'm not going to do that, and he does. I'm going to do that, and he doesn't. You know, it's just
China.
So exactly 180. Yeah. China.
Yeah.
You're wrong. No, I was looking at it, and this is a very telling sign right here. And I guess it really speaks volumes about California, Oregon, and Washington, their voter turnout. But Trump had like a 2.5% lead on the popular vote until about 15 minutes ago. About 15 minutes ago, it dropped from 2.5 points to 0.1 point. So now he leads by 0.1% of the popular vote. We're talking about a difference of, get this, 71,000 votes across 104 million. He leads by 70,000.
Wow,
this is crazy close, guys.
That's actually amazing. Yeah, I'm seeing that now. That's crazy.
By the way, I want to note two things. One, Friar Tug, a friend of mine, just he mentioned I'm the first super chat that they ever did. Thank you, I appreciate that actually. And Chris Hatley's already rubbing it in, talking shit. Thank you, Chris Hatley. I love you as well. Yeah.
Can you guys just like get a big saw and detach Florida?
I know, right? Right.
The skeptic. The Associated Press has it even closer.
What do they have it at?
I'll ignore some of the numbers. It's 922,000 versus 993,000. So they have it for. Well, no, you're right. I'm sorry. My math was bad. 71,000.
So
my math is bad all the time. So
49.2.
Had Biden won Florida, which it looks like he may still, given the Biden, and the mail-in balance, he'd win. He'd win if he takes, but if he takes Pennsylvania now, it's not enough. He's got to flip.
He can't possibly win Florida. There's too much of a gap.
Florida's done.
400,000.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Florida for Trump. Florida's Trump.
Right now we're trending towards Trump 294, Biden 244.
Yeah, it's over.
I'm not gonna call it just yet. I'm gonna give it till 9 o'clock. Or
Me neither.
I think 9.
I'm gonna give it.
Well, actually,
I don't want to cry on camera.
Wait,
but
nine.
it
Wait,
might
9 o'clock.
happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it to 9 o'clock because I said 12 o'clock Eastern. The polls will probably be. Well, I'll probably know by 12 o'clock Eastern. And so I'm gonna try to keep that, and by 12 o'clock Eastern, so another 30 minutes, I will call it and go from there, and then you see if you guys want to call it and go from there. But right now, Biden's sucking life.
Shit.
Biden is.
Is there
sucking
anyone in the
life.
chat who's from Canada that'd like to give me a place to live?
Yeah, I'm marrying anybody from Canada for a passport right now.
I thought
know.
that Canada was closed.
Man or woman or other, I don't care. I'll
Whoever
take
will
it
have me.
now.
Pretty attractive caribou.
Right?
Well, if long as David lets me be the big spoon, I'll move up with him.
Well, I see.
The easiest way to get into Canada, honestly, is to get into an education program of any sort.
That's a good trick. Yeah.
I'm too old for that.
No,
Man, I had this.
But I'm
That actually is
pansexual, so I
favored.
can not only get married to them, I'll have sex with anybody too. So
Just whatever you got to do, you know?
that's right.
I knew a lot of girls like that in high school that said the same thing, except with me. I don't understand it. Chess has joined us, but I only have room to add her
Yay.
in.
No, here, I'll come out. You get Chesh. I've been here a while. You guys get her.
Only if you
and
got, only if you have other things to do.
No, I'm
Thank
just,
you.
yeah, I've
Thank
been
you
here
for
a while.
joining us.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Karma.
I thank you guys so much. I'm so appreciative, and yay! I hope you have a good outcome
throw
tonight.
your at least
Nice
do
to meet you.
Karma. At least do this.
It was nice to meet you guys.
At
Thank
least
you
do this. At least do this. Throw your video. Throw your channel
Thank
into
you.
the live chat again. Go subscribe to her. I'm telling you,
Thank
she's going to
you.
be
You guys are
popular.
amazing.
I
I
What
don't.
kind of videos is it? Just out of curiosity.
I only have like 2 or 1 maybe, but I'm
Minecraft.
starting out. But he's
Minecraft.
Oh, I actually got excited
It's not.
for a moment. I was like,
Oh
right, thanks,
God,
Karma.
you guys are amazing. Thank you so much, Steve.
Yep.
I owe you. You guys are amazing.
I'll be in touch.
Have fun.
Bye.
All right, bye,
night.
you guys.
And another non-American to join us that talking about
yeah, no,
American
Steve's
politics.
just bad at getting his women right. I'm the one that does Minecraft every so often.
That, whatever, doesn't matter. GOP picked up another seat for the Senate, looks like, or at least in the numbers wise. I know they picked it up, but 44 Dems, 45. So what do you think, Chesh? What was your prediction, by the way? I have a spreadsheet here, and I didn't have you on it because you didn't come by that night. So
My prediction was essentially that I have to start being a little bit more serious about setting up my commune for American refugees.
yeah, you can make some bank doing this, right? It's like serious bank.
I'm going to try and make it through winter, but then I'm heading up. Better hurry up.
Something
Try-
that I saw that I was passing around to a couple of people that I know that were a little bit interested in that being the case. Canada's expanding its immigration program.
Yeah, polls
Yeah,
are closed.
Chesh.
Alaska and Hawaii, they haven't. Yeah, I don't have them as done yet. They have 30 more minutes, and then they close at 9 Pacific, midnight Eastern. So, yeah, this is not good. This is not good.
Here, I'll find the link for you guys real quick.
Hey, Chesh,
Well,
I have a question.
I suppose there's maybe some hope in absentees and mail-ins.
Nah,
but
not the way this is going.
Well, Texas is 500,000 votes ahead for Donald Trump. I don't think even with all the mail-in ballots being for
Yeah.
Trump, you'd be able to overcome that.
And,
Yeah,
and
that's
Texas
5 point
is the only
ahead.
State that has a lot of mail-in ballots because you need a specific excuse to get a mail-in ballot
Yeah.
in Texas. You'd be more than likely to.
Yeah,
see that
Texas and Florida look like it's going to go to
Carolina
Trump.
or Florida, but Texas, if it doesn't swing pretty
Yep.
majorly in the next little while, it's done.
Iowa's back to being blue though.
Yeah.
By 20,000 votes, that's pretty significant for their state. With 70% reporting, it's a 2% change. It's a 2% difference. So they just jumped up to 77% reporting, and Donald Trump jumped up. Now he's
I have Iowa.
1
The
point now.
API.
Yeah,
Iowa.
28,000
yeah.
difference, 27.
The Electoral College Group is still
So
projecting
okay.
Iowa
So
to
we're,
Trump.
so here we go. We're down to the wire here. We got 30 more minutes before the last poll closes. And let me ask the panel here: if you're in the Trump group, would you be celebrating right now?
Yes.
yes, hell yeah, I
think-
won.
I think so.
I won.
So by the way, Macabre, like I said, I've refilled my PayPal.
Yes.
You'll have it in the next couple days. If not, he sends his goons after me. Right, he'll break my legs. That's gonna be the.
So now Biden.
Biden's
Biden's up by 1.4 million votes in the popular vote now.
Well, unfortunately, the popular vote don't matter. So that's the sucky thing about America.
And it's only going to go up from there. It's all West Coast left. It's only going to go up from there.
People are going to lose their minds. 4 more years of Trump. Think about this, people. 4 more years.
Yeah,
4 more years.
And you know what the worst part is? Do you know what the worst?
I would say a couple of things that will be probably hallmarks of the Trump administration. I think he will finally do in what little uncivilized healthcare we have with the United States.
Oh God.
And pre-existing conditions will become, if you are a woman, pre-existing condition. If you're in medical things, you're pre-existing condition. So you can kiss that goodbye. I think also he will have a chance to appoint at least one more member of the Supreme Court. Women are the majority of voters in the United States, and they certainly have spoken for Trump at this stage.
But you know what's even worse than that, Landon? What's worse than that is I have McCobb and Chris Attlee will never let me forget this for the next 4 years unless I got this wrong.
And
that's worse.
And Manya's going to be sitting there.
Manya,
she's right, and I'll have to figure out how to send money to.
Just remember, I can block everybody. Remember that.
Out of 538.com,
I'd be.
they're reporting that Fox News has called Arizona for Biden and Florida for Trump, and Arizona Senate for Kelly.
But Fox News earlier had 80% to Biden. That didn't bode well.
I think it might be underestimating Trump to say that it's only going to be 4 more years if he wins.
Yeah, at the minimum.
Nah,
right?
I don't think that he'll be able to pull off trying to.
It's Lord Trump.
I recommend looking at the Supreme Court.
Yeah, it's the Lord. It's Lord Trump.
Lord Trump.
What's the next constitutional amendment what's the next number? Just kind of forget about the whole 8-year thing.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know which amendment it is that sets term limits. I forgot. Let me see. I'll look it up.
Oh, you got it? So Canada aims to bring in over 1.2 million immigrants over 3 years.
Jay Brown says, if Trump wins, you can take my wrench. Why are you blaming that on me, Brown? I didn't make
I don't know why is Landon blaming
literally
women?
the source of all evil in the world, man. Damn.
Canada plans
22nd
the requirements to become an immigrant.
By the way, I wasn't blaming women. I
stiff.
was saying that women consider the majority of the voters in the United States, and they seem to be, and the trends show that women are supporting Trump. Why? I'm not blaming. I'm saying I'm stating a fact.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. Oh yes, but why?
Some people don't like facts, but
no, I accept the fact
that
but
electoral college
why?
was wrong, and my guess was wrong. Right now, we're still
why
trending towards 294 Trump, 244 Biden.
But Landon, why?
Why would women be?
Yes, why? This is my question.
Because they like pigs.
Well, first of all, why anybody for Trump? But I mean, why? I don't know. I'm so confused. Oh.
I have my own fucked up theories, but I don't choose to share them right now.
Yeah, that's fair. I would have some ideas, but they're all just depressing. It's like
they're all really depressing.
Yeah,
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that sounds like my first time I ever had sex. Actually, I was told something similar. But
you weren't angry. You were just disappointed.
No. They told me I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Canada plans to bring in more than 1.2 million new immigrants over the next 3 years. The federal immigration minister said on Friday, as the country tries to fill gaps in its labor market to boost the economy, both hit hard by COVID pandemic. Speaking to reporters, the immigration minister said the federal government aims to accept 401,000 new permanent residents in 2021, another 411,000 in 2022, and another 421,000 in 2023. So there's a chance, you guys. It's okay.
Yeah.
Canada.
I want to escape America and come to Canada as a refugee for political asylum.
Well, links,
Quite frankly, I'm
for the
afraid
chat.
for my safety.
Links for the chat or in the chat. I mean,
I've
I
said
would be surprised if anybody that is a minority of of any kind, given some of Trump's policies, I would not be surprised
well,
to
I'm gonna say something.
be afraid for
I
their lives.
for the first time in my life, and I was such a proud Texan. I'm disappointed to call myself a Texan. We took social steps backwards by allowing social workers in Texas to determine whether they want to decline social patients based on their sexual preference and whether they identify as as like their biological sex or other than their biological. If they identify as other than their biological, then a worker can deny them service and refer them to another social worker. It's pathetic, absolutely pathetic. I'll say this every time because I think it's the stupidest thing. We're Neanderthals in fucking Texas. We have shown that time and time again, and I wish this would change. It needs to change immediately.
Here, I'm gonna tweet this at team.
I haven't tweeted. By the way, I haven't tweeted all night, so.
But I've been just getting railed on by your trolls all day. So,
I have not been on. I have not been on Twitter except for a couple people DM, but I've even said I'm not checking Twitter, so I'm not ignoring people on Twitter.
Any of the DMs. I just noped out of the stage to talk to anybody.
Yeah, I'm just. Hey, look,
Me
I've always
too.
said Twitter is a cesspool. I just use it as a sandbox. I don't really care, but yeah, I've been avoiding Twitter all day today, so I don't know if you noticed that. It's just I don't want to deal with that.
Fuck the trolls. They're just a waste of carbon.
Oh my god.
right.
There's you know, it's so funny is because my specific trolls have been exposed for the most part. I mean, people recognize the fact that we were not kidding.
They're lashing out like
Yeah,
crazy.
they're amping it up a little bit, even though it's making it worse for them because people are recognizing they've been doing exactly what we said they've been doing for 4 years. I don't know, man. This is
Anyway.
weird to me. It very is. If they took that effort and they
not
actually
mad,
put it
I'm
in
just
something
disappointed.
productive, they would actually maybe get somewhere with some, at least something of their own making. But all they seem to want to just all they want to do is tear down my channel for whatever reason, and all it does is make me a little bit more popular every single time. And I don't know why that they haven't recognized that. If they're gonna try to harm somebody when other people are trying to help somebody, most good people want to have the people who want to help around.
They were trying to harass Craig today.
Craig Reed?
What happened?
What's Craig?
No, they're trying to harass Fight.
Oh, that
Who
Craig.
what?
Oh.
Who is?
Steve's trolls.
Really?
Oh fuck
When
them!
did that happen?
I know they're out there. I know they're out there fucking in the chat right now. You want to fuck with Fight? Yeah,
Look,
fuck you.
Team Skeptic has his own litany of trolls. He like unrelated to me. He's got his own.
Oh yeah, I have my own trolls. I just don't. I don't even acknowledge them.
We have, if I could
Pisses them
ask
off.
if we could focus on the election, we have one, if we go on one a drama thing at a time,
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Landon.
please.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yes, Daddy Landon.
Well, I'll tell you, in Pennsylvania, they're up by 500,000 votes for Donald Trump. And that's quite a bit since there's only about 5 million people 4.5 million people that have voted there. 3.5 million people. So being 500,000 up with only 3.5 million people voting or votes counted with 50% reporting, basically, that's pretty telling.
Now this
That might not be. You might not be able to come back from that one.
This is
Side
Yeah,
note.
but if we flipped
Pennsylvania personally,
Hang on.
based on what I've been
if you flipped Pennsylvania for Biden, then it would be Biden would only have 264.
This is interesting. I'm looking at some of the news stuff. NPR, instead of actually telling anybody of what's actually happening, this is weird for NPR, but NPR just says this: what we know as of 10 p.m. Eastern, Biden secures early electoral vote lead. Yeah, this was only 58 minutes ago though, and I'm like, well, yeah, he had an early lead, but the rest of it is not looking good for Biden. I don't know. I think these people put out news things that just I don't know. I hate the news, man. I just think the news.
I hate the news. Right.
They don't do a very good job anymore, and it's really
It's not news.
It's not news.
also
It's clickbait.
Drama. Yeah.
it's really not helping their cause for the most part when it comes to elections. If they were, a lot of people don't trust them anymore, and because they don't trust them, it allows for a lot of the ridiculous things that have gone on to go on.
You're right.
Well, I asked this question the other day, and I'll ask this of you, Chesh. Like when you think of where the average American, Canadian, North American person goes to get their news, where do they go to get their news?
I would say, depending on where you are in America, Facebook,
CNN, somewhere that's a media outlet. Nobody's actually going to like sources anymore. They go to people who are reporting subjectively on sources, and that's a problem. That's not news. That's opinionated rhetoric, basically.
So Canada's a little bit different. Canada does have biased news sources the same way you guys do. However, our politics are boring. Our politics are not sensationalized or dramatized the way that your guys's are. Like they're boring like they're supposed to be.
Yeah, right. We're not supposed to have a fucking. We're not supposed to have a TV show entertainer as president. You know what I mean?
How did the foreigners get so close? Todd says if you watch Battle on MSNBC, Biden is winning. If you watch Fox, Trump is winning. That's what.
Yeah.
What?
Because they're biased.
Well,
because
I
they
know
don't
MSNBC
want the
is.
other person to win.
Okay, look, I understand MSNBC, but I don't understand. Fox really kind of shied away from Trump, but still, I don't know.
Well, no, they gotta get back on his good side before he wins.
I don't know what's going on
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
Right?
This is better. So with Canadian politics, or at least with Canadian news outlets, you don't see things like that. They'll still be more even-handed reporting, even if like the way they present it is like disappointed or a little bit happy, depending on what side they're on. So like it's less of a changing or twisting of facts to make it sound like it's in your favor, and more of the tone in which it's presented about whether or not that industry is happy about it or not, if that makes sense.
Well, it frustrates me because the way I see it is that the average American will turn to CNN or Fox News because those are the two most familiar
I've been watching
outlets,
CSN.
right?
I'm CNN. I like Anderson Cooper. I really do. But there's one other. I don't remember her name. That it's not too
Jim
bad.
Tapper, I don't mind.
But the thing is to
Tapper,
try to go
I've seen.
there to try to go there to be informed about what's going on in America, you're going to have a biased viewpoint.
Who's eating their mic? Is somebody eating their mic?
Amy, I don't know.
I don't know. I hear these weird noises like they're eating mic.
What was that?
Somebody's like eating.
I thought I was
mic.
hearing somebody breathing.
Yeah,
Maybe
breathing
they
and
fell asleep
eating
or
or something.
I mean,
but
I'm really far.
It's not you.
I don't think it's you because it was
I had everybody
going
closed.
on.
I have
you
too many
came
windows
on.
open, so I'm not even looking at the.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, there's non-biased sources out there, and there's just not enough recognition for those sources. Sources that will report against both sides, because news in politics usually goes, what's good for one is not good for the other. So when you say, Fox might shy away from reporting on a story because it looks bad on Trump, they'll still report on it, but they'll shy away from going in detail, or they'll give a different perspective of it. Similar to the way they're reporting deaths on COVID. Here's the left's perspective, right? We wouldn't have this many deaths had it not been for Trump. Here's the right's perspective. If Trump didn't act the way he did, we'd have more deaths. Now you have Fox reporting that's the perspective of the way reality is, and CNN reporting it the other way. Which one's the right way?
Yeah.
So does that mean that it's essentially an issue of the news should be about whether or not something is good for America and not whether or not something is good for a political party?
It depends on
I
the
think
type of
the
show.
news should be it should be objective. It should be
I
only
disagree with
the
that,
facts and how the facts react.
No, look, it depends on the type of show you're going for, right? There are the AP news wires generally considered to be the most neutral.
Fox News is not news; they're an entertainment show.
Nowadays, well, was it? Look, was it Tucker Carlson? Literally, Tucker Carlson. Fox won a case because they put forth Tucker Carlson as as not not it's just entertainment. As nobody should take him seriously.
Electoral College Group is showing Montana leading towards Trump.
Montana leading toward Trump. Really? Wait. Okay, yeah, Montana I have for Trump leaning. So yeah, that's not a surprise. Okay, so we got about 12 more minutes, and then we all have to make our final assessments after the. We'll get. You know what? We'll give it a few minutes after midnight because wait for some last minute results. When those last minute results come in, we'll all call it and see what we see.
I don't think that you're going to find anything that's going to be not biased, but when you have things, here's the major mistake that I've seen, at least when it comes to American news media. Fox News was entertainment, and it always was entertainment. Unfortunately, they started getting treated, by their own devices. They wanted this as a news organization. And the major mistake made was that the other news organizations started also treating them like they were a news organization.
I gotta admit, I used to like watching Hannity and Combs, only because I liked the fact they had a dichotomy there. They had back and fact.
Well, I mean, it's fine to have a good, entertaining show, but
I was entertained by it.
News,
and
right?
By the way, Hannity had gone. Hannity's 10,000 times worse than he was on Hannity and Combs. Back then, he was. There's some things I actually agree with him on. He's gotten have you even noticed? Hannity has gotten 10,000 times worse, and Bill O'Reilly has gotten worse, if that's even possible. And especially, what was it? Who's typing? What's his name? But Glenn Beck. Holy crap! What the hell happened to him?
They're being enabled. They've been enabled by political parties and political swinging of the.
Have you listened to Glenn Beck? The dude has lost his mind.
What American society is finding acceptable or not.
So I want to elaborate, I guess, a little bit more on what I was saying, because I don't think I came across properly, and I started to think about it, and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of stupid to say. If you're having a human report on something, they're going to be opinionated by nature. But here's the thing. I guess what I mean to say is that I really wish there was somebody whose opinions were more non-biased, where like you find the opinions of Fox News are typically right-leaning opinions, and the opinions of CNN are typically left-leaning opinions, and you don't find the dichotomy that you were talking about, Steve, on either channel anymore. Where before there used to be a dichotomy of each viewpoint coming on. Now they just bring the viewpoints come on to ridicule, and like Tucker Carlson
and it all went to shit. After Alan Combs died, there was nobody even any pushback.
You're asking for the exact same thing from your media that you should be asking for from your political parties. You should be working towards the betterment,
for sure,
based on the science, based on the facts, and based on the information objectively, not based on personal views, not based on personal biases, and not based on subjective things. That it's about what's good for the country, it's about what's good for the state, it's about what's good for the people, not whatever your affiliation is or your views on someone's sexuality.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you think the stance should be held by like the White House spokesperson? Like, look at Kayleigh McEnany.
Sorry,
the White House spokesperson. Right, the person who's supposed to speak for the president, who lies every single time they stand in front of that pulpit without reservation. I mean, okay, I get this. Okay, look, I get that the person is supposed to spin things a little bit. I totally understand the political things for that. But you have people like McKinney and the one Huckabee before, they outright denied reality.
Well, but
and Kellyanne Conway,
the entire Republican
she denies reality.
Does.
I don't understand that. I understand the need to politicize, but holy crap.
It's because it's been a slow turnover, right? It didn't just suddenly become this way overnight. It was just pushing the envelope, right? And
who's breathing? Hang on, who's breathing? I can't. People are complaining, and I don't know who it is. That right there, that noise. I think Jenny, is it your mic? Because I think you might be on.
Maybe.
You're on one of those lapel mics, which
I do have like problems with my breathing.
But I think it's just because your lapel mic might be scraping on your shirt or something.
Okay, I'll hold it out here then.
Okay, thank you.
So there's a what was I saying? Oh, it's been a slow crawl to get to that point. It didn't just flip overnight. People expect some kind of misleading things within politics. That's sure. And people want to present themselves as, or whatever's going on with themselves in the best light possible. Sure, you expect that. To the point of outright fabrication has been a slow, small nugget here, small nugget there, small manipulation here, small spin there, into a snowball effect that has just gotten worse and worse over time. And because you don't have trustworthy news sources, you can't, and people are so emotional and undereducated, you end up in a situation where people are just outraged all the time, and they're easy to direct in the wrong direction.
Fox supposedly called for Texas for Trump, which I think they're right on.
Especially since your news is looking
it's 700,000 now.
Yeah, that's too significant of a lead for Trump.
The news is looking to make money. They're looking to get ratings. Their job isn't to get facts. Their job is to get money and numbers. If there was like some kind of standard, some kind of ethical standard of journalism or something like that, that would mean that you would actually have to fact check before you do something. Like Fox News should have been disbanded ages ago by the government for false advertising.
Okay, so here's my thing, right? We all hide ourselves under this umbrella of the First Amendment, right? Like when I'm talking about not us on YouTube, I'm talking about these companies like Fox News and all that. They hide themselves as a freedom of press person, to be able to report. But I really think that because we rely on news, when the American person talks about news, they don't think. The colloquial term of news is not satire. Colloquial term of news is not comedy or drama. News is a reporting of the facts that are going on in the world. Even if you're giving an opinionated version of those facts, they need to be factual. So I believe that there needs to be some kind of qualification for you to be able to fall under the umbrella of freedom of press. If you're not being satirical,
if you want to be under that umbrella, you should be held to a higher standard.
Yeah, and I don't think that you should fall outside of the First Amendment. I think you should still be protected by freedom of speech. But I think to be able to consider yourself a freedom of press, you really need to be held to a higher standard on what you're reporting on, because we as the American people rely on news to get our information, and what we consider news is not satire.
Yeah, I think this thing is this. It's perfectly fine to have a bias or an opinion if people are aware of this type of programming. What I am fundamentally against, is a media outlet outright lying and distorting facts. That is unacceptable for any media outlet.
But how do we keep that from happening?
Well, luckily we do have we have people out there that do fact checking, right? But maybe not enough people pay attention to that. But yeah, when you have news is not. I mean, news is supposed to be informative. Do they have political commentary and pundits and polemics and all this? Yes, of course. That's our country. I don't have a problem with any of that, knowing what type of show you're listening to. But when you have people putting out misinformation purposefully, knowing that that's just propaganda. How's that worse than any Russian propaganda crap?
And then what they do from that is they say, when you question them or when you say no, you stop doing that. They say, hey, freedom of press. Well, how do you consider that press? I mean, when this amendment was written, there was a reason why it was written, because they didn't want newspapers being shut down because of political viewpoints. Yeah. They didn't want people to have an opinion suppressed, and I'm good with that. But the thing is I think there just needs to be, because the American people see news as a certain term. I mean, they've done it for everything else. They might as well do it for news as well, because they see news, because we see news colloquially as a place to get facts about what's going on in the world. I believe freedom of press should be excluded to news outlets. You should still be covered by freedom of speech and freedom of expression. You just should not be covered by freedom of press.
The problem is
you're not pressed if you're creating your own reality.
The problem is not how much freedom of press they have. The problem is how much lack of responsibility they take for owning that freedom of
Yes.
speech.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Freedom of speech without awareness of responsibility
It's dangerous.
Is dangerous and quite adolescent, really.
Yeah.
And I'm a freedom of speech. That's the number one thing I stand up for is freedom of speech. You'll never hear me go against that. But the thing is I think people take advantage of that.
You're
They
a free
don't
speech
understand it completely.
So you're a free speech absolutist?
I would say an absolutist to the point that I do still accept the fact that freedom of speech, like you can't use your freedom of speech to attack people, like to incite violence or
that's
to
not
cause
absolute,
a dangerous situation.
Yeah. Even an
but
absolute,
as
you
far
can't.
after that, I don't give a shit if you're putting out medically false information, which can lead to people getting hurt. That's about the only thing I kind of where a freedom of speech absolutist would disagree with me on. But I also believe they should have a platform to express an opinion, and I should use my platform to contest that opinion. That's the best way to show that an idea is bad.
I don't have a problem with that.
Go ahead, instead for when you're being negligent in your responsibilities. So this falls under if you're spreading false information, like things like jelly juice. If you're drinking jelly juice, there is a reason to potentially for Jillian to potentially be in some kind of trouble for causing the direct deaths of people for taking that when it's presented as a medicinal thing when it's not. However, it sounds to me like what you're kind of proposing is an idea that would apply something along those lines to the news. So if you want these rights and these protections, then you need to meet this standard.
Yes. You have to meet a certain responsibility.
Right, which would also mean that when you do things outside of that standard, the punishment for that may or may not be higher, like the cost of that.
So, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Let me chime in here. So 2020 election, according to KSL.com, many races still too close to call. I don't think that's true. I think that a lot of these things, again, if you're 10 points higher, it's a good game.
It's done.
That's several hundred thousand.
I've been looking at the numbers, and as of right now, they're 223 to 204, right? That means Biden needs to make up 47 points to win.
All right, so let me ask Landon.
If he gets Pennsylvania, that brings him down to 27. If he even manages to flip, if you add on Hawaii, Nevada.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
Close.
You can't.
He would need to flip Michigan.
Hawaii is going to go to Biden, and Alaska is going to go to Trump. But
Trump.
Yeah.
So
I factored that in, but
yeah.
Given the margins of the ones that still might flip, I think Trump's still going to win by about 17 seats.
All right, so let's ask Landon, from what you're hearing from the electoral, what are they predicting now?
So the Electoral College is projecting that we're on an arc. If the trends continue, and that's a big if, Trump would have 294 and Biden 244. The thing is that there's a number of states right now. If you look at the solids, Biden has solid 228, Trump has solid 123. There's 171 electors that are still to be decided. The issue, of course, is which states might flip, right? If you look at something like, if you look at and say, it seems unlikely that Florida would flip, although technically it could if nearly all of the outstanding mail-in ballots happen to be for Biden. That's unlikely. If you flip Pennsylvania, for example, and give it to Biden, he's only at 254, right? That's not good enough. You need Pennsylvania and you need Michigan, and then Biden's at 270.
All right, so give me that number. Give me that number again. They have
What about Pennsylvania and North Carolina?
284. 284. You have it projected at.
So right now, let's put Nevada in leaning Biden. Let's put Alaska in leading Trump. Let's put Hawaii.
Okay, why do you do that? What is it? I want to know what the electoral has said right now. What was it?
Then that would end up being which one I'm projecting? That ends up projecting as Trump as 294, Biden is 244.
Okay, but what is the college right now projecting?
So that's what the Electoral College is
290
projecting
okay,
right now,
294.
given the
Okay.
trends.
All right, so 294. So just to give you right.
So if and I'm projecting right now. Do you see the map I'm projecting right now? So let's assume that, for example, Biden somehow there's enough outstanding ballots that Biden picks up Pennsylvania and picks up Michigan. Then Biden's at 280.
Okay, well, 294. Guess who? According to my spreadsheet here, guess who is the most on the money? Chris Attlee. God damn it! Yeah, he predicted.
So that's
302.
a projection.
That's
So
only
I
that's
would
only
point
8
out
difference.
to people, this is a projection. There's a number of states where there still are a significant number of outstanding mail-in ballots, but usually what you could do is look at the remaining ballots and project them forward, and right now it's statistically unlikely that Biden has enough mail-in ballots to win. Technically, he could, but it's unlikely.
But with the forecast,
however, we don't know. We don't know the set there. So Michigan, Pennsylvania are certainly possibles that could cause things to flip.
Yeah, but the number you gave right now,
294 to 244.
294 for Trump is the closest that predicted that was Chris Attlee so far. An Australian that I'll never hear the end of it, that I do a political show with, that everybody hates. My career's over. It was nice knowing you guys. I love you. Maybe I'm going to take up cocaine or something.
Landon, I'm going to ask you a question. What would be necessary for Biden to win if he doesn't take Pennsylvania, Florida, or Texas? That's leaving open.
There's no possible way Biden can win if he doesn't get Texas or Florida and Ohio. At least one of those states. He needs one.
Or Pennsylvania.
So your question. So what? So you see the map right now. What states would you like me to flip?
Well, okay, so Pennsylvania is pretty much, I mean, there are 500,000 votes, a little more than that up, and only 3 million total, 3.5 million total votes. So I would like to consider them not going to flip because that'd be the hardest state to flip.
Sure.
So what would we need to flip in order to get Biden to win without flipping Pennsylvania? So let's do Michigan and Wisconsin because they're pretty close.
Okay, so let's go back over to here, and we're going to take we'll put Michigan into Biden's camp there. He's only at 260, so you need something else. You need.
What about Wisconsin? Add in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin would do it at 270.
Now
So
I got to block Attlee on everything.
There.
This is going to suck.
That's the win condition right there. He has to flip those two leaning states, and everything has to play out the way he has it, which everything looks like it will play out the way it has it. Possibly North Carolina will flip. So what's North Carolina's total electoral college?
15.
15 electoral.
15, and
if you gave him North Carolina and Michigan, he'd have 275.
What about North Carolina and Wisconsin?
So North Carolina and Wisconsin, he would have 269. It would be a tie. He wins. So Trump wins in the House of Representatives.
Okay. So we need North Carolina and Michigan are conditions to win, and Michigan and Wisconsin are conditions to win.
Yeah.
Wait.
Those
again,
are the two that I would expect.
So it's not over, but it's not looking.
It's getting there. It's
good for Biden.
It's getting there. It's good.
Well, okay. So looking at Michigan, they're only at 50% reporting and 300,000 down, and that's a blue state typically. It's a swing state. So, but lately it's been a blue state.
So that would
Wisconsin's
give Biden 260 if Michigan flips back to Biden.
Okay. Now, Wisconsin is also typically a blue state. In fact, was projected to go blue. They have 74% reporting, but only 115,000 in vote count difference. So we're looking at something that
268. So Biden wins there.
So if those two flip, that could happen. That could win. Now, if one of those don't flip, it would have to not be. Wisconsin would have to remain Trump, and Michigan would have to be the one to flip, and then you could win if North Carolina turns out with mail-in ballots to close, because that one's actually pretty close too. My son was watching that election. In fact, he says that the polls already closed. He watched the last district close, and that count is going to be the final count. If that happens to be the final count, then there's no way. You have to get Michigan and Wisconsin or Michigan and Ohio.
Yeah. It's Michigan. I think is one of the keys that has
Yeah.
to flip, and then you want North Carolina or Wisconsin to there again. Is that possible? Yes.
Highly unlikely.
Probable? No. Yeah, I see it as a possibility. I see it as reaching in a bag of 25 quarters and pulling out the one nickel that's in there without looking. That's what I
Yes.
see
They
that
just-
as the likelihood of him pulling this off, but it is possible.
They do have
Yes.
Hawaii. They have Hawaii now, even though it's nothing coming in, but they have Hawaii as predicted for Biden. I'm sure you're going to see Alaska go to Trump here in a few. And
Yep.
the only thing that's really I don't know would be Nevada. I think it's going to go Biden, but it could go either way. But right now, I think Trump's celebrating. To be honest with you.
So
Yeah, I mean, I think,
the
He
question
was
is-
gonna be
and so
celebrating no matter
it's one of the
what.
cases if Trump is declaring victory, he's not completely hot air,
No.
right?
Yeah,
He's got
but he
he's got
shouldn't.
some basis to say I'm the winner, but we have to wait until
Do you think Biden
the
will
electoral
concede?
college actually meets on the first.
I totally agree with you. But do you,
Something to remember about the absentee and mail-in ballots is a lot of places, states won't even bother counting them if the margin of win is over a certain amount.
Correct.
and that's what and that's
That's typical. That
yeah, but that's
a
the
very
point.
common thing.
Do you think that
with
hang
Pennsylvania-
on, I'm trying to talk. Do you think that Biden will concede tonight if it is so much obviously the case that
No.
you don't think so?
Nope.
Okay.
And I think
Nope,
it's
I do not.
Okay.
The
I
Democratic
don't
Party
think
has a
it's gonna let him.
strategy if Trump
Yeah.
wins, 100%.
So
Prayer?
Pennsylvania,
It should be.
Sorry.
they're
Hopes and prayers.
they're accepting the ballots in even if they're not post dated or whatever, right?
It depends on the
So many
states. Some states, I think, extended it. Some have a specific date. And by the
I
way,
think it was Pennsylvania is accepting any ballots that they get, even if they're not postmarked before today. Between
yeah, something like that.
3 days. Is it possible that you get a flood of Democrats going, "Oh shit, we didn't vote," and we
No.
could flip
No.
it, and they all
No.
try to like
No, not going to happen.
get
Doesn't work
their
that way.
ballot in there?
Nope.
Yeah, people
don't
who've
think you'd-
requested a ballot like that are anticipating the ability to vote. So most likely they've already casted their votes. Now there's probably going to be a small percentage that forget or something happens, they just don't get around to it, sure. But 400,000? No. No, not it won't be that many.
Biden's still up on the popular vote.
It's
by the way.
unlikely.
Biden's still up on the
Yeah.
popular vote, and somebody had pointed out that Biden's probably asleep right now. It's past his bedtime.
Yeah, sleep
That's
is slow.
hilarious.
Mississippi
I have-
voters have voted to replace the Confederate themed flag.
Hey.
Well, that's good. That's a positive for America.
Go-
I have a question. What's the popular vote difference compared to 2016 right now?
Probably pretty similar, I think, because
For about the same. Wasn't
2016
Hillary win
was
it?
like 135 million to
yeah, it's
132
almost
million.
identical if I remember correctly. It's 49.7% to 48.6%. So
I
Joe's taking
it's a
nap.
1.1%
Come on,
difference.
guys.
Going to Unicorn, $2. I don't want to brag, but she will in perpetuity. Hey, Landon, man, I'm hoping that you can still show your face after this.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I have no problem with saying if it turns out I'm wrong, that I'm wrong. Now, I'm going to wait. Remember, the thing that Lonnie and I is that we have to wait until what gets reported in a joint session of the House and Senate.
Oh yeah, for you guys it's bad. I obviously kind of with mine in the cop too, but I'm just going to concede here in about 15 minutes.
But I don't. I mean, I think the thing is, it doesn't look good for Biden. But I don't think you can say that Trump has.
I
definitely
disagree.
won.
I think in about 15 minutes, if anything just gets confirmed, even if it, just any of them, I think that it's pretty well you're gonna see the news or out there going that Trump won.
I'm tired of false hope. Trump won.
Now
Yeah, I mean, I've been a realist this whole time. I've thought Trump has had this for months now because of the candidate he was going up against, and I just think the American that's not being the person's voice who was not being heard typically doesn't relate to Joe Biden. And as much as you hate saying it, Donald Trump is a walking fucking meme, and people love fucking dumpster fires.
Hang on. Ohio just got called for Trump.
And
Did they really?
Women
Yes.
also weren't too happy with Joe either.
Yes, Ohio just got called for Trump.
I want to ask you guys this question because this question I meant to ask earlier and I forgot to ask it. How Ohio and Pennsylvania were both expected to be strongholds for the blue states,
No, they weren't. No,
and then
no,
Joe
no.
Biden. I heard
No,
that
those are swing
Ohio and
states.
Pennsylvania were both going blue, and then that the moment that Joe Biden announced that he was getting rid of the oil industry, they just said nope, can't do that.
Well, that might be true, but here's the thing: the polling for a lot of these swing states, most of them were towards Biden, believe it or not. But go to Unicorn for $2 says I am joking. Love you, Landon. We all love Landon. And by the way, Landon and I had about the same thing.
I understand. I have no wrong with what I was saying that I was wrong in my particularly missed in a number of states. However, I'm going to wait until the final.
It's okay. I'm going to actually start. I'm actually going to. I've been thinking about this. I'm actually going to make this into a flat Earth channel, and me and Jeranism are going to do a show together.
I'm gonna be your first fucking member, your first new member.
Well,
I'll
the
tune
trolls
in
will
every
start leaving you
single
alone
night.
then.
Yeah.
If I said that I was 95% certain that Trump was winning, would you hold it against me?
90. How many?
95%.
Ah, funny. Minnesota just got called for Biden.
I would say that's too
Hang on,
low.
hang
I
on.
would say that's too low.
Hey, Minnesota swing state just got called for Biden.
No. Oh,
Yes.
Minnesota. No, I've
Minnesota's
been
not a
called for
swing
Biden.
state. He
No,
took it
yeah,
by 20
Minnesota-
points.
Not in Politico.
Politico's
Oh,
wrong.
They're
took it
wrong
by
about
20
that.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just updated on Politico, Minnesota. So I don't know. The API already had a call, but looks
No,
like,
I think it was light blue, but it's dark blue now on my screen too.
So, yeah, it was light blue before, but it has been called for Biden, which great for Biden, but it doesn't save him.
The Electoral College, they called it a long time ago, but we'll have to see where the trends are. I mean, again, I'm looking at the trends. I think at Michigan is one of the key things, and you have to pick either Wisconsin or North Carolina, which is again possible, but not likely.
Yeah.
And again, and when me and Landon were just doing this math right now, we were doing it assuming Minnesota was going to Biden. So that really doesn't change what he was saying earlier by any means whatsoever.
I hate to do this, but I only got someone's room, and Dave, you've been in here the longest. Could you make kind of room for McMania because she wants to gloat?
Oh, yeah. Mine
You mean
wants to pop in. That's absolutely fine.
Did
I'll
she
talk to you
predict
later,
Trump?
Dave. I did. I'll
Sorry,
catch
I'll
you.
just say before I leave, sorry that you fucked up your country. Sorry.
You know what?
Let me
We'll
in,
take it.
Dave.
We'll take
Let
it.
me in.
We didn't fuck it up.
Dave, I tell you what, I will let you be the big spoon at this point. I don't care.
What was that?
I'll let you be the big spoon. I don't care.
All right.
I want some poutine. I really want poutine, so I'm coming.
David.
What's that?
I'll catch you later, David, to see the
Oh
Discord.
yeah, we'll chat after the show.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Yeah,
Later.
you guys can have after shows. This has been going on forever today. So come on in.
We could go
241
another
for
15
Biden.
minutes and then we're done. I think.
I see 241 for Biden, and if he takes Nevada, does anybody know what Nevada's electoral is off?
6.
6. Yep.
6. So that's 247. So now he's down to needing to make up only 23 points if he takes both of those states and all the
What
districts.
am I
of
missing?
Maine.
Because I'm showing Biden at 244 with a map that's being projected.
Are you getting all 4 of Maine's electorals?
Yes.
Because it's
Yes.
okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Here's the funniest thing, though.
I'm assuming. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If people are just looking at the API right now and they see Joe Biden 223, Trump 118, they're thinking, "Oh, look, Biden's way ahead. Biden's going to win.
He's kicking ass."
Yeah, this is the difference between doing an actual analysis and just going by what you think you see.
Yep.
Not the same things. Not the same things. That API looks really good for Biden, but I can tell you right now, and I'm sure Landon would agree with you, Biden is in a world of hurt right now.
Yes. Yes.
Biden's down
I have-
500,000 in Pennsylvania. There's no chance.
But do you guys see that? You guys see that works? You see that looking at just the API, if you're not doing a level analysis, and most of the country is probably just looking at that number, going, "Oh, Biden's doing great!
Oh, yeah.
Yay! Oh, I'm telling you, he's not at all." But anyways,
It's
Manya,
almost like you picked somebody with like very like mediocre charisma to go against somebody who's very charismatic for the people who follow him, instead of picking somebody with like a buttload of energy and actually would have been like maybe somebody who would have taken any kind of risk or made any kind of changes or improvements, something that people could actually get behind. Like remember, like people got behind Obama because they wanted change. They wanted things to be different. And so like running somebody against somebody who's very much like able to pull their followers into doing pretty much whatever he tells them to do, whether it's a lot, he can lie to their faces, say one thing
Jen, can
in
you
this
mute? Hang on,
breath,
hang on.
say
Jen,
the
can
next
you-
thing in this
hang on.
breath,
Jen, can you mute?
and run somebody who can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Jen, can you mute? I think it's mute. Whoever's that people. Yeah, there, thank you. Very very loud. We're gonna have to get Jen an actual mic one of these days. I think. Those lapel mics. I warn everybody ahead of time. The lapel mics, that the little things, horrible for these things. Horrible.
Oh, I had to tell Fight to stop using his.
Yeah,
man. I was
they're-
like,
they're
dude,
really,
you don't
really
sound
bad.
right, bro. Just go back to your Yeti.
All right, so going to Unicorn, you're going Manya. You have, by the way, Chris is the closest right now based upon the electoral thing. He's only 8 away from the actual electoral college projections. You're 12 away, so you're the second closest, Manya. Do you want to gloat? Do you want to gloat a little bit?
A little bit.
You're allowed to.
Told you so.
Let's not go crazy here. Let's not go crazy here. Let me see. By the way, what did Macabre have here on my spreadsheet? I did put my spreadsheet public so people know. Macabre had 305 Trump. So he's about 11 away. So he's I think a little closer than you. So I think it goes Chris, Macabre, and then Golden Unicorn. But I have to check that. I think it's 8 away, 11 away, and 12 away. I did the math right.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at the spreadsheet, but yeah, that's all three. And by the way, all 3 of those are fucking foreigners. And by the way, that's gonna be
right
sound
now,
bite. Steve hates foreigners. So I love foreigners,
if you,
but they know better than we do. Okay, great.
If you want to be certain, right?
Well,
you don't concede, but you can say with probably a 95% certainty that Trump is looking at 294 to 244. We'll see what happens with the mail-in ballots. That gap might shift, but it's unlikely to shift significantly.
So is
It's
my
done.
prediction possible? Whatever I predicted, is it possible in this current scenario, or is someone else like if I like how you're predicting how much some votes?
Montana's been called, Landon. Sorry, I'm sorry,
What?
Manya. Go ahead. I was just
No.
informing Landon that Montana's been called for Trump. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. You're winning. You should be allowed to have an entire 10 minutes to tell people how much of a champion you are. Please be modest about it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, seriously, it's like
Team.
the thing is there are 2 things, right? People, along with like what she has said, what have you put up against Trump? Trump is as vociferous as anyone can be, right? He's out there. He's in the view. Biden is not. Plus, people like stability also. People are now used to Trump. They know what he's got. So they're not going to risk someone new coming in who has not presented like an aura of personality as compared to Trump, or any policies. Not very great policies at all. So yeah,
At least not policies people are gonna like get excited about, if you know what I mean.
Exactly,
Like, everything
yeah.
with Biden is like milk toast. It's like
everything is being catered for him by his team.
There's nothing exciting. It's white bread. It's nothing exciting.
Exactly.
It is, like there's not even any jam on this.
No
Beautiful
peanut
people of the
butter.
internet. Beautiful people of the internet. May I make an announcement real quick? We have 2 more states that have officially called it: Iowa for Trump and Ohio for Trump.
Oh, that's huge.
That's
Iowa
game
and
over.
Ohio.
That's game
I'm
over.
I'm calling it for Trump. 9:22 p.m. I'm putting it out.
Sounds like this game of shogi's done.
I'm calling
Man,
it.
that was the
I'm
one.
calling
That was
it.
the one.
It's
That was
done.
the one that was closer than Pennsylvania.
Yep.
That was a big hitter against him right there.
Game over.
On the other show that I'm on, the question was how many votes, electoral votes, will the winner get? And I said 290, and it would be Trump.
Yeah. So I mean, the 294, 244 is sort of the most likely projection. The Michigan, either Wisconsin or North Carolina with the write-in ballots could technically shift it, but it's unlikely.
Yep.
So, as I said before, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Right?
I'm and it's the interesting thing is like don't be disappointed in the people. This isn't the people of America's fault. This is a problem with the system, and this is a problem with both political parties. This is not a problem with the American people, by the way. So before people start getting at each other and being like, oh, all Americans are dumb, or how could Americans let this happen? No. This is not them. This is their system failing them. That's what this is.
We need new blood and new ideas. We need an independent centrist to step up to the plate to announce some great ideas that are both socialist and corporate friendly, and bring them in and do what's best for the country on both the economic level and the populist level.
The DNC needed to run either Biden or what's her name, Elizabeth Warren, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie. And by not doing that, I think they screwed themselves over, because at least both of them had charisma, like they had character, they had personality, and so you're gonna get a lot of people who are gonna hate them, but that's the point.
Anybody that doesn't look like they need a
them.
fucking walker leaving the goddamn podium. I mean, shit. I mean, Biden looks like he needs a bed. He needs a bed halfway from the fucking podium to the stairs so he can take a nap on the way out.
I would have loved watching Elizabeth Warren debate Trump, because that would have actually been exciting.
It would have. It would have.
She would have like slapped him around, and it would have been glorious. The same way she did to the Goldman and Sachs guys, or whatever the bank was that she went at, and when she was in the Senate or wherever she was. God, that was amazing.
I just at this point, I think that we're just in a situation where we have two bad candidates to select from, and unfortunately, like I said earlier, I'd rather deal with emotional SJWs than more dead Americans.
I will say that I think that Biden was an acceptable candidate, and Harris was an acceptable candidate.
I think they're acceptable. They're just not going to be good enough when it comes to Trump.
Trump clearly represents America past, and Joe Biden represents the kind of male that a large part of the culture wants men to evolve into. Someone who's compassionate, who's understanding, who's touchy, who's feely, not necessarily in actual literal terms, but the kind of new male sort of person who's not quite a metrosexual, but somebody who's open and honest and feeling and caring and is not afraid to say so. And there's just not enough people who will stand behind that yet. There's just not. They still like the macho shithead.
Yeah, Trump is ready to get down and dirty. He is willing to go down.
No, he's ready to have other people to get down and dirty for him.
Yeah,
he's a wuss.
Exactly. Yeah, do other people shit for him, and he stands by with whatever he spits out. And yeah, as I said, vociferous. But Biden is he's like an old grandpa. He's a good old grandpa, but there's another loud swearing grandpa standing opposite to him. So yeah.
So earlier, I ran the simulations that were on this 270 to win website, and I believe that's I think that's the same website that Landon's using right now. And I ran it just today before I got in here. I ran it 22 times. Right? They projected Biden to win 86.4%.
I had the same. I had the same numbers. Yeah.
It's been like that. I was like, no way he's winning. No way he's winning by that much if he does win. And no way I didn't think he was going to win. I thought it'd be more of a landslide, to be honest with you. We wouldn't even be having a conversation.
Which of you were around when Reagan ran?
Nominated their candidates.
So I just
Wait,
saw.
hang on. We've got 3 people talking, and I didn't hear anybody. I want to hear Jen. Go first. What'd you say, and then Chess, and then Vanya?
I'm just wondering who was around and voting when Reagan ran.
I wasn't voting, but I was around.
I was.
Doesn't this feel exactly like that? That people were before the election, nobody would support Reagan verbally, and after the election, nobody would admit that he voted for him.
I certainly disagree. I certainly disagree with that. I think there were certain. I mean, because there was certainly concern about Carter, particularly the economy and international things, and so there was a number of issues that had concern, and Reagan wasn't projected as being that much of a bumbling.
No,
person.
but after he was elected, nobody would admit that they voted for him. It was like, well, if you took those polls from people who voted for him and who didn't, he would have lost by 90%.
Yeah. So
and Trump is the same kind of person. I think people are embarrassed to say they would vote for him, but do anyways.
Well, let me, just from the way my dad spoke to me about the Reagan and Carter thing, because he was like my age when all this was, maybe even a little younger than I am right now, when that election went down. And the way he described it was the way I kind of get when I talk to people about it and their sentiment, that Jimmy Carter was too simple to be president. He was a bean counter. He was very much involved with the farming communities, and I believe he came from a farming state, did he not? I don't know this for a fact, but my dad was telling me all about this. Well, okay, Georgia, so that's not really a farming state, but yeah, my dad was telling me he was just looked at as like
Carter
this
was
really
a peanut
simpleton.
farmer.
Yeah, a peanut farmer. Okay, that's what it was then. Maybe not a bean farmer, but a peanut farmer. But yeah, like that's what my dad was like. He just, the American people didn't relate with him. They were like, he's not charismatic enough. And Reagan comes off of the movie set onto the presidential scene, and it was just so simple for you to vote for Reagan over Carter. It had nothing to do with politics. It was just simple to do it.
But if you look deeper into that, the personality type of Jimmy Carter was exactly as Joe Biden,
just
and
like Joe
Reagan
Biden
is exactly as Trump.
Yep.
Trump's a buffoon as well, but in terms of the macho shithead thing, they both had that for them, and the Democrats were both very compassionate men.
There are a lot of people in America right now feeling disenfranchised on every side. Biden does not embolden or embody what the people that he's representing, or the people that that don't agree with Trump, he doesn't put forward, he doesn't give them hope in whatever they want. He's not pushing forward the ideals that those people want. There is no empowerment there. Trump is empowering and emboldening a lot of people. And there are a lot of people who also feel like they're being attacked, a lot of people who also feel like they're being disenfranchised. These are the people who are, well, there's an, what's the word I'm looking for? There, cancel culture goes both ways. So when people are like, oh well, men are men and women are women, when you start changing that dynamic, people are going to feel disenfranchised. So people think that, oh, so it's not okay for me to be a white straight man anymore. Well, screw that. And Trump is emboldening those people. He is pushing forward what they think that they want. Biden is not doing that for the opposite side, for those communities. It's just not what he represents. He represents mediocrity. He represents the status quo, and a lot of those people aren't okay with that. So he doesn't have the oomph, that he doesn't have the cojones to get people up and moving and caring.
The comments
anything, he disenfranchised them more.
The comments I kept hearing from reporters quizzing people on the street and stuff, why they're going to vote for Trump, is because he's going to do what he does what he says he's going to do, even though he doesn't. They still think that he did what he says he's going to do, but he didn't. He didn't fulfill any promise.
Okay, real quick.
Landon.
So
Nevada is left-leaning or right-leaning right now, red-leaning. I'm sorry, go ahead.
All right, so real quick, I literally had somebody just do exactly what I said to you guys. Somebody's, you know how people are looking at those numbers? I said 9:22 p.m. PDT, called it, Trump wins. And somebody said, "Lying bastard, why? Just when I thought you could be trusted." And they showed they showed a picture, and I know this guy, so he's kind of a, but he's like,
Did
hang
you
on,
read?
hang on, yeah, I know they are,
Yeah.
but they showed a picture of the API, and I'm like, you're kidding, right? Those are just API numbers. Look at the states individually. Florida and Texas are forecasted to Trump, and Trump won Ohio. Trump has almost all the swing states, way ahead of with the exception of Arizona, with Minnesota and New Hampshire given to Biden. The numbers you see are not enough based upon a clear forecast for Biden to win. I don't understand why they don't get that.
They don't understand Bayesian statistics.
Yeah, and
at
so
all.
I think this is we're at a stage now where we can say that if Trump were to go and be gloating about victory, he's not completely.
Yeah, William Peterson,
Not so much.
$5. I think that Harris's problematic past as a prosecutor had a large influence on all of this.
Well, Joe Biden's past is also problematic. The way he has
Yes.
behaved with women, and especially women of color. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Plus,
Remember
his
that?
political history is not very good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his history on, here's the thing about politics. In the moment, when you're pushing a bill, you have to say what you have to say, not knowing that later in life, what you've said then may affect how you can be, what your political influence will be in the future. Well, in the future, when we're looking at a time when we have to acknowledge the fact that a disproportionate percentage of the population of African Americans is in prison, and you have Joe Biden saying, "I'm going to fight for you guys," and you're like, "But hey, aren't you the one that put me in prison? Aren't you the one that has me growing up without a father because of your
Exactly.
crime bill that you passed with Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton? You were a
Exactly.
direct writer of that bill. Is that not right?" Yes, it's right. Then you look at Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, how many people did she prosecute? How many people did she put in prison? Now, hey, here's the thing. That disenfranchises a community more than anything else. When you take a portion of their males, the fathers in that community, and you put them in prison for basic crimes because there's a bias, and nobody can deny the bias. So that right there, when it comes back to her, she gives that smirk little smile, and when you see her smile like that, that's the prosecutor's smile right there.
So I am going to bid you folks adieu because I think we'll need to see how things play out. You can decide in terms of second guess the projections of the candidates there, but I think given the process, it looks like 294 Trump, 244 Trump, 244 Biden is the most likely outcome. There is
what is
a
it? 294?
technical possibility of outstanding ballots flipping a couple of states, but unlikely.
To 294 Trump, to how many to Biden?
244.
I want to cut this down.
That's the current projection. And so when you say, well, when will you be more certain? Well, in probably about 2 days or so, we'll have probably a pretty solid set. Then, of course, there will be the actual voting that occurs of the electors on the first Wednesday after the second Tuesday in December, and then the ballots will actually be counted by the joint session of House and Senate on the first week in January, and that's where the actual number will know. At which point, Manya will name a charity, and I will distribute X number of dollars towards that charity.
Awesome.
I just want to make one point before you go.
I just ask that it be a charity that's legal for Americans to send money to.
I'll give you a couple of options. I will give you a couple of options.
Florida's been called?
Florida has been called for Trump.
Yep.
Oh.
There you go.
I just want to make one point. I can't really accept the results of this election because Trump told me it was rigged.
Exactly right.
All right, good sport, Landon. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Landon, it was amazing hanging out with you, man.
Hi, Landon.
And I appreciate the time. I'm going to talk to my family, and again, try to move on from this. Watch what happens in detail, and then spend some time looking at the actual electoral college process. Tune in on C-SPAN for the actual counting of the ballots on January, and we'll see you then.
Yep. Thank you, Landon.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
And by the way, I was wrong, and Manya was right.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye, Landon.
Bye.
Good night.
People call me liar, say I'm trolling. See, this is what I get. It's like, I'm sure they say, hey, Steve, you were wrong. They should be like happy. This should be the day needs to be a national holiday. Steve was wrong. But no, even when I'm saying, hey, I was wrong. No, Steve, you're lying. I can't win. I can't win. My God.
Steve.
I can't deal with this. I can't even win when I'm saying, hey, Manya, you were right. Hey, Macabre, you were right. Hey, Chris Atlee, you were right. I was wrong. But no, they won't even give me that.
See how this election is going to affect people?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Steve, when you called it, did you see Brandon's reply to you on Twitter?
Oh,
when you called the election?
These guys are losing their shit, dude. Losing their shit.
No. He said he has great hopes for 2029 when you called it.
Yeah, that was funny, yeah.
I think there's another problem. Well, there's a lot of problems with Biden as a candidate. I thought Trump was going to win as soon as the DNC forced him in, because they were just doing the same thing that they did in 2016 when they lost to Trump last time. So I don't know why they expect this time to really be any different. But the lack of energy on one side versus the other, because they had something good going and they dropped the ball so hard that it was essentially just like, we're taking off, and nope, we just stopped. Biden didn't have any energy rolling behind him, so it was just came to a screeching halt, and then they had to get the ball rolling again. So they lost all of this time, and it doesn't help that Trump's been, he's been campaigning since 2 years ago. So he's basically been campaigning for 4 years.
Yeah.
I like to say on 270 to win, which is different than the API stuff. They have Texas called for red, but they don't have Minnesota called for blue, and they don't have Minnesota called for blue. So there is some discrepancy in their map versus the Google map, but
what's Texas calling it? Yeah. Oh God, hang on. That's loud. Sorry, Jen.
But just so everybody knows, 270 to win called Florida like 2 hours ago. They said Florida had already won it, but we weren't accepting that because it hadn't been officially released. It was released in news outlets that the desk headquarters Twitter released that Florida called it, that it was going to Trump. So that was them calling it, but no, they just didn't report it. So I guess there's a little bit of a mixed message between maps. They haven't had any discrepancies where they've said one was red where it was blue. They've only had some that say blue that are not blue on their map, but they have Texas as a solid red, meaning Texas called it.
I'm gonna wait till I get. I have to see it on the.
For sure. Yeah, I'm just keeping everybody informed.
I think
because they also have
an issue of. I think the DNC tried to kind of they wanted to use Biden to not spook anybody that is like corporate, but also wanted to ride Obama's coattails, and it was far too late for that.
Yeah,
they might have been able to get Biden in 2016.
So Macabre says for 5 Australian. I knew Trump would take 2020 the moment he was elected in 2016. Then the DNC shafted Tulsi. There was no doubt about it. DNC shaft. I'm telling you right now, this loss. I mark my words. The DNC is going to get more shit than ever. Watch.
This is going to be a really good opportunity for everybody who is tired of the two-party system, because the DNC has screwed people over 2 times in a row that they have to now deal with Trump, and they've lost by their own hand. They didn't lose because Trump was better than they were. They lost because they screwed themselves. So there might be an opportunity here for a potential third and maybe fourth party to try to form with all of the people that are going to be so disenfranchised with the DNC, because the DNC screwed themselves for the next election anyway with how much they've just screwed over and brushed aside the younger voters. So by doing that, and they, even if they won this year, they were still going to lose the next election because of things like, and the next couple elections because of things like that. But if you, now is a good time if you're trying to form a third political party, this might be a good opportunity for something like that.
And the thing is that the Democrat Party, they appeared very confused as to who they wanted to back from the start. They were never, yeah, they shouldn't have been, but they appeared very confused. I think so. They hadn't decided themselves till like last year who they were going to back.
I'm just,
whereas the Republicans, they already knew who their horse was in this race, all the way. I'm just
really curious. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just I'm getting inundated here. I'm just really taken aback. But are people watching the same shit that we are? Because we're watching these numbers, and they're like, "Oh, well, they can win. He can win Pennsylvania." I'm like, and so what?
It takes some time to accept the reality. They are in shock.
Even if he won Pennsylvania,
just like last time,
is real.
Yeah, I said it all depends on Texas.
Biden is speaking on live.
I said, yeah,
they're not giving in. They said we still got a chance. We want every vote counted. They think they're good in Wisconsin, maybe Georgia, Michigan. I don't know. I think they're diluted.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I mean, I look, Texas is the biggest thing right now. If they call Texas, I don't know what the hell he's going to do. Because it wouldn't matter if he got Pennsylvania. It wouldn't matter if he gets Nevada. It wouldn't matter, which, by the way, he probably will. It wouldn't matter if he gets Georgia. It won't matter. Texas is 38. He's not going to make that up. It will not happen. I mean, you could literally go to Politico, boom. Biden has to get Texas. He has.
I think I might.
He can win if he gets Texas, but that's not going to happen.
I think I might have been unclear. Somebody, there seems to be some questions in the chat saying that a third party can't be voted in after, like, post voting. Yeah, of course not. I'm talking about forming a new party.
Yeah, for next year.
After the fact, have a third party. Yeah. Just do another election.
In and just like no, that's not what I was saying at all. And then somebody asked if Canadian elections are ever this intense. No, our politics are boring, as they should be.
Wait.
Yeah, I think this election is kind of like the virus we're dealing with right now. It's really waking us up to all of our personal responsibilities, to be politically aware, to be medically aware. I mean, we should learn from this, and moving forward, we need to find a better way than two old men arguing about what's best for my kid. You know what I mean? Fuck that.
Yeah, so David Schuster just put out, based on the margins so far on the outstanding votes to be counted in Minnesota and Wisconsin, Biden will win those two states overnight. Every indication he will be declared winner by this hour in Arizona. That'll get him to 70. He won't need Ohio, Pennsylvania. Biden is going to win. I'm like, what the hell numbers is he looking at? I'm like, seriously, what the hell numbers is he looking at?
Well, maybe they know something about the absentee ballots that we don't know in terms of numbers that have to be counted. That's
so that for Biden to
there's
win,
not that many absentee ballots. It's possible.
There was 100 million absentee ballots.
But I mean, per state. I mean, Texas right now. Look, Texas is. Let's see here. Texas right now has 700,000 ahead. 700,000 with 80% reporting. I mean, you need 700,000 absentee ballots all going to Biden. That's impossible.
That's the thing. You got to remember that with all the absentee ballots coming in, there's still going to be a slight representation of what you saw at the ballot, at the box.
They're going to be
so you're not, it's not, it's going to be about 50-50, maybe 60-40 at most, but still you're going to have to remember that 40% of the votes are also going to count against Biden trying to overtake the lead. Not you, I'm sure you get it, but I'm saying like the average person looking at the numbers has to understand that.
The North Carolina candidate 3 hours ago, when the Republican candidate won, tweeted out "Cry more lib," and the fact that is an acceptable thing for a politician to do and say is messed up.
Wait, hold on. Do you not hear what they say during their election videos, like campaign videos?
Yeah,
like they
yeah,
say
that's not.
way worse than that. Come on
But
now.
this is what I mean by the this slow burn of things that should not be acceptable. Be like it's pushing the envelope,
Oh yeah,
pushing the envelope.
agreed.
But
Agreed.
like this is where we've gotten to. You have politicians saying "cry more lib." The politicians in your country are supposed to be working together, not
Yeah.
telling half the population to go fuck itself.
Well, that's the
Yeah,
thing, right? So, if I may, so what Republicans do is they keep blaming the Democrats for not being partisan, and they're themselves not partisan, but they very loudly keep blaming the Democrats of that crime. So the focus is off them, and they're never responsible for being like they don't have to be responsible for it. So Democrats, in order to cater to look good or to look responsible or something like that, they always bend the knee. They always do that, and they always give in.
I'm also kind of tired of hearing this. That people seem to think that having an acceptable standard is like saying that you should be reaching this standard as a politician or as a news is somehow against freedom of speech. No, having a standard of who you're going to allow to lead you based on people's votes isn't the government or the police coming in and saying no, you can't say that. It's no, you can say it, but the consequences of you saying something like that as a politician that's supposed to be working for the people and has to work with the other side should be essentially people voting you out and being like, no, you why are you here? This is not a free speech conversation. This is having standards for the people that you have in any kind of office. Like, I don't understand America. I don't understand how could you possibly think that there shouldn't be standards for the people that you've elected. I don't get it.
So
standards for the people we elected. How about standards for the voters?
Trump.
Yes.
Fox is they're basically reporting Trump has won Texas. What is that noise? It's so funny. I'm tweeting these things out, and it's like, look, I was wrong about my predictions. I'm having new predictions now, and hopefully I'll get those right. Maybe I break even if that's the case. At least break even. You guys give me that if I get, because I think Trump is gonna. I think Trump is gonna call it within an hour.
I am displeased that you tagged me in this tweet because now I'm also going to have my notifications flooded with everybody telling you to fuck yourself.
Probably, and I did that. Yes, that was my name.
As if I don't have enough of that already when you don't tag me.
I'm just going to respond. I called it. I called it in advance. You're welcome.
So here's one of the things that's really bad. If Joe Biden, so somebody had said that I think it was Letty. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Okay, Letty said that Biden just said that he thinks he won, but that nobody should declare that they have won yet. And Trump tweeted out a minute ago, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." So he's using loaded language with stealing, but he's still more accurate than Biden, and that's a problem.
I cannot contest that.
Well, like I said, Biden was taking a nap just now between polls closing, and that was his dream that he's reporting on right now. Because I don't see it happening like the way he sees it happening right now.
I think he's just saying whatever he feel like, whatever the Democrats think that they should say to look or to like. It's just they're playing politics and they're playing badly. They don't know how to. Maybe they just don't know how to play against Trump. Maybe they just don't know how to play the game that he's playing, or like how to win. But either way, they're not winning. They're definitely losing.
I just don't know who are working for the DNC campaign. Like, which guys are working that they have no idea what's going on the ground. Like,
I don't know, but I hope in 4 more years that AOC gets to run, because I don't know what else to say. And what straw man? It's not about being offensive. What are you talking about? This person in chat does not have any clue.
Who the hell is that?
They seem like they want to be upset. I don't know.
Who the hell is that?
I don't know.
No, like, who are you talking about? Like, who wants to be upset in the chat? Who the hell are you? Stop being upset.
Somebody called the Acorn. I've never seen her
Is,
before.
by the way, is Heather still watching? Because we might have to have a GoFundMe for her therapy. For 4 years of Trump. I don't know. I mean,
Who is Heather?
Oh, Carmen Valley.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know her by her name. Gotcha.
She uses her name, so I'm fine with using her name. I like calling. I
Doxing!
prefer to call her Heather, anyways. Steve's doxing. So anyways,
you just screamed in my ear, like.
Sorry, audience. I have a compressor on. It shouldn't actually get loud. All right, so we're 7 minutes to the hour. We're gonna wrap it up about 10 probably. Last calls. I've already called it. I called it at 9:22 for Trump. So please get it on record for your call. Go ahead.
I don't understand Americans.
Yeah. See, we had such a beautiful election here in New Zealand. Like, Labour Party won, because they took us through an attack, in Christchurch, and then through this epidemic. So yeah,
Manya,
and we're
I have a
not.
question for you. I have a question for you as a Kiwi. So I was speaking with, I was speaking with another Kiwi the other day, and I was asking them about their Labor Party and how socialist is it. And they were telling me that it's not really socialist. Like the Labor Party is actually quite centrist over there.
Yes,
do you see that? Do you see that type of political system working in America?
Oh
no.
So.
All right. So real quick, while you want to
There's a reason for that. Maybe we will talk about that sometime in future.
So
why I think
it won't
work.
I want everybody in the live chat to put their the final. This is what you think is going to happen based upon everything, and tweet it out. I've already tweeted Trump. I want to see what you guys think.
I'm responding with riots.
Nathan Thompson says, I still think Kanye is going to come through any minute. I'll make a deal with you, Nathan, okay? If Kanye wins, I will get an entire bodysuit tattoo of Kanye West's entire body on me. So when you look at me, you will see Kanye West every time.
Team, you don't want to do this.
Cool. Hey, I just
safe.
want to read a quick tweet here from some
this
white girl.
guy at the Acorn. What's going on with them? Seriously.
I don't know. I think maybe they're just trolling, or they're just throwing fallacies around because they think people are saying what they're not. Because I legitimately do not understand. I see these kinds of arguments going on when it comes to American politics, and like people are just constantly talking past each other because they want to tell the other person they're wrong, but they're not understanding the conversation that they're having. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Here, this synopsis sums up a lot of what's going on here from some woman on Twitter named Morrigan. She says, if you're white and you don't vote for Trump, you're a race traitor.
Huh?
If you're not white and you don't vote for Trump, then you're just a bigoted, hateful, anti-white. It's simple.
Oh yeah, she decides.
I do believe that. I do believe that Cheshire and I had I do believe that Cheshire and I did a 3-hour stream the other day on emotional manipulation. Did we not?
There we go.
Yeah, we did.
Mm-hmm.
But hold on. Didn't Biden say the same thing about blacks who didn't vote for him? They weren't really black. They were race traitors. I mean, he didn't use the word race traitor, but he did say that if you're black and American, you don't vote for me, then you're not really black.
You're racist.
Oh yeah, he said something about the community and stuff. Like, yeah, he used something.
There's been I have seen people definitely arguing via essentially saying if you're voting for Trump, you're racist because they say that Trump's opinions and his affiliations and his policies are inherently racist. So, but that doesn't help your point.
Nope.
really not going to win anybody to your side. This is not the way you approach these kinds of. It's bizarre. It's so bizarre.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are
system problems?
what are the campaign managers thinking when they're talking to Biden before he goes onto a stage to talk to a particular community or to a particular audience? Don't they have a
Don't fall
discussion
asleep.
like
Not to vote for him.
Don't fall asleep.
yeah, I think so. That's the main conversation. Like, how come you cannot discuss like what will appeal to the demographic and what not? Come on, you have so much money and campaign like resources, like, and you can't come up with proper wordings and proper like sentences to like convey to your audiences. Shit, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I think you'd run into some problems with because America is a two-party system, and because America has just slid to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. That anybody
To the
who's
right, to the right, to the left. Oh, that's a dance.
yeah, exactly. All your politicians that you own to the right. Because America has slid so far on the political scale to the right, what they think is left is not left anywhere else.
Yeah.
So if
yeah.
you were to bring a centrist from New Zealand over to America, it would be like crazy radical.
yeah.
Telling you, I'm running 2024. I'm removing all religious taxes, giving all that money to schools, enforcing education, and just rebuffing the teaching community.
You socialist, you're a communist. Like that's something I've seen crazy.
Oh Lord.
And I hate communism. But you know what? I recognize I can put aside my beliefs to recognize the value and what it does for our future generations. Having a smarter population is better for the country 20 years from now.
Right, but that has nothing to do with communism.
No. But it's a socialist aspect to say, hey, give the money to the education system and boost them up. That's a socialist. So I see where my views lie. But again, like most people, right? Let's say if you consider yourself a Republican, you say I'm on the right, and then you go, we shouldn't defund the police. We should give them more money. Well, what are you talking about? You're talking about giving more money to a socialist construct. Are you really on the right at that point? Okay, so you're not so far on the right. You're just right of center. Most Americans are right of center or left of center. Most Americans recognize, people who are on the left recognize the value of the economy, the capitalistic economy. Most the capitalists on the right recognize the value of the socialist constructs of education, police, fire, health. You know, they don't expect health to be completely socialized, but they do expect a certain portion of it to be socialized.
So I think that's a part of, there's a little bit of a mindset in there that I think is problematic, not for you in particular. I just mean in general. This in America is left, but it's not left anywhere else. You guys don't have any other political views anymore. You've only got right and more right. So it's either regular right or extreme right. You don't have any like actual opposing sides at this point, especially if you look again, I think there is a serious problem in America where America only views America and everywhere else that's not America. So you're either American or you're not American, and you don't give a shit about not America. So by having such a narrow mindset, you end up losing out on what could be potentially very, very good for your country in regards to that right and left.
Yeah, but okay, so when talking about world policy then, and you bring up that, you know, Trump was one of the, I believe in the last 30 or 40 years, he's the only American leader to go visit the dictator of North Korea, the supreme leader of North Korea. What happens when Joe Biden goes and visits Kim Jong-il?
He won't.
You mean he's been in a coma for a while and hasn't been around?
Y'all missed the joke.
Oh, Kim Jong-il. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, I get it.
Y'all supposed to say,
Kim Jong-un.
Don't you mean Kim Jong-un? And I was going to respond, you're going to have to remind Joe Biden of that. Boom, boom.
Well, who was it that got? Was it Sarah Palin that got North Korea and South Korea confused during an interview? Yeah, she did. And that really pissed off the South Koreans. We're like, wait a minute, no, we're your allies, not the North.
Yeah, let's put a person like that in charge of world policy. You know, come
Well,
on
I see
now.
Alaska from my
Same
house.
problem with Trump, right? They were having a dick measuring contest about nuclear weaponry.
But I mean, he at least that he's there talking, having a person you're not talking to holding nuclear weapons, nuclear. I hope I said that right. Nuclear weapons is better to talk to them and have a conversation with them.
But this is what I mean. You're still dealing with two candidates that are both bad in different ways and have no actual opposition.
Okay, new question then. Let's throw out Biden and Trump. Who do you want to be president?
Stop there.
We'll
just stop there.
Manya?
I say throw them out.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you should have stopped there. Let's throw Trump and Biden.
Oh yeah, yeah, right.
End of conversation. Yeah, I mean, I'd be down for that. That's fine by me.
So we'll let Manya be the greatest winner, and tonight I'll play as the worst loser. So Manya, you'll go first, and I'll go last. Manya, who do you think should be president if Biden and Trump are not on the table?
Are not on the table?
Who do you
Bernie
think
Sanders?
Who do you think would win? So
Bernie Sanders. Oh, very socialist of you. Very socialist.
Oh well.
I'm not yelling at you
dancing.
yet.
I like him dancing.
I'm not yelling at you yet. But
you know who I would have thought if not Bernie? Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Steve, you're the second winner because you called it early. Elizabeth Warren. You say Elizabeth Warren?
Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Jen?
Yep. Absolutely.
Warren? And what about you there, Chad?
She had so many things going for her over Trump. It was just a matter of somebody to stand up to Trump. And I hate to say it, her gender matters here. She would have got a lot of vote for that. But she's smart. She's articulate. She's successful. She would have probably dominated Trump in any of those debates. I mean, bar none. So that would have been formidable. He would have been probably outmatched. I think that would have motivated more people even to vote, and yeah, I think he would have lost. What do you guys think?
He wouldn't have lost it the way. Sorry, Shash, go ahead. Sorry.
The Sanders ball still rolling with a Warren. You wouldn't have lost it.
Yeah,
lost complete.
What do you think?
It would have looked
What do you
bad if he
think,
did too. By the way,
what do you think, Chesh?
I would want Warren, Warren, Bernie interchangeable. One vice president, one president.
Can I ask you guys, because I've started looking into this candidate, because when I was expressing my views, people were like, dude, you need to check this guy out. You need to check him out. What's wrong with Andrew Yang?
Yeah.
Because I can't find anything wrong with him. What's wrong with him?
I don't have any problem with you.
I don't think his numbers were particularly accurate. His ideas, I think, were good, but I don't think he was realistic about the numbers behind it.
I like him. I would have taken him also as a vice president, but not as a president.
Well, yeah, but he's young, right? He's quite a bit younger than the current. So giving him an opportunity to learn the political system from the position of the Oval Office without actually being in charge would have been a benefit for any politician. I'll agree with that. But I look into what he says, and man, that guy fucking speaks to me, man. He speaks to me.
Yeah, he does.
By the way, just a fun fact: Methuselah is younger than who we have for president. I mean,
I would have taken Bernie or Warren as president, and if one of them wanted to have Yang as their running mate, I would have been fine with that. I would have liked to see either one of those two and Yang if that was an option. So if Bernie was like, no, I'm fine with this, let Yang go, or if it was Bernie, I would have liked to see either one of those two, because Yang, because he's young and has a lot going for him. Bernie I like because he's got a really good political history. He's got a lot of good ideas, and he's got the energy, and he had the following. He had the people paying attention to him. People were listening to what he had to say. He had the turnout going for him.
He talks the talk and he walks the walk.
Exactly.
How old is Warren?
And Warren
how old is Warren?
She's
over 60.
She's got
over 60. Okay.
Oh man, she's got the balls.
Well, lately, I guess since Reagan, we've been proven that people over 60 can obviously hold this position. So go ahead, Manya. I'm sorry.
Wait. Texas just got called for Trump.
Yep. I'm seeing it myself too.
It's over.
That's hardcore.
Texas just...
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a great show tonight. Thank you for coming. Also, if I might add, Elizabeth Warren, she wouldn't have like faltered in the debates like Biden did. Like he was like, "Shut up, man!"
Come
Like
on, man. Come on, man.
Warren, yeah, no, it was I think so. Shut
Warren
something.
would either just
Come
talk
on. Come on, Manya. Come on, Manya.
or shut him up. I
Yeah,
was,
I
she
agree
would
with
have
you.
plowed right through him.
I was speaking.
Yeah, she would have gone like that. I was speaking and like shut Trump down. She has proven in previous debates against Trump that she can handle him. And Joe Biden cannot handle even a bit of Trump at all.
Do you think
Gets
Warren will be
frustrated
in a
so easily.
position to run? Do you think Warren will be in a position to run in 4 years, like physically, mental health, physical health, as well as keeping up to the standards of what a politician needs to do for the community? Like we can agree, it's changed over time, right?
Yeah, yeah, you're right about that. I have doubts about that in the next 4 years. Yeah.
People are thinking Steve changed his mind about Trump, even though he said not a Trump supporter in brackets.
I thought that too.
This one should be economy trumps COVID. Economy trumps Covfefe. Biden should. Oh, hold on. Let me read this the way it's actually written. Economy trumps COVID. Biden should have had a better plan for y'all. He economy. All right. So I think what they're trying to say is economy trumps COVID, comma, Biden should have had a better plan for everyone. Or for the economy. So here's the thing. What's Trump's plan again?
Nothing.
Trump's plan is to undo everything Obama did. That's his only plan.
All the foreigners got much closer than any of the domestics. We'll do a recap later tomorrow, whatever. Well, I don't know, man. It's Manya. Damn.
Manya, who did you want? Who did you, being a foreigner, want to win? Who would you think is best for America?
Neither Joe Biden, neither Trump.
God,
Anyone
you answered
else?
the question just like I did. Neither of them.
Anyone else? Come on.
I'm imagining other world leaders watching this right now being like, oh,
yay.
Screw other world leaders. I'm thinking of aliens who are deciding not to give us future technologies due to this election.
Actually, I can tell you. You know what? I can tell you what they're thinking. Putin is sitting there right now, going, "Man, cost me a lot, but worth it."
Well, maybe the
China. Oh yeah, cost us a lot, but worth it.
Someone in the chat said, "I can't believe this moron is going to win again." I believe that.
I predicted it just based on just being a realist, not trying to remove my own personal bias and looking at it from the population. It's easier to go for Trump.
I waited as long as I could. I wanted to do it by midnight Eastern, which was 9:00 my time. It was 9:22 when I said, "Okay, I've got to be realistic. It's done." It's done. And they know it too. Biden and Trump camps, they know it. They're just waiting for these things to fall, but they know it's over.
I can thank Shesh and Steve for helping me being realistic and removing my biases when, calling such stuff or looking at this stuff, from a very unbiased perspective. So thanks, guys.
It's very hard. You get criticized for that. You get criticized for taking non-biased approaches to things that people are very emotionally drawn to. You saying, I'm going to take a non-biased approach, is they return with, well, if you're taking a non-biased approach, then you're a part of the problem. And you're like, wait, what? We haven't even come to the conclusion that there's a problem yet.
I think so. That's what happened with the Democrats this time. They were still emotional like they were last time. And they still haven't come out and looking at, to look at things competitively and without any bias and practically. They still can't do that for some reason.
I disagree, only because I think they didn't have enough emotion. Bernie had emotion. Bernie had people backing with that emotion.
Bernie ain't got no damn emotion. You're lying to yourself, Chesh.
Trump's camp had the emotion. They had that oomph. They had the people rallying and crying.
Charisma sells.
Showing up and running people off the road.
Oh, Lord!
The Trump camp, like it or not, has people that are passionate The DNC did not have that and has not had that since Obama, which is why they're losing.
No, but in the sense, but what I mean by emotion is, I think so. Maybe I should clarify it in the sense that they're still going for those, very high-reaching ideals and stuff. That's good, but if you can't,
Yeah.
if you don't have a strategy, if you don't put out a clear strategy that's understandable to a layman, how you're going to achieve those ideals, it's no use. And they couldn't do that.
Well,
They couldn't do it.
They decided not to.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. You got it.
For
Yes.
reasons. Because they wanted to keep corporate America. They wanted to keep the status quo when the people did not want to keep the status quo. So they screwed over the people that were against the status quo so they could put Biden in place. And as soon as they put Biden in place, they lost.
I agree with what you're saying in a lot of ways, but when you look at these numbers from the election, what makes you think that 50% that voted for Trump are going to vote for a Bernie just because he has passion? No, these guys voted for Trump because he is a white guy, capitalist, pig. Okay.
Right. I'm not trying to convince the people who are voting for Trump. The DNC should not be trying to convince the people that are voting for Trump. Trump is going to hang himself with his own actions. Trump is going to hang himself with his own screwing over the people that are supporting him. And that's been happening. We've been watching that. The DNC just didn't have anybody in place that could take advantage of it. That was the problem, or part of the problem. Yeah. And so because the DNC didn't have any passion and wasn't convincing, the DNC didn't try to convince anybody to vote for them. They'd spend their entire time trying to convince people to vote for Trump.
Exactly.
And I want to kind of solidify her argument here by saying that when Jen, the comment you made would work if Obama didn't get elected prior to Trump. Obama was going up against a white male capitalist, and he won. Now he won because he was more charismatic than what Biden is, in my opinion, at least. He's more charismatic. They're both hold very socialist ideas. So they're to me, Obama was more in tune with the youth. He was more charismatic. He's on Twitter. He's on TikTok. He's doing stuff with people. I mean, he's a man of the people, and I think that won him a lot. I think the same thing happened with Trump. I think there's a minority of people out there that aren't in tune with politics. They're in tune with popularity, and they'll go with the more charismatic person because charisma sells. And when you're selling a vote that's cheap and free, it's easy to let your charisma actually win you that vote, not your ideas.
I agree with that. I think America votes for charisma. America does not vote issues. America does not vote for solutions. They don't care. They don't understand. They're too lazy to try and learn to understand.
However, keep in mind that Trump has definitely enabled and emboldened a lot of people who are racist, who are against trans, who are disenfranchised and upset with people saying, hey, you're not allowed to be white, or it's not okay to be white, even if there aren't really very many people saying that. They think people are saying that. And so if that is the case, then Trump might have a better chance at convincing those people, and you're not going to convince those people otherwise when they've got a candidate that's like quote unquote standing up for them, whereas the DNC didn't have a candidate that was standing for anything. He wasn't standing for anybody. He didn't speak for anybody. He didn't speak for a lot of the people who were.
Well, he stood for not Trump.
Right, exactly. He stood for Trump, which isn't standing for anything. That's standing for not something. And it's as like he didn't stand for. He doesn't represent anybody. That was the problem. Trump represents people. There are people who identify with Trump. Who the fuck identifies with Biden?
Right? Yeah,
my dead grandpa.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. There's not a lot of people in the Biden cult, I guess you can say. Trump has some real fanatics. That
Biden is like 5 elections too late for when he would have had
okay.
I'm not mistaken. Biden ran for president, and he had to drop out because of some of the creepy things he was saying and doing.
Would he have been better against Ford or something like Gerald Ford, maybe?
Oh, maybe.
Not in '76. No, I don't think so.
Think so. I was 6.
No, look at Biden. Look at Biden in '94. Look how charismatic he is. He would have been
God.
a perfect candidate following fucking Bill Clinton. Was he? Was he any kind of candidate following Bill Clinton?
Well, he was a senator.
That was
at
Al
the time.
Gore, right? That was Al Gore.
Yeah,
Al Gore didn't. He had no shot. Al Gore.
I lost hope for Biden when I saw that Senate hearing that he did with the lady. I don't get like what's the name. That Senate hearing with the lady. What? She's a doctor. She was a doctor, I think. Was it or something like that, or a lawyer? I don't know, but I think so. It's on one of our episodes on that time of the month. I think so. We reviewed that clip.
You mean Anita Hill?
Yeah. So the way he conducted that, it was so misogynistic. It was so if I might use the R word ending with T. Yeah. When I saw that video, I was like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, so historical philosopher is backing me up here. Biden had to ran in 1988 and had to drop out for lying. This is what I mean by having standards. Remember when lying got you in trouble to the point where you had to drop out of the election? Standards, people. Standards.
Now, Steve, I'm sorry earlier I cut you off and you have such beautiful hair. Can I give you the floor back to yourself since it's your channel so you can finish expressing your opinion?
I don't know what the hell I was saying. No,
oh, I'm sorry. I just cut you off, and then me and the rest of the crew started to fucking carry on, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Okay,
I cut Steve off.
I want to say something. I'm closer to Biden's age than I am yours, Chesh. Okay, a lot closer.
I'm only 17.
Yeah, I know. I'm only 24.
I'm 86.
He's what? He's what? 78. I'm 66. So I'm closer to his age than yours. Our culture, at some point after you hit 60, looks at you and says you are not relevant.
Yeah.
Regardless of your skills, your knowledge, your experience, your level of energy, or anything, the country is absolutely biased against old people. And I was biased too against old people when I was your age and younger. Absolutely, I was, and I swore I never would be, but I ended up that way anyways.
Yeah,
I think what the problem with Biden was not that he said and did these things or did or did not represent a certain point of view, but the fact that he was old and irrelevant. And that he had no hope of being contemporary because he wasn't contemporary. He doesn't understand computers. He doesn't understand the internet. You know, like, okay, but you take another old person like an Elizabeth Warren, and I don't know what she really knows about the internet, but I would say that she's probably likely to be much more savvy technologically.
Well, she was using it. She was streaming. So
okay, fine. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
You know, it's like okay, I don't code, but I can certainly take apart any damn piece of software and learn how to use it all on my own. I fix computers. I taught myself that. Some old people are more relevant than others, and Joe is just not relevant anymore. And Trump isn't either. Yep. He's just more charismatic.
Well, he wasn't progressive enough.
No.
That's Biden's problem. He doesn't stand for anything. And when you're trying to run for somebody who stands for everything, because that's the kind of person that Trump is. He's going to stand for whatever is going to get him the most numbers. So
whether he intends to follow through with it or not.
Exactly. But he's going to say it with enough conviction that people are going to believe him, right? And so when you're in that sort of position and you're going against that kind of person, you need to have a goal. Again, Obama ran on change. And he had Biden. And what did Biden do this time? He ran on not Trump. He didn't run, and he represented the status quo. You're not going to get elected like that. It's just not going to happen.
Well, I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
We already had Nebraska for. No, wait. Nebraska had for Trump. They called it for Biden.
No. It's Nebraska's a multi-district
They
state,
call
so-
it the so that's yeah. It's
I'm trying to see,
Nebraska doesn't. Yeah. Who
Oh,
cares?
what?
District 2.
District 2.
Oh, wait, no.
Well, actually,
District 2 went to Joe Biden.
Yeah, I'll put it to Biden, but it makes no difference in the forecast. It's only 1 point.
Yeah, it's 1 point.
Yeah, but I don't have it in Politico. It's called yet, but it's irrelevant. Oh man. It is a dead tie right now in the Senate as far as 46 Dem, 46 GOP.
That's better, I guess. I mean, if at least, I don't know, man. I don't know what you guys are gonna do. I don't know what you guys are gonna do if
Hopes
you
and
get
prayers, baby. Hopes and prayers.
double Republicans again.
A 50-50 Senate goes to the White House.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll make a video of doing Bollywood dance.
All right, so how about this? What do you and Gob had mentioned this earlier about the tiers of certain people. How do you think some people are going to actually handle this? The left, the far left. I don't think they're going to handle it very well at all. Now, granted,
I don't either.
I'm all for watching the far radical left lose their shit. I enjoy that, but not at the price of the expenditure of one. Having a president and vice president that know shit from China all about science, have no idea what the hell they're doing, and 4 more years of an incompetent political system ran by a leader who has no idea what his job is supposed to be. What is he going to do for the next 4 years? Play golf every damn day? Because I might as well.
He's gonna continue gaming the system in his favor. That's what he's going to do. That's what he's been doing. He'll continue.
Of course he has. He is.
Hey, Steve.
Look, wait, one sec. What? Hey, Chesh. What is one of the most common things that narcissists tend to do? And we just had a show on it.
Manipulate. Think about themselves.
Use emotional
obsess.
manipulation. That's what Trump does.
Yeah.
That's all he does. It's
Well,
bizarre.
I was going to say that, along the lines, a lot of the people of this country has failed to realize what the president represents. It's not just the most popular person in the country. He's the leader of our country. He is the commander in chief. Picture this. We have nuclear weapons, right? He controls those. He's the one that says when we go to we're going to war with people, he says that. We don't need that person put in charge of our military as the commander in chief. We don't need that person politically leading this country. We need somebody that's just so much more just not Trump, not Biden. I don't know how else to put it. Not Trump, not Biden. That's all I can say.
Can you say this?
I'll make a video of myself doing Bollywood dance if we find out tomorrow morning. Like, it's evening here, so tomorrow morning, if by some chance Biden won.
First of all, you're going to do that.
I promise you that.
No, you're going to do that anyways. It doesn't matter who wins.
It's not going to happen, but that's a great bet.
I like that. Yeah.
If you're monetized, I will put your video on double time loop, and I'll leave it on for a week straight so you get all my YouTube premium money.
Put it on my channel, Manya. I'm monetized.
So can you, Team Sift, can you say in your best Russian accent, can you direct us to the naval base in Alameda? It's where they keep the nuclear vessels.
Can you direct us to the nuclear base in Alameda? It's where you keep your nuclear weapons.
Nuclear vessels. Nuclear vessels.
We are here for inspection on your nuclear vessels.
That was a quote. That was a quote from Star Trek 4. When Chekhov was just talking to the policeman. It's where they keep their nuclear vessels. One of the best lines of all time.
That was the whale one, right?
Yeah, the whale one. Yeah.
My name is not Sergey. It's Steven. My name is Steven Smith. I'm from Nebraska.
I'm a Spaniard.
Do you remember the movie Red Dawn?
Red Dawn, sure.
Oh, I love that movie. The original.
Oh, brilliant movie.
One of the most influential movies of my childhood. Probably led me to join the military.
Yeah, no, that movie was great, dude. Seriously. It did. I think a lot of people. That movie was well done.
That was the movie that first gave me my sense of American pride and what my duty to my country would need to be should another country try to invade America. And that was the beginning of me realizing that I had a duty to protect the freedom of speech in this country. And the way I handled my duty was by joining the military.
Well, I did too, and thank you for your service. And mine wasn't as patriotic a story as that, but
You're avoiding jail time in California for a bad haircut.
That's it.
Goddamn libtards.
You know what? I never had long hair until recently, but I did. You know, I had normal, hair, I guess.
Dude.
But I let it grow, knowing because as you know, you go into depths, right? And so you're going to be going to the military. You get some delayed entry program. You get some time. So I didn't bother getting a haircut for quite some time. I go on the plane, get to Florida, get to boot camp. And I got a picture of this. Literally, they took a picture of this in the barbershop at me before. Didn't do it after. Well, I guess they have some pictures. But I remember sitting in that chair and that and just massive hair just falling down. And the first time, and I was like this, and it was the weirdest feeling of my life. And then you go outside and that wind hits your head. Weirdest feeling I've ever had. I was like, oh, this is bizarre.
Were you at Great Lakes?
No, I was at Orlando, Florida.
Oh, hey, anybody out there? I think it was January 1999. Look up the weather. January 7th, I think, was my entry date. January 7th, we left in Texas. Look at what the difference in the temperature on that date from Texas to Chicago. In Chicago, they set records that day with blizzards. And when we left Texas, it was 70 degrees.
What year?
Everybody was in shorts, like 98 or 9. I think it was 99 is when I went in. I can't remember if it was 98 or 99 when I actually went in. It's been that long, but it was right after a year change. That's why it throws me off. But I think I signed up in 98, went in January 99. Or maybe it was January 98. It might have been January 98. But anyway, go look at the weather that day in Texas and Chicago and the difference in temperature. It was literally 70, 75 degrees in Dallas, and it was about 8 in Chicago. And everybody showed up there in shorts and a T-shirt because they're coming from 70-degree weather in Texas.
Do you guys think that identity politics has been messing with your political stuff?
I am completely against identity politics. Completely against it. Not to the point that I don't believe that the rights should be given to people, because I do 100%. Any right I have, any other person should have. Yeah,
I would agree with that.
But identity politics is ideological. Okay, so
how's it screwed up stuff?
Well, it's ideological. So what one person may see as offensive, the next person may not even know it to be offensive. So it's really from the point of view of a particular person, and each person has a unique point of view. So no two random people are going to come to the same conclusion based on experience. Your experience is different than mine, which is different than Chesh's, which is different than Steve's. We're all going to have a different viewpoint on identity politics. And I think to try to separate people, to try to create more division with intersectionality, I think is a horrible thing to do to any population. The population should be treated as the population, regardless of their sexual orientation, regardless of whether they are cis, trans, it doesn't matter. We should look at every person as an American, not by their race, not by their sex, not by their sexual orientation. That's the only true way to be equal.
I would agree with that, but my question is, do you think that identity politics has had an influence on
yeah.
And like to what
Negative for the left. Mm-hmm. I think it's unfortunate. I think it hurt the left in their political campaigning this year, because it's such a
to shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, here's the problem, right? It's okay to identify something that needs to be changed. It's improper to force that change upon other people. People just don't like that. When we live in a free society, we should be able to make our own decisions freely. Okay. Now, if the decisions hurt people, obviously you shouldn't be allowed to do that. That's why I say freedom of speech is protected, but it's not protected for the fire in a theater, person screaming fire in the theater, or person coming on and saying, go kill this politician. We need to kill this That's not protected, in my opinion, but identity politics is something that it should be protected, but it should be protected for both points of view, not just one.
Are people fucking it's a rhetorical question. Are they fucking stupid? Did somebody?
Yes.
Did you read? Somebody posted sort of my tweet where I said, "And no, I'm not a Trump supporter. Alarming you guys are for a demented man who doesn't even know what the fuck he's wearing for the president of my country." I'm like, dude, I just said I'm not for Trump. What is?
Is it bad that person could be referring to either one?
That's true. Good point.
What the hell?
I hadn't thought about that. Had not thought about that. That's good.
Yeah, I'm just looking at our own local newspaper. It's called New Zealand Herald, and they are projecting Biden 224 and Trump 213, and they're actually saying that it's being called. I don't know on basis of what they're saying. Okay, yeah. So
that's something that Americans should do more often. Read their news. Read the news going on in their country from another country's outlet.
Yeah. And I'm
Hey,
like,
I've been watching Australia, Sky Australia. Yeah. They've been predicting a landslide for Trump for a while now.
Yeah,
well,
but
yeah,
for
that's
the House of Representatives, they're saying Democrats have 156 seats and Republicans have 161. Is that what it is?
I haven't seen a count of tonight yet.
Yeah, that's what they're saying actually. So, yeah, that's my news channel here. That's what it's saying. Just saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with Team that people are people. Show why should it be that you and I should get along so awfully? So people should just let people be however they want to believe, however they want to be, and people should be protected from being assaulted by other people. It does not matter who or what,
right,
why you are. However, when you want to, I think what Team is agreeing on is agreeing on the ideology, but disagreeing on the process or the tactic.
Yeah, the methodology
to integrate change.
Right. So yeah. So like when I talk about Texas taking a step backwards as far as being regressive, right? They're being regressive. They're taking away rights that I have being a cis male. They're taking that right away from another male. If let's say I was a part of the LGBT community, just that simple fact means that they can deny me service. That should never be accepted, right?
Can we cut down the background noise?
Is a policy that needs to fucking change.
Right.
I'm sorry, Steve.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we got a lot of background noise, and I'm getting a lot of complaints.
Sorry.
Oh, I don't know. It's not me. It's not me.
Yeah, whoever was, turn off the mic. I'm not. I'm
but
watching
isn't that then the basis of why identity politics develop?
Well, yes and no. So I do believe that we need to be aware, right? Times have changed. We have a better understanding from, let's say, 1970. I've spoken about this very openly that I had a very messed up point of view as a child. It's not because I chose to be, and I hate to use the word homophobic. I think it was more just prejudicial. Okay, I had more of a prejudicial viewpoint of the homosexual crowd from. And I'm speaking at this point from my 17-year-old self, right? So I had a really jacked up view about things. It took me leaving my system around me and being involved with people of many different races, many different sexes, sexual identities. It took all this interaction for me to understand where my faults were as a child, right? I grew without the need for identity politics, even though the identity politics were always there. They were always there, but they just weren't in my jacked up community. Once I left the community, then I had the ability to discuss these ideas and see that these people were normal people, just like me. It's the only difference is they have different sexual preferences. That's it. They have different ideas that are driven by the same chemical processes that I have that lead me to the way I believe. They're no different than I am. So therefore, since you're no different than me, and I'm talking about again, now this is me into my mid-20s, early, mid-20s, 26, 27, up to that. That's when I started realizing, well, if I had the right to get married, why shouldn't they? I was
never against that
to describe them.
But it wasn't.
I'm sorry?
I was never against gay marriage ever in my life. But in 2008, when California had Prop 18, I believe it was, What prop was it? Was it 18? I don't remember. But they you know, the whole gay marriage thing, and I'm like, how is California? How at first how are the churches giving money to stop gay marriage? I don't understand that at all. That should be completely irrelevant to religion giving any money for this. And I was kind of outraged by it. I'm like, oh, this is BS. So no, I grew up in a very open-minded area. It wasn't even a thing where I lived. Nobody gave a shit. When I was in the Navy, nobody cares about if you're gay, straight, whatever. No, seriously, it's like maybe one small, you know,
a lot of times in
it's
Canada,
very small people that do. Prop 8, that's what it was. Prop 8, yes.
So we have provincial law, and then we have federal law, and so usually when a federal law passes, like particularly for gay marriage, nobody cares because all of the provinces have already done it.
Yeah, it's the same. It's very similar in America. They could pass right now. They could pass tomorrow a federal law banning gay marriages in America, and California could still say, "Well, we're just not going to follow that law." It just wouldn't be recognized at the federal level, but it would still be recognized at the state level inside of California.
I almost get the idea that America needs to stop pretending to be a country and start treating itself like the conglomerate that it is. It is a united group of states. You're not a country. Stop trying to finagle your political system into being a like countrywide democracy, because you're not. Just either become that thing or identify yourselves properly as what you are or aren't, so that way you can work towards whatever it is that you want to be. Do you see what I'm saying? By having this jerry-rigged system that's like, no, you're not. The way things are built is like so haphazard, and like we've duct taped this onto this, and we've had to take some super glue and add this thing, and we were built on this foundation, but we've moved over here, so this foundation we're not even really using it anymore. It seems to me that you'd be better off, you know.
We kind of tried that system.
Sorry?
And we kind of tried that system, and then we did this thing called the Civil War. Because it wasn't working out.
Well, that's
how about is it not time?
Is
it not time to listen? This might be an unpopular opinion, but is it not time to reform the 13th Amendment? I mean, we do have an abolishment of slavery, and I agree with an abolishment of slavery. In fact, as far as my fighting for the First Amendment, I'll fight for the 13th Amendment as well. Slavery is wrong, but in the 13th Amendment, it says all men are free except those that are incarcerated. Those that are incarcerated are still to this day considered slaves. I want that repealed or reformed. I don't think that any person should be denied human rights because they're considered a slave. And the 13th Amendment allows for that in America. That's fucking retarded.
When you're in prison, I think so you work without wages, isn't it? In some prisons.
Well, you can say it's without wages because it's like taking the derivative of an infinitely small amount. You know, that's basically what they're doing. They're paying you like 13 cents an hour.
Free labor.
It's not.
It's free labor. Working for private corporations.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. All right,
protected
guys.
by the 13th Amendment. I'm sorry, Manya. Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna head out. So yeah, thank you for having.
Love you, Manya.
Shesha's already like, go away.
We can only take money at small amounts at a time, you know.
Yeah, it's too much.
Well, it's been too long since we've had a conversation.
Thank
so
you
have a great night.
You're the best.
Bye, everyone.
Manya, you're delightful.
Isn't she?
Thank you.
Manya was my secret treasure that I kept to myself long before she was online, and then I was like, I have to share her with the world.
And they were like,
and then they're like, Steve, we're gonna unsubscribe. I don't know.
I'm gonna say, even in your most unmodest state, Manya, you were absolutely delightful. So.
Which one was that? Did you see that? I don't know. I think it was Steven my most unmodest.
No, I had one person complain, don't let drunk Manya on your streams any longer. I'm like, why? Drunk Manya is that's like the best Manya. What are you kidding? That's just weird.
My favorite is that she gets like kind of interrupty, and then it's just like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
She's really aggressive, and she backs away, like explosive, and then
she just gets excited. I do the same thing.
All right.
All right. Cheers, guys. Good night.
So
Enjoy the election.
Yeah, well, yeah, great night. So anybody wants to join us as we start wrapping this up? We're gonna have to bring it to a close pretty soon. This only can go for 8 hours. Well, they actually technically can go longer. I'm streaming, but I think it could go 10 or 12 now. But that's not happening. But if you want to, let me know.
I see the U.S. more like the EU, but less united. That's kind of interesting.
Well, I want to say that, and Steve kind of made a good point about this earlier. Like, when you're having discussions like this, it can be real easy to assume someone's position, politically speaking. And in America, especially, having someone assume your political position can be tantamount to having someone assume that you beat your wife or you, did a little kids or all the. I mean,
you're on the other side.
So yeah, exactly.
Jenny, your mic.
So I just want everybody out there to realize that we're here to have the conversation based on, just what we're looking at observationally, and we're trying to take this from an analytical standpoint. We're not endorsing a candidate, even though it might seem like we're saying, oh, Joe Biden has no chance. A Joe Biden enthusiast would say, look at these Trumpers here. We're not Trumpers. We're just simply talking about what's going on in front of our eyes.
We're just capable of counting numbers.
Yeah, exactly. There will be people that don't get that concept, though. Okay, just letting y'all know.
Stop having a two-party system. Stop.
Yeah, vote Team Skeptic 2024.
Here's the problem. You've got two political sides that are supposed to be working together that are no longer trying to work together.
True, but as far as your comment about stop having a two-party system, yeah, that's a great idea. That'd be wonderful. I wish we could do that. But the system has been designed to be a two-party system and to specifically prevent a third party from working.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but if that was a corporation, if that were two corporations, there'd be antitrust laws. I mean,
right, but the government's not going to sue itself.
Yeah, that's true.
But the people are the ones who are in charge.
So the problem is that you now have to go to the people who are elected into these offices of representatives and senators and presidents and say, okay, we want you to change these laws that will get you out of office.
Well, here's the thing. You don't need to do it that way. There's more than one way to skin a cat. What is not impossible is that reform happens when the people demand change. So demand change.
Real quick, I got Nerthan in here.
Easier said than done, I know.
Nerthan, you wanted to add some things. You wanted to give, I think, your condolences to America.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Sorry, I'm just getting Joe Jacko. Okay, there we go.
You're a little quiet.
Yeah, your mic is real low. Right.
I don't have my normal headset set up at the moment. I'm just on my work PC.
That's fine. No, that's perfect right there.
Massive condolences for America.
We appreciate it, man. Send us flowers, some cheap wine, or some good scotch. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
gin's okay too.
Gin.
Ooh.
I don't do gin. I you know what's weird? When I fly, I like a gin and tonic with lime. That's the only time I like it. I don't know why. The first time I flew. Well, no, actually, no. Well, the second time I flew. The first time I flew, it was Navy, but the second time I flew, I had a gin and tonic, and I just kind of made it a ritual.
You know what's interesting is that this is going to affect a lot of other countries also. Lucky us.
Do you guys think they're going to be another state to drop that's going to put Trump over 270? Do you think they're going to call anything else? I mean, we'll wait till 11 o'clock, see what happens, but it hasn't really had any movement. I mean, like I said, they already know it's over. I'm sure they know, but
Team, the Acorn makes an interesting point, and I'm curious as to what you might think about this. I'm not sure which would be better. I mean, America could just copy Canada's system, and probably it would work fairly well. In which case, you have federal law and provincial law, and you would do things that way. But what they're suggesting is that you would either give federal government more power or give more power to the states. Honestly, you might be better off creating two countries that just work in tantamount with each other, and split America in half.
Yeah. So here's the thing: is that in America, we do have a system that's built like that. We have a system that is federal, and then there's a state government, and then there's a municipal government, and each one is more in control of its district than the one above it. So in most situations, okay, that's why we have like state tax in some states and no state tax in another. This is not something that's governed across the entire United States, that everybody has a state tax. And then you can go and find that a certain city might have a different sales tax than the city right next to it, especially like that happened back in the day in Texas. I think Mesquite was different than all the cities around it, had a slightly lower, slightly higher tax rate, sales tax. So we do have that type of system where there's more control at the municipal level, so that they are able to control their district better and give more needs to the people that are more specific to them. Now, when going back to the two-party system, here's my belief, right? One day we're going to have an independent that begins the recognition of an independent party, whatever that independent party becomes called, whether it remains independent, whether it becomes the American Party, the whatever party it becomes, right? Whatever it happens to become, at some point you're going to get somebody that takes over 5 to 10% of the populist vote, and once they do that, you'll see exponential growth. It'll be slow at first, and then 20 years, 24 years, 28 years down the line, you'll start to see that those numbers for the independent or third party are comparable to what the red and blue parties are putting up. And until then, it's not going to be overnight. It's not going to be the next election. I'll fantasize about it all fucking day long. Just leave me alone. Let me enjoy my fucking fantasy. But the truth of the matter is we need to begin developing a better system of politics in America that keeps us from saying, because everybody's on the right, we have right-wing politics. That doesn't necessarily work for the entire population. There needs to be right and left ideas. I would even be opposed to reevaluating how we do the electoral college system. Maybe make them more districts like it is in Maine and Nebraska, where individual districts can vote, so that not an entire state, like let's say Texas, the race in Texas was pretty close. 38 electoral votes could literally go to one candidate over one vote more than the other. So if Trump wins by one single vote, the entirety, and we can do the quick math on that to see what it is. It's about 15% of the votes needed of the electoral colleges are needed would be based on one vote, and that's improper.
Swing states are kind of inherently problematic to democracy, are they not?
Yeah,
I would say so.
They matter more, period, in this system. So how can you have a true democracy if you have people that their votes matter more than others?
Yep. There's a lot. We need a reformation of the Constitution that needs to be updated, not changed, but updated to modern standards.
Well,
I think
you think
too
the
much
Democrats
gets lost in the.
Sorry, but
no, go ahead.
I was just saying, I think the Democrats would want a change at this point. They're not faring well. On the last look, they lost 4 years ago. They're going to lose obviously now again. Whatever they're doing isn't freaking working for them, and it's so bizarre because you have the worst president in the history of America, probably arguably, and he still wins. What does that say for the DNC? What does that say for the Democratic Party?
Because everything is on the right. I don't think the Democrats actually care that much about whether or not they directly win or not, because their ideologies aren't really that different anymore. I think the only thing they care about is putting up a front that they're different, and so that it's this illusion that the American people have of choice, when all that's really happening is people are lining their pockets with money.
That's the other thing I freaking hate about our politics
Money and
system.
politics. Stop it.
Chesh, in America, mine and Steve's vote counts. Mine and Steve's lives count only 1 year before the election. Not after the election. After the election, we're irrelevant for 3 years. After that, we have 1 year to be relevant again. 1 year where these assholes at the top bend over and kiss the backside of our asses for a change.
But
that's
don't do
glorious.
anything for you. They still don't do anything for you.
But they don't do shit once they get done kissing our ass. It's just to make our butt a little bit wetter and make they don't mind fucking getting a little shit on their lips if they keep doing what you say, lining their pockets with money and political power.
So
If it
somebody,
makes it feel any better, in Canada, there's actually a rule for how long you're allowed to campaign for. So you're not allowed to start campaigning until X number of days or months before the election. So you can't be campaigning from a position of political power and using your political power to endorse voters in kind of
so hang on. The Canadian put out this for the Canadians. Dear America, emotional support Canadians are on standby. If you have not yet received your emotional support Canadian, one will be assigned to you shortly. So hang in there, liberals. Canadians will save you, and they'll be for you, because there's going to be a lot of people calling the therapist tomorrow. The Hollywood media is going to go nuts. They're going to lose their shit.
Hello, I'm.
See, I was smart. I made appointments for the next 3 weeks with my therapist, so I'm already covered. I don't have to call suddenly tomorrow.
I'm anticipating an influx of anti-mask Karens that are gloating about the Trump winning while not wearing their mask and telling and demanding to speak to a manager. Yeah, I can't wait for those so I have more content.
Do you guys want me to go live on my channel tomorrow, like live in Discord, so people can like come in and out as like an emotional support Canadian, and they can just talk about their feelings?
Do it. No,
that would be interesting, actually.
An emotional support Canadian. That's awesome.
As a Canadian, would you do us a favor though? Could you get somebody in your parliament or movement going in your parliament to absorb Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Oregon, Washington, California, and a bunch of those things on the East Coast up
right on the
just
no touching zone. You want us to put the no touching zone down?
We don't want to bring North and South Dakota or Montana or Idaho with no.
Oh, gotcha.
Not them, but okay, just get that going, would you?
Right.
So anybody wondering why? I wish Landon was here because we could ask him. But anybody wondering why Georgia hasn't been called yet? I'm kind of surprised on that.
Let me look real quick.
Yeah.
93% are reported of their only 93% of their polls are reported, and it's still at.
I'm surprised that Georgia hasn't been called.
2.6%. So
and
I
Pennsylvania.
guess. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Pennsylvania. I'm surprised that hasn't been called.
Pennsylvania's only at 60. Wow, 700,000 votes. He's down now.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I don't see that happening.
Yeah, even if he had, somebody said it was 1.6 million. Absentee balances. Even that's the case, Biden would have to have so many of them. It just, I don't know. It's just they're holding on hope for these mail-ins, and it's like, do they not realize that they would have to overturn a large majority of these states to win? I mean, let's be realistic here. That's not going to happen.
Michigan's one that's possible still. That's 320,000 voters down, but only 66% reporting. So it's still a big number looking at the, if you think back to how many total votes are already cast and what would be needed to overcome that.
Exactly.
It'd be hard.
I had Michigan going to Biden, so that's still a Michigan guy. I'll stay still up for grabs in some ways, but.
Well, Wisconsin's only 108,000 up on Donald Trump, so that's a really close one too. So there are a few states, but still, I don't think
Minnesota.
It gives a chance.
Can you move your Democratic senator?
Dan, can you move your mic again? It's making that noise again. I know it's really. Anytime it touches your shirt, again. Yeah, exactly. And then I get people yelling at me and screaming at me and leaving nasty comments in my. I'm used to that, but then they leave nasty comments, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I can't even like get mad at that. I can't even go like, hey, you're just a troll, because they're right,
Look, people in the chat, don't pick on Steve for it. It's my fault. When I win the lotto, I'll buy a computer, and I won't have to do this off of a phone.
We're gonna blame the Canadians. That's what we do. Nathan, where are you from, man? Australia, right?
Yeah.
He's from Australia.
Yeah.
Oh, he's here.
My
man.
Fine.
The Australians actually were predicting this pretty well, it seems, from what I understand. Because I know that Chris and a few other people were like, they had a very different approach by looking at our numbers, right?
Yeah, as far as I think I heard that like a lot of the news places in the US can't make sort of predictions, based on the early, like they can't make more concrete predictions because that will affect like the West Coast polling.
Oh, like they're not allowed to because they don't want to affect the election. Yeah.
It affects.
Well, there's no law about it, but most of the networks feel an ethical limitation to announcing results before the rest of the polls are closed.
Not here. They just went, yeah, fuck it, we'll.
Well, you guys don't have telephones and stuff yet, so.
No, yeah. We're not even real.
You know,
if you're upside down.
I'm telling you, when you guys first time you guys get indoor plumbing and hot and cold running water, you guys are gonna be like amazed at the difference.
Oh. Wait, water cold and not
water from a tap. Water from a tap, dude.
So
it's real.
you do me a favor, present that, as that is now my gonna be my thumbnail.
Can you just present it and I'll show it?
I thought in Australia everything is so hot that the water is always hot, and they have to actually, instead of get water heaters, they get water coolers.
Yeah.
You know, and cool for the cold tap.
No. It's interesting for me as well because we've just had an election here in Queensland. I think our seat is still being counted, which is really weird.
These people are just insane. This is just looking. This is just nuts. There's like 538 on Twitter is putting out. Biden basically has 3 easy paths to victory remaining. Here they are in the rough order of likelihood: win Arizona, New England 2, hold Michigan and Wisconsin, win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, win Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's not true. I'm sorry. That's no possible way. Even people underneath them going, no, that's just not right.
That's very optimistic of him.
ABC is milking it also. They've only got I missed the totals, but they haven't declared a winner yet at all. I think.
Well, I'll tell you, I was watching the Senate hearing a couple of days ago, the one that where they interviewed the CEOs of Google, Facebook, and Twitter, and they asked them this very specific question. Said, if one of the candidates tries to announce an election win early, like let's say mid polls closing for the first districts, nothing's closed yet, and Trump decides he's going to go online and announce that he's won the presidency, they considered that election tampering. Should he do that? And they asked him what they would do about it, and they said they would immediately shut his stream down. So I don't think anybody was able to actually give election results early and declare an early victory without.
Yeah, I agree with you. By the way, I did look at. I reread what I was reading before and looked at. The way they worded it, I thought was weird, but you know what? They're actually right. If Trump, if Biden got Georgia, Maine 2nd District, and Michigan, or North Carolina, he could win. Now, is that going to happen? No. I mean, I just.
Statistically speaking, it's probable. It has some kind of probability.
Yeah.
You got a super chat.
And some chicken might just lay a golden egg.
Yeah.
That's why I keep chickens
Kawasa, Reuters News update. Kanye West gives up on 2020 White House bids, eyes 2024.
The others, by the way, for the U.S. presidency garnered over 2.1 million votes.
I'm telling you, it only takes somebody getting about 7% of the vote before someone goes, "Who is that?" When enough people are asking, "Who is that?" then there's enough people telling one. It's just like a virus; it has an R naught value. You know, you get more people talking about it, more people learn about it.
Oh Jesus! Kanye West's Minnesota vote is up to 7,500.
Jeez!
Wow, that's amazing. Uh-oh. Trump is going to be speaking from the White House shortly.
What did Joe Jorgensen do up there? 32,000. She at least put up 1.1%. That's a third party right there.
I know they were libertarians were really hoping for 5% this election, like nationally. I don't think they've got it though.
Nah, it's not. Let me see. Nope, she's got 1.1 of the national vote. 1.4 million though. That is worth note. I'm telling you, 1.4 million people are going to be talking about her and how they wanted her to win. And that's whoever they talk to is going to become more aware of the independent party, more aware of the actual fucking option of having not a Republican or Democrat in the office.
That idea has been growing. Like, team isn't wrong, and that's basically what needs to happen. But you're in a situation where it's going to take time to get there. The independent parties were non-existent even like what 10 years ago in America. Now you've got people were almost demanding that Bernie Sanders run independently when the DNC snuffed him.
Yeah,
you need to have a functioning government if you're going to take this position and be the ruler. You have to have people in Congress and stuff behind you to support you. You need to start getting third-party congressmen and senators and that sort of thing.
or at least Republicans that are willing to see Democratic points of view, and Democrats that are willing to see Republican point of views. That's the problem. Is like here's a problem that I noticed. Right. So let's say you have a Senate hearing, and there needs to be a certain number of votes to pass something that the Republicans are dead set on passing. If you're a Republican and you're in the Senate, you're expected to vote that way. You're expected to. It doesn't matter about your ideals. It doesn't matter how you feel. Now, sometimes it does happen where people don't vote the way they're expected, but those people typically serve one term in Congress. You know, those people are typically the people that are being kicked out as soon because they're not real Republicans as far as the Republican Party goes. And there's so many Americans that click that one party voting, vote all Democrat, vote all Republican. So once they're out of the Republican office, once they're out and it's somebody else, those are the people that are going to be in there, and those people will support the Republican Party. That's a problem in America.
ABC is currently giving Biden 220 versus Trump 213, and Trump is about to come out and speak.
We're going to have to watch that speech, Steve.
Yeah. Well, yeah, clearly. Yeah, I mean, the only way he could pull us out is if and again, I'm just going by forecast. Right now, Trump is way ahead in forecast. Biden would have to win Georgia, Michigan, in either Wisconsin or Pennsylvania. We would need some combination.
I don't know what you're trying to show on screen, Steve, but you've got it zoomed in too far.
I'm not.
Yeah, it's a bit zoomed in.
Oh, am I? I didn't know I was trying to show anything.
Toggle
maybe
states to see how.
Oh, this right here. This is the. Is that too zoomed in?
Yeah.
Oh, that was the.
And Sean Carroll in the
what
chat
are you guys
said,
looking at? Did you see this? I don't see anything at all.
Is that better?
Oh, on the live stream.
If I zoom out like that.
I'll let you know. Team, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, Sean Carroll said Jo Jorgensen was a weak seed, though she wasn't up to snuff on her platform. Oh yeah, I agree. I'm not saying that she was a valid candidate. I'm saying that every year we need to have an independent that's drawing more percentage of the votes than what was there previously. We need a better option than just the all red or all blue option. We need an option where someone goes in there and says, well, maybe this person has a little bit better idea than Trump or Biden.
Can you guys see this?
Each year, maybe it's getting bigger.
Because he would need Georgia, he would need Michigan.
We have to wait for it to catch up on the outside. We can't see it internally.
All right, so if you look on the outside, he basically right now Trump is way ahead given the predictions, way ahead. But if you have Georgia and he has Michigan, he could win. If he had Wisconsin and Georgia, no, that wouldn't even help him. Pennsylvania. He needs Pennsylvania and Georgia, basically, and maybe Wisconsin or some combination.
People are asking me what website you're using.
This is Politico. It's what I've been using all night. Political.
Ugh.
So I've been using that as forecasting, and right now, like I said, forecasting, Trump is ahead in every state that the swing states left. So.
It's 2 a.m. for me. I feel like I should probably go lay down.
Yeah, we're going to be calling this. When is Trump going to go live?
It just says soon
Where do you see that at?
on ABC.
All right, well, let's wrap this up then. Say what you got to say, and I'm not gonna have you guys get out, but I am gonna to close the hangout here. I'm gonna watch that. Like I said, we're not gonna find anything out more tonight, but I've already called it for Trump. I don't see Biden pulling this out. He would have to get those swing states of Georgia, North Carolina, some combination of Georgia, Missouri. I'm sorry, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and or North Carolina. Those ones that are leaning toward Trump right now, he would have to get a major significant portion of those, and I just don't see that with the numbers, because Georgia right now, Trump is up. Well, Georgia he might actually get, but it's 200,000 vote difference is pretty substantial.
I think
600,000 in Pennsylvania.
A couple of things that need to happen before I take off that are kind of just my opinion, and I think this is pretty worldwide. I think that the working hours, the expected working hours for full time, need to come down. I think people need to stop dictating whether or not it's okay to talk about politics in their workplaces. Think people need to be more adult about having conversations about politics, and people need to be better educated, period. Whether that be when they're younger or or when they're older. People need to be more accepting of having these kinds of conversations. Nobody got mad in this stream, while I was here at least. I didn't hear anybody yelling or talking over each other or getting angry, whether we agree or disagreed. There was none of that, and that needs to be able to happen. I think the lack of education, and I think the lack of being allowed to talk about it, on top of not having time to do so because the work hours are too high, are the three main contributing factors to more problems than not. I'll put it that way, if that makes sense.
I agree with you. By the way, we generally have civilized conversations on this channel. That's what this channel's about, is it's having dialogue, right? I mean, so I don't like the contentious screaming matches. I mean, I'm not saying they don't happen. They do, but I don't.
They're good and funny when they're about something that isn't important.
Yeah, this is a serious topic, to say the least.
About the Earth being flat, screeching at each other can be amusing and can be funny, because currently the people that are very, very much in the wrong are very, very much in the wrong, and they can stay there, right? Like, they're not inflicting change. If they were inflicting change, then we would have to have less of haha funny, let's just argue and yell at each other because haha it's fun. Then we would have to have a far more serious conversation to be like, okay, no, like that was a conversation that was going on with young Earth creationists. It's not so much of it turns into more of a dumpster fire now, because there's a little bit less actual threat of movement within the educational system.
Yep. All right, guys, thanks for watching this.
Lizards are going to be hard to live with since they're mostly Trump people.
This was a very long, arduous stream. We'll see if anything changes. Chess will probably have a Canadian sympathy or, consoling hangout of some kind. Right now, like I said, I am predicting it for Trump. I
support Goblin.
I'm not saying it's impossible for Biden to pull it out, but I've called it for Trump. I think it's highly unlikely for Trump to lose at this point. I think they know it. I think that he'll probably mention that in a speech, which I will be watching. So I want to thank the Patreons. I want to thank the people that joined and that are members of the channel. Go check out Cheshire's channel. Go check out Team Skeptic. Jen, you used to have a channel. I don't know if you still do anything on it though anymore. Do you?
No, I'm just the gadfly on everybody else's channels.
Gotcha.
Can I ask Chesh a question
we just
before we
toss
get
her
out of
around
here?
the hangouts wherever she goes and ends up, right?
I don't mind.
I need to ask Chesh a question real quick. It's an important question since it appears Trump is going to win. How long do we have to be married before I get my Canadian?
Canadians doesn't work that way. Sorry, it doesn't work.
Are you gonna come to my stream?
It does.
Tomorrow? If you want to come to the stream, we can have a conversation.
Not if it doesn't work. If it works, maybe I'll be there. But if it doesn't, yeah, probably not.
So essentially what the rules are is, first you need to be able to get into the country. And right now, Canada's borders have been closed to Americans.
Do you blame them?
Specific situations. So we don't have to be together for terribly long before we can get married up here. But I would have to double check the number. I want to say it's 3 months, but I'm not sure.
I can tolerate you for 3 months. I'm buying a ring tomorrow.
Make sure you have room for Jen. The three of you all could get married together because she's gonna need a place up there. I'm telling you.
Let's get our own
policy. It's all paper. It's all paper.
Yeah.
Chess, you can still do whatever you want. I don't care. I'm gonna do whatever I want.
I'll serve you both. I got lots of openings.
Yeah. Hey, Jen, do you cook?
Yes, very well.
There you go. You guys got it made.
I do too. Meat tubes.
Hey, team, we got to do something on your channel sometime about trans stuff.
Yeah, I try to stay away from talking about it on my channel because it's such a sensitive topic. And be honest with you, I don't think the average audience likes listening to it. That's why I didn't do anything political on my channel tonight. The last time I did a political stream, I lost 20 subscribers.
It depends on the channel, but
but you got 40,000.
The sad part is, why is it a sensitive topic? If it's like Chester's pointed out, politics is supposedly a sensitive topic too. But we have demonstrated we can have adult conversations with these topics. Now there are people that are dishonest agents that I'm sorry they cannot have an intelligent dialogue on these types of topics because they're so emotionally charged and they won't even look past any kind of hyperbolic argument to talk about what should be talked about. We've seen this happen in the past. I mean, not to drag up what happened a year or two ago. Come on. But it's a shame that because of those bad actors that you have to worry about talking about those things on channels. I don't like that. That's a shame. I think that's disappointing.
So,
or they're part of the ignorati.
Yeah, so my problem with it is that when you get to super emotional topics to discuss, the thing is it's really hard to get somebody to change from their belief. And I'm not saying the person you're having the conversation. I'm talking about the person that you're talking to in the audience, because ultimately there's 5 of us here, but there's much more people in the audience who are listening to us have a conversation. So when we have conversation, it might be easy for us to say, okay, but let's talk about this sensitive subject from the perspective of a couple of adults who can handle the conversation. The problem is that there are people who will not see it that way. That's why people would loosely use the term Nazi and loosely use the term SJW. And they loosely use these terms to describe somebody who they don't absolutely agree with on certain very emotionally charging topics. That's why I try to stay away from
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. It's just a shame.
It's also like different channels are designed to be able to do different things. So like the great debate community, you'd be able to have this kind of a conversation on.
Yeah, for sure.
To have a conversation on Team's channel because his audience is expecting something specific, and when you provide something that's not what they're used to or expecting, they're not usually going to be terribly happy with that because they're there for a reason, right? It's just not for that kind of discussion. Now, if Team wants to come over to my channel and have this conversation, he'd be more than welcome. And
I'm thinking that's what I was going to say. Jen, this might be right up the alley for Cheshire's channel. You want to talk?
That's up to her.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to talk to these damn socialists.
My channel is down for
fuck
whatever.
you, right winger.
but yeah, so maybe Cheshire can have like a team skeptic versus Jen conversation. Although they're kind of on the same page. I don't know what I don't know what the difference.
But see, my point of view, my point of view is very skewed and it's very like ignorant because I've never been involved in the trans community. I've just never been exposed to trans people in a social environment. I mean, I've met trans people before and I don't have a problem with anybody trans, but I come from anything I say is from a very ignorant point of view. And that can come off as being bigoted when it's not really a bigoted position I'm taking. It's just a position of ignorance.
But here's the thing, you're the person that I would think that trans people would want to talk to. I think that you're the perfect audience. Now, my first hangout was in a trans community.
No, I would have the conversation. The conversation.
I've never been on air before until trans community.
The conversation, especially with what went on in Texas, is absolutely important. I'll stand up for all my trans friends out there. There's no reason, absolutely zero reason, why they should not have the right to do anything I should do. Bottom line.
Well, tell that to Trump.
Blank, I would. I
know?
would. You put me in front of that man, I'll make that Cheeto looking motherfucker understand how valuable the trans community is to America.
I'm scared what Trump might do in the next 4 years.
I'll give you one piece to think about.
All right, and that's good. I got to go after that.
Did you know that in 40, I think it's 41, I made those come, maybe it's 39 to 41 states, it's legal to kill a trans person because they're trans?
I did not know that. I would need to see that law to really believe it, but I'm not saying you're wrong about it. I've never heard that, so
I'm absolutely correct about
crazy.
it. It's called the trans panic defense.
If it makes you feel
I'll look into it. The trans panic defense.
What that defense? If I correct me wrong, what that defense is? Hang on. What that defense is? If you're intimately involved with somebody that you don't know is trans, and you find out, and it's a heat of the moment, passion, violent act, that's what that referred to, correct?
I understand that now.
People get off.
Hey team, I read about this stuff. But you know what? Team, I'm serious. I respect you immensely for wanting to learn about certain things, and nobody should ever take that away from you. Nobody should ever criticize or condemn people that want to learn about something. That's not the enemy. That's not the enemy of trans people. That's not the enemy of gay people. There are actual enemies out to be had. People have labeled me transphobic, homophobic, bigoted. I'm antithesis to all those threes. It's absolutely moronic to try to label me those types of terms. That is nonsensical on the outside.
Apologia, apparently.
Is what?
Apparently, I was harassing Apologia.
What was this?
I'll believe it.
I don't know.
I don't know anything about it. All right, but yeah, no,
exactly.
I don't know. Let's
go home.
Just go home, call it a day. Audience, you guys have been amazing. A lot of you guys stuck with us through the beginning, I think.
I'm over in my place tomorrow.
I don't expect anybody to watch this after the fact because it was 7 freaking plus hours or something. But if you watch a little, nobody's gonna watch this whole thing. But if you watch a little bit of it and you want to leave a comment and you wanted to weigh in and tell me how wrong I was if Trump actually wins, which I've already predicted is going to be Trump, but if that changes, and maybe I have a hope that I was right on my predictions, but it's not looking pretty good at all. My prediction's already wrong. Florida and Texas would have to change, or Texas especially.
I'm so
Florida would have to
disappointed in
change.
Florida and Texas. They were so close.
Yeah.
They were so close to being decent human beings, and then they just decided to be in the back seat screeching, and everybody's like,
"That's a delusional way of thinking."
What is wrong with you, America?
Texas is red.
I was just sticking.
Texas
by the way,
is red.
Full circle. I was just standing up for Texas at the beginning of the stream. Now I'm having reservations, man. What's wrong?
Yeah,
with you, man?
we need to reserve our pride in Texas these days.
Guys, wave good night.
I always spell it with 2 S's.
Wave good night, guys. Thank you for watching this.
Thanks,
like, subscribe, share.
Love you guys.
And help me get some subs. I'm not moving on subs, and I don't push my subs very much.
Dude, it's all of us.
Good night.
Good night, all.